Who's MAGA? Who wants to come up? Who wants to come up? Let's bring up this person. They say right here, says Aiden. Bring up Aiden. Here comes Aiden. Here comes Aiden. Harry, please check your TikTok DMs. Cece. Can you like message me? Oh, you know what? I'll take a screenshot of your profile and I'll try to remember. Aiden, hello. Are you MAGA?
Hey, yes, I am. I'm 24 from Alabama. I will be voting for Trump. I just wanted to say, while I don't agree with much, if anything, that you stand for, I do respect you for not attacking people based on their beliefs, and I think that's honorable, especially in today's super polarizing climate.
So, I appreciate that. I think good conversation is crucial to a functioning democracy. So, would you like to debate, or not really?
I mean, I'm trying to see if I can change my mind.
So look, I just will touch on what you just said, right? You're saying hey, I appreciate the fact that, you don't attack people. And I genuinely appreciate you saying that. But isn't that contradictory to your vote to Trump? Like Trump has called, JD Vance just called Kamala Harris trash. Donald Trump has called Democrats vermin, the enemy of the people, or I should say the enemy from within. He's said that, Jewish people, that if they vote for Kamala Harris or Democrats, there must be something wrong with them. It's like, isn't that the definition of attacking people for who they are, what their beliefs are?
So I think it's from both sides. I'm not saying like one side does it more so than the other. And I haven't heard any of that personally or seen it with my eyes. So I wasn't aware of that if it did happen. So that's my response. I think it's just a problem on both sides.
So I don't disagree that both sides attack each other. That's politics. But I think the point is that Donald Trump's attacks on the other side is like very personal, very immature, and only very divisive. I think it just seeks to divide. So I personally would not vote for somebody who's calling the other side like evil and mentally deranged and trash and all of these terrible things. That's not uniting. Whereas Kamala Harris has said, yeah, I want to give a Republican a position in my cabinet. I want people who disagree with me to have a seat at the table so we can work together. I mean, she has said these things. She's made the promise that if she wins, a Republican will serve in her cabinet. So I feel like that is far more unifying and far better for the country, even if you disagree with her, than someone like Donald Trump who thinks that someone like me is an enemy.
See, I don't think it's necessarily the voters. I think he's just talking about the people that are in power right now, which, still, we all know he's not the most well-spoken person, but I don't think it's an attack on anyone voting. I think it's an attack on the people that are already elected for the party, which, like I said, he's not well-spoken at all. We can all agree on this.
Yeah, but the words of a president matter. Like, they matter a lot, right? They're very influential. Obviously, when Donald Trump says something, a lot of his followers listen. When he sells something, a lot of his followers buy it. It's like, of course his word, thank you for the sunglasses, of course his words matter. And even if I don't think that he's referencing people in government, but even if you're like, yeah, he's referencing people in government and all the Democrats in government, it's like, okay, then is Donald Trump saying that me as a Democrat has voted for enemies to serve in our government, that I have endorsed and supported enemies of the United States? That's like, no matter what way you think about it, it's still awful. And Donald Trump, somebody who thinks that even elected politicians who disagree with him are enemies, should not be in power. Again, Kamala Harris, and I know you disagree with her, Kamala Harris is saying, the other side, let's work together. Let's do things together. Let's get stuff done together. Whereas Donald Trump is just calling the other side enemies. It's like, how do you expect to get anything done if the president thinks that the other side, who they are most likely going to have to work with, is awful and evil and terrible?
See, here's my thing. So, and now it's been Kamala, it's been her panel, calling us fascist or Nazis.
Not
you name it. It's been countless times here in the last couple of weeks. President Biden calling half the country garbage. You have Mark Cuban calling women that surround Trump unintelligent, just unable to think for themselves. I don't think I could argue the same thing for the left, is what I'm saying.
I disagree. Joe Biden didn't call Trump supporters garbage. What he called garbage was the people that spoke at his MSG rally, which I do think those people are garbage. I think that's a fair representation, because if they're going to make like racist comments, then I think that that's garbage. It's terrible. And Kamala Harris has not called Donald Trump a fascist. He's not called him a Yahtzee or anything like that. But they have, said the truth about Donald Trump, which is that he does have very dictatorial tendencies. Like, he does want to give himself more power. And if he's elected president, he has said that he will go after his enemies, his political opponents, and things like that. That's very much in line with, fascist leaders in history. So I don't think that that's really all that far-fetched. Whereas, like, calling Democrats the enemy, I think is kind of crazy. I don't know.
See, here's where I come from. So I think trying to, how did they put it? So trying to get rid of misinformation, define misinformation. I think that people should be able to say whatever they think in this country. Like, that's what we are based on, freedom of speech, no matter how despicable you may think it is. Like, if someone said something outlandish, I would be like, okay, I'm going to scroll and go on with my day and ignore them instead of just completely removing people's voices.
I mean, are you talking about like on social media, or are you talking about just generally?
Just in general, but it is a social media issue, like the Hunter Biden laptop situation. Mark Zuckerberg came out and said verbatim, yeah, the Biden-Harris White House straight up said, hey, we don't want this to be able to be searched or anything. Like, you couldn't even email it to people. It was completely censored.
They can't control that. By the way, when the Hunter Biden laptop story came out, which, by the way, was also not a nothing story, like nothing came from that story. Just want to point that out. It was just like Hunter Biden had embarrassing photos on his laptop. It's like, oh no. When that story came out, Trump was in office. The Biden administration literally couldn't tell them to censor it because the Biden administration wasn't a thing yet. He wasn't elected. He wasn't even president-elect. So that was not done by the Biden administration. There's a lot of misinformation saying, oh, Mark Zuckerberg said this, Mark Zuckerberg said that. No, he didn't. He didn't say anything of the sort.
He came out on video and said
it. It's impossible that he said it because Biden was not president.
I don't see how it's possible that he didn't say it whenever I literally watched the video of him saying it.
I don't know if you're watching like an AI video or something like that, but I guarantee you Mark Zuckerberg did not say that the Biden administration told me to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. And also the federal government can't force any of these private companies to do anything.
That's where you're wrong.
Wait, so you're telling me that that Joe Biden could force Facebook to censor something?
Well, if that private company is funding his campaign, I think he has a lot of sway in what he can tell those people that are donating to him.
Yeah, again, so he wasn't president at the time, just for the record.
But they were donating
so he still had no power to do it. But also, they just have no power to enforce that. The federal government can't force these companies. There's no mechanism to do that. Right? There's no mechanism for the federal government to tell Facebook, oh, you have to do this.
I said that they were funding his campaign whenever he was running for the 2020 race.
So how would Biden do that without power?
Well, I mean, if you're getting a lot of money from people and you want them to get your vote, I think he has a lot of sway in what he can tell private companies.
Facebook donated to both parties, right? They donated to both campaigns.
Absolutely not. There's no way.
Yeah, really? You want to bet?
Well, I mean, from my experience, I mean, I can literally just make like a post that has nothing to do with anything right politically, and I will get, like, I've been in Facebook jail for like the most minute comments.
Probably because you said something that was completely false. So between 2019 to 2020,
that's my problem. What define completely false? Like, why can't I share what I want to, no matter how outlandish you may think it is?
Because they're private companies; they can censor whatever they want. So in 2020, Facebook donated $166,000 to Democrats. How much do you think they donated to Republicans? Any guess?
Let me know.
$184,000. So between 2019 and 2020, they actually donated more to Republicans than they did Democrats.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm willing to say I was wrong, but that's significantly less than they contribute to the Democrats overall.
I just read you how much they contribute. That they're contributing more to Republicans. The Facebook Inc. PAC donated more to Republicans than they did Democrats. So your claim that, if they're funding his campaign and bankrolling his campaign, maybe they censor the story for him. It's like, no. First of all, there's no evidence for that. Second of all, they're giving more money to Republicans than they are Democrats in 2020, at least.
Okay, well, that's 2020. What about now?
Well, the year's not over yet, so we don't know how much Facebook is given. But I'm just you're referencing 2020, what you're talking about right now. So I'm just pointing out that this like the idea that Biden somehow pressured a private company when he wasn't president to censor something is total nonsense. And also the story was nothing. Like it's so everybody says Hunter Biden laptop, Hunter Biden was nothing. Like, can you tell me like what was significant about the story?
Well, I mean, that censoring that definitely could sway in a vote either way. I mean, I really do believe that.
What was the story? Like, what was so bad about what?
He was dealing with foreign affairs, like something that could be a security threat to the U.S.
Hunter Biden was dealing with foreign affairs.
Yeah, do you know how long the Biden family's been in power? I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Hunter Biden has never been in power once.
He hasn't been in power, but his family sure has. I mean, who knows what it has?
Okay, so then is the claim that like Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, they all have power?
I'm not saying they have power, but they're connected to very powerful people, and if they have sensitive information that people can get a hold of. Why would
somebody who's not in power have sensitive information?
You tell me.
Well, newsflash, Hunter Biden didn't have any sensitive information on his laptop.
If he didn't, why was there a court case that found that there was sensitive information on the laptop?
Oh, yeah? What was that court case?
I don't know the court number, but I do know that there was a case. It literally did. You're just choosing not to see this.
So tell me what to look up on Google right now. You tell me.
Hunter Biden laptop. I mean, it's right there. All you have to do is dig deeper than the first news article. This is what's wrong.
Give me more about the court case. Like, what court case are you referencing? Like, what did they find in this court case? And who is guilty? Like, what happened?
They found that he had sensitive information and he was leaking it to other countries.
Okay. I can't even like engage with this because this is such nonsense. Like,
this is totally false. So tell me why you believe that there was collusion in the 2016 election, that you do believe that.
I never claimed that there is collusion.
Okay, well, a lot of your party does, so I could argue the same thing.
My party does not claim that there's collusion. But I just want to be clear, like, I don't know where you're getting this information from, but it seems like you're just making this up, that like Hunter Biden somehow had access to national information, national defense information, and then gave that to other countries through this laptop, and somehow he managed to get his hands on that. Like, that's completely false. It's just completely false. I don't know where you got this from. You don't know anything about the court case because it's not real.
It literally exists.
Okay. So who was found guilty? Was Hunter Biden found guilty of like colluding with the enemy or giving secrets to foreign countries? Or
there was sensitive information on the laptop. What was the sensitive information?
What's the sensitive information that was on the laptop?
How many times have I told you?
What was it?
Nobody knows exactly what it was, but if you have sensitive information about your country and it was
how did Hunter Biden get it then? What did this court case find?
Dude, his family, his father was the vice president for 8 years.
Yes.
And was running to be the president of the United States. That is, I mean, he would absolutely have connections to that.
Look, let's just look up Hunter Biden laptop court case. The first thing is Wikipedia. The second thing is a trial against Hunter Biden for a gun trial that he had, where she was found guilty of, so not connected to the laptop. The next one is a New York Times article. The next one is Associated Press article. None of these are talking about this mysterious court case that happened to have these bombshell revelations. So maybe it just doesn't exist.
I mean, keep thinking what you want to think.
But if it's you can't find it, is it? So this court case that's bombshell is just you can't find it on Google. Why
do you think you can't find it? Because who owns?
Because it doesn't exist.
Who owns all the media? Who owns all the media? Your party. Your lobbyists.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's if you can't find something, it's not that it's being hidden and suppressed. It doesn't exist.
So tell me this.
Where did you get this from? Where did you get this from?
I found it online by doing my own research without relying on the big three companies.
And what's your source for that? Where did you find it?
Fox News, blah, 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 blah. Here, answer me this. Why did CNN from 2017 through 2021 keep on harping on the Russian collusion?
Yo, JW, thank you for 50 gifted subs. I appreciate you. So just to be clear, it is undeniable that Russia interfered in the 2020 election, or excuse me, 2016.
You just said that you don't believe that there was collusion, and now you're saying
yeah. So interfering in an election is not collusion, right? They're not the same thing. So collusion would imply that somebody worked with another country to interfere in the election. interfering in the election is just a country interfering in the election by doing something. And this was determined by our intelligence community, including the FBI, a bipartisan group of senators on the Senate Intelligence Committee that's full of Democrats and Republicans. They released an over a 1,000-page report on how Russia interfered in the 2016 election. And there were some concerning connections between Trump's campaign and Russia. For example, Russian officials met with the Trump campaign in 2016 in Trump Tower in New York City to give them dirt on Hillary Clinton. Is that not insane?
That absolutely did not happen.
What? Okay. So now we're just not being honest. I mean, we have fake court cases. You're saying, how about this? You want me to look that up?
Go ahead, and it better not be one of the big three media companies that literally.
I don't even know what the big three media companies are.
MSNBC, NBC, ABC.
What? Okay.
They're so biased. You cannot deny it. I mean, it's literally all, oh, Kamala's precious, and then Trump is evil. It's all it is. And it's any conservative.
How about Donald Trump himself?
No, I don't want that either, because that would be biased. I want you to find an independent news source that doesn't fund anyone primarily and tell me from there.
Yeah, so Donald Trump literally said, quote, "This was a meeting to get information on an opponent, totally legal and done all the time in politics."
Okay.
Donald Trump himself confirmed that this meeting happened.
So how does that sway the vote?
I'm not talking about, well, first of all, the fact that, like, you know, Russia and Russian officials are sitting down with the Trump campaign officials to give them dirt on Hillary Clinton. You don't think that could sway the vote?
He didn't get any dirt on Hillary Clinton, though, so why does it matter? He got nothing out of it.
I'm just asking, do you think that could sway the vote?
If he did, yes, it could, but he didn't.
Okay, exactly. So it could sway the vote, right? So you acknowledge it could sway the vote.
It could have, but he got nothing.
Wouldn't you agree that somebody running for president should not be meeting with officials from a foreign country to get dirt on an opponent?
Literally every politician since the beginning of time has done that.
When has Kamala Harris gotten information on Donald Trump from foreign officials in this campaign?
He doesn't have to, because all the media is literally just making up bullshit.
Well, you said it. Every politician ever has done it. So when did Joe Biden do it? When did Kamala Harris do it? When did Obama do it?
Whenever his son had a laptop overseas. How about that?
So I'm asking you just a simple question. Can you give me an example of Biden or Kamala Harris or Obama sitting down with foreign officials trying to get dirt on their opponent?
I didn't say they had to sit down. I mean, you don't have to if you literally have your son going overseas and like sharing all this, spilling the tea on your country.
Your whole, look, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but your whole premise of this argument that Hunter Biden did X, Y, and Z is totally false. There is nothing to back it up. I mean, I could ask you, what's your source? Can you provide evidence for this claim? And I'll sit here for 20 minutes while you try to go find something, and it's going to be nothing. I'm trying to save you the time of like trying to find this mysterious court case that you're referencing that Hunter Biden gave all this information to foreign officials. It does not exist. Hunter Biden did no such thing. There is no allegation against Hunter Biden from anybody in the legal field that he did such thing. So you got to get out of this misinformation trap and listen to yourself and listen to Donald Trump's own mouth where he's talking about, yeah, my campaign met with Russian officials. It was totally fine. I don't think that's totally fine.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
Do you think that's totally fine? Well, the pause tells me you think it's not, obviously, because why would any American support that?
Okay, why do you support the suppression of free speech? Why are you supporting someone? Okay, well, you literally do, because you're like, misinformation. Define misinformation.
Wait, how is calling something misinformation suppressing free speech?
Yeah, because you're literally taking people's opinions and views down because you think it's false.
Wait, misinformation is a term irrelevant from social media. Like, it can be used in the context of social media, but it's its own term of spreading information that is false.
Okay, well, don't you think it's up to people to decide what is or what isn't information, like do their own digging instead of relying on what other people say?
Well, when that happens, I by the way, first of all, when it comes to freedom of speech, I'm perfectly happy for you to have freedom of speech. You can go outside and say whatever the hell you want and scream at the wall and scream all the crazy conspiracy theories you want. That's perfectly fine. But you do not have a right to freedom of speech on social media. So you keep complaining about, oh, I'm in Facebook jail. Oh, my posts keep getting taken down. These are private companies. They have a right to do that. The Twitter and Facebook and whatever are not public squares. They are not the federal government. They're private companies. You have no right to free speech on there.
Kamala Harris herself has said that we need to suppress misinformation. What does that mean? Why would
Yeah,
she?
I think there should be regulation on social media companies that limits the amount of misinformation that's spread.
She has nothing to do with social media companies. So what does she mean by that? Like, why is she even speaking on something like that?
She can express a view. She can express a view without
which is insane,
directly
because that's a polarizing view. Like, if someone that is
how is that a polarizing view? There's regulation on like the news. When you turn on your TV, you see Fox News, you see MSNBC, you see CNN. There are certain regulations that govern what they do and what they can say and like what information they can or can't report.
But she has nothing to do with media or social media. So why is she commenting on it if she isn't a journalist, if she's not working?
Okay, so Kamala Harris has talked about religion before, but she doesn't work in the church. So is your view that if somebody doesn't have a direct impact on something or doesn't work in that field,
should be saying that
they can't
anyone
express
should be
a view?
censored for what they say? I don't think that is right.
You do not have a right to free speech on social media. And I think that if you're spreading misinformation on social media,
like, if I were to say something like in the street and someone disagreed with it, I don't want someone saying, "Oh,
Kamala Harris has never said you should be suppressed if you say something like in the street."
Well, I didn't say that. I'm just making the point. Why is she even bringing it up? Like,
she's never. But the example you just gave of like being in the street and saying something, she has never endorsed that. She's never endorsed like regulating what you can say in the streets, obviously within the bounds of the law.
Okay, and I misspoke. But
just to be clear, like, are you okay with Donald Trump's attacks on the First Amendment, saying that, you know, he wants to get rid of the licenses of media organizations that he doesn't like, or jailing people for a year that burn the American flag? That's a direct attack on the First Amendment.
I don't agree with that, but I mean, here's the difference. I don't agree with everything that he stands for, but I can still like make my choice for the best policies and not just vote based off of emotion.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. It's great. I'm not saying you have to agree with every single thing that Donald Trump stands for. But if you're bringing up freedom of speech and you're trying to slam Kamala Harris has never done or said anything that threatens the First Amendment. Donald Trump has said that he wants to take down media companies that don't agree with him. That is such a direct attack on the First Amendment that if you're so outraged about potential attacks on the First Amendment, you wouldn't be voting for Donald Trump.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But
So don't do it.
Okay, so let's move on to another topic. She is running primarily on women's rights and AB rights. Here's my thing. She cannot reverse anything that has been done with Roe. It is a state issue, so she's running on reinstating it to a federal level. That is literally not possible. She's running on a false promise.
I don't even know what I just heard. So if Congress passes a bill that protects a right to an abortion and Kamala Harris signs it into law as president, then it's federal law.
But here's the thing. It is a state issue. So like she cannot just reverse it like, oh, whoops, we didn't mean to do that. There is so much more to it. I mean, hell, if she did find a way, it would just take so freaking long. It wouldn't even be worth voting for her based on that.
Thank you, JW, for the 25 gifted subs. So I don't even know what the argument is here, because like, you know how Congress works. Like if Congress signs a law or passes a law and Kamala Harris signs it into law, then you know it's federal law, right?
Exactly. But you can't just sign an executive order like 1, 2, here we go. Like that's not how it works.
Yeah. So the point is that Kamala Harris would try to get Congress to pass a law that protects a woman's right to an abortion, and then she would sign that law or that bill into law and then protect it federally. Or alternatively, if a Supreme Court justice on the conservative side steps down, she would replace that justice with a more liberal justice who views the Constitution as protecting a right to an abortion. So then there's another mechanism of which it could work its way up the courts and be reinstated.
But here's the thing, that would literally never happen because it has been made a state issue.
Why the fuck would it not happen?
Because it's
already happened in history where it was
states are literally voting on it.
Yeah. So even if states vote on something, even if you have like 49 states who say, yeah, we want to protect abortion in our Constitution, it could still be interpreted by the Supreme Court as being protected by the Constitution, or Congress could pass a law and sign it and have it be protected under federal law. Those can still happen.
But it will not. Like there's no shot that it can be reversed. I mean,
the way it does happen is by voting for Kamala Harris and voting for a Democratic senator and your Democratic House members and votes for Democrats all the way down the ballot. If you care about reproductive rights out there, you want to control your own body, or if people in your life that you love control their own body, then you'd be voting for Kamala Harris.
Okay, well, I can argue the same thing whenever y'all say that Trump wants to do an outright AB ban. That can't happen either. Like he can't just, that would never happen. That would never happen. No one would agree to that.
Well, Donald
Even
Trump talked
maybe-
about doing. First of all, Lindsey Graham, who is like
He
one of Donald
literally
Trump's
did
best
not.
buddies, has endorsed a national ban and introduced a bill into Congress that would be a national
Okay,
ban.
so that's
and
his
if they
friend.
ban
Like,
it
I don't
through
agree with
Congress,
everything my fucking mom says. Like,
That's,
I mean,
and that's
we all have
that's
different
fine.
opinions.
That's fine. But point is that it can absolutely happen. Project 2025 calls for it, and in 2015,
He has denounced
Donald Trump
Project
said that a woman who
2025
gets in a
multiple
hold
times. It has
on,
nothing to do with
Donald
Project
Trump in
25.
2015, Donald Trump said a woman who gets an abortion should be punished for doing so. So the idea that Donald Trump is like, some pro-choice king and he just loves, no, utter nonsense. Just look at his record. He brags about overturning Roe v. Wade. He loves that he did it.
So if he were to do that, why didn't he do it the first time around whenever he got rid of Roe v. Wade? Why didn't he just do an outright ban? He didn't. He gave it to the
got
states.
Roe v. Wade overturned.
Okay,
And
but
the
he
only
didn't do
reason
an
there was
outright
not
ban,
a federal
did he?
abortion ban is because
Did he
there
do
were
an outright
Democrats in
ban?
Congress that
So
stopped
why would he do
it.
it now?
There were Democrats in Congress who stopped it. And also, I don't want him to even try. I don't want to test
him
it
to either. I'm literally saying it's never going to happen because he doesn't stand for that. Mm-hmm. He does not.
Except I don't want him to try. I am more confident.
He's not going to try.
Hold on. How do you know that? He said that women should be punished for getting an abortion.
When did he say that? Give me a
In
source.
2015 when he was running.
When did he say that? Do you have a
In
clip?
2015.
Do you have a clip other than an article with no video evidence?
You want a clip?
Give me a clip.
You got it.
The full clip, not some little 15-second snippet. I want like the full whatever led into it and whatever was after.
That's what the law's going to be. It depends on who gets.
It's human life as people see it. What crime? What crime is it?
Well, it's human life.
No.
This presidential.
What should the law be on abortion?
Well, I have been pro-life.
I know. What should the law? I know your principle. That's a good value, but what should be the law?
This presidential election is going to be very important because when you say what's the law, nobody knows what the law is going to be. It depends on who gets elected because somebody's going to appoint conservative judges and somebody's going to appoint liberal judges depending on who wins.
I've never understood the pro-life position.
Well,
I never understood it because I understand the principle. It's human life as people see it. Well,
Which
what
it is.
crime? What crime is it?
Well, it's human life.
No. Should the woman be punished for having an abortion?
Look, I would say that it's a very serious problem, and it's a problem that we have to decide on. It's very.
But you're for
are you
banning
going to
it.
say? Well, wait. Are you going to say put them in jail? Is that?
Well,
the
no, what I'm
punishment that
asking
you're talking
you
about?
because you say you want to ban it. What's that mean?
I am pro-life. Yes.
What is ban? How do you ban abortion? How do you actually do it?
Well, you'll go back to a position like they had where people will perhaps go to illegal places.
Yeah.
But you have to ban it.
Do you believe
No, but
do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no? As a principle.
The answer is that there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman.
Yeah, there has to be some form.
Okay, you got me there. Okay, I'm willing to accept that.
So Donald Trump said that. Kamala Harris has never said that. Kamala Harris stands up for women's right to choose, and she will try to fight to reinstate these rights. Donald Trump will not. He might even go a step further and try to restrict these rights. I'm much more confident that these rights will be fought for and protected by Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. And if you want these rights to be fought for and protected, then you'd also be voting for Kamala Harris.
See, but there's more to vote on than that. And I hate saying that because
Sure.
I know I'm basically saying like I don't care because I can't have one. But I mean, it's just people laugh at her. People people just laugh in our face right now. We have no leadership. She just
Just to be clear, the Biden administration was far more approved of around the world by like people in different countries, like actual citizens of these countries.
because they're making money
than
off
the
of
Trump
proxy
administration.
wars. They are making money off of proxy wars. That makes sense.
Really, the people of fucking Sweden are making money off of fucking proxy wars? The people of Japan are making money off of
Did I
proxy
say
wars? What are you
everyone? I
talking
mean, there are
about?
going to be certain people like that are benefiting from what's going on the Gaza Strip, that are benefiting from what's
What
going
are
on
you
in
talking
Ukraine.
about? This is
People are
utter
literally
nonsense.
making
The
money
point-
off of this.
You're saying that Kamala Harris is getting laughed at, and I'm telling you that the people around the world and countries that we're allied with, especially, they approve more of Joe Biden than they do of Donald Trump. They approve more of Obama than they do of Donald Trump. They respected the office of the presidency more when Obama and Biden were in office than Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris is obviously part of the Biden administration. So I don't know who's laughing at her, but it's not actual people. It's like the little weird cult you guys got going over there on the Republican side that thinks that Kamala Harris is the worst thing ever. But in reality, a lot of people actually respect her. A lot of people like her around the world, and she is respected around the world. Donald Trump is not. He got laughed at. We have audio of allies of ours in Canada, France, and Germany laughing at Donald Trump because of how incompetent he is and how absurd he is.
If he was incompetent, we wouldn't have had 4 years with no new wars.
Oh,
That's
really?
not
Because more
incompetence.
American soldiers died under Donald Trump than they did under Joe Biden. So if it was
We
so
had no
peaceful, then why
new
are more
wars.
Americans dying under Trump than Biden?
We had no new wars. I didn't say that less people died. I
We
just
also
said
have no
that we
new
didn't
wars
start
under
any.
Biden in terms of troops being directly involved.
But we still have proxy wars going on. Do you want that happening? Like that? It literally. Okay, so Kamala Harris went over to Russia to speak with Zelensky and with Putin, and she said,
not true.
"Don't." Okay, and then literally 3 days later, a fucking proxy war starts. Do you
That's
think
not
that is
true.
good
This has already been
It's
fact
literally
checked.
it's fact.
Nope, this
It
has
is
been
fact.
fact checked so many times.
I
You really-
literally watched it happen.
You can't keep just saying I literally watched it happen.
I did. I watched it on the news. I watched it on the news. She went over there and then she was like, Ukraine is a country that is smaller than Russia, blah, blah. And then she went over there and she said, don't, and then just left. And then like literally after they landed in the U.S., a fucking proxy war starts. That is not leadership.
Yeah, so facts first. Trump's claim is false. Harris has never met with Putin. In reality, she met with U.S. allies, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the Munich Secretary Conference in the days before Russia's February 2022
Okay, so she
invasion
met
of
with
Ukraine.
Zelensky.
Putin
So
was
she
not
gave
at
a
the
direct
conference.
message to Putin and said, don't. And then 3 days later, he fucking starts with her because
But
do
you
think
just said
he's
that she
going
met
to-
with Putin and Zelensky.
Okay, well, she still spoke to Putin, whether it was in person
she didn't.
or not. Yes, she did. She literally
No, she
said,
didn't.
don't.
What the fuck are you getting this from? This is why it's impossible to have conversations with folks like yourself, because like respectfully, you're making things up. This did
I'm
not
literally
happen.
not making
She
anything
didn't- By
up.
the way, she also didn't just go over and say don't. I don't know where you're getting that from either. Every time she
It's
speaks, she
literally-
gives a
I've seen
speech about
clips.
whatever topic she's discussing. It's like, what are you talking about? And
was saying,
also,
don't-
again, we
don't
are
fuck
not.
with Ukraine.
No new wars have
And
been
then
started
3
under
days
Joe
later.
Biden. We are
It's
actually
literally-
in
there are
less
literally
war
two
right
wars
now
going
in
on
terms
right
of
now. Do
direct
you not
troops
see that?
than we were under Donald Trump.
There are literally
Like,
two.
what the fuck are you talking about? This is
There are
crazy.
literally two fucking proxy wars going on right now. They didn't start
Wait,
until after.
You're telling me that no proxy wars were taking place under Donald Trump?
He didn't start any. He wasn't directly
Did Joe Biden or Kamala Harris start any?
Yeah, because their lack of leadership and
Really?
funding
Okay, how did their
Iran-
lack of leadership
funding
lead to Russia
Iran
invading
in order
Ukraine?
to fund Hamas to attack Israel on October 7th?
So
That
how
was
did
direct
their lack of
responsibility.
leadership lead to Ukraine being invaded by Russia? Can you give me any evidence or any example of that?
Okay, yeah, I literally just gave it to you whenever our freaking clown of a leader goes over and says, don't fuck
So
with
that,
Ukraine.
that means
and
nothing. That
flies
means
back
absolutely
over.
nothing to me. That means absolutely
Do you
nothing to me.
think, answer me this.
Can you
think
give me like an
that-
actual example, like a tangible example of like a
think
lack
that
of leadership
anyone-
leading to Russia invading Ukraine?
Do you think that they're literally on the lines right now with North Korean troops? I mean, it's like it's
Yeah, no,
about.
I'm not. That's perfectly fine, but that's not answering the question I just asked you.
What did you ask?
So, how did or give me an example of their lack of leadership leading to Russia invading Ukraine? Can you just give me an example of that?
Well, first of all, they don't respect women in countries like Russia or Iran. So how do you think that's going to translate whenever it doesn't matter how respected or powerful you are? They just don't respect women. That's how it is over there. So how do you
Really?
think-
I mean, so when Angela Merkel was the leader in Germany, she did pretty well. She dealt with all these countries.
yeah, but she's not involved in proxy wars with them.
Germany
And making
funds
money.
Ukraine.
She is not making money from like the way that we are here in the States. We are literally funding. We're sending like $450 million.
I just think this is a you problem, man. I think like you and Trump don't respect women. It's not like these foreign leaders,
Are you
because at the end of the
fucking
day, no, I'm serious. At the end of the day, if Putin or like Kim Jong-un or one of these leaders doesn't want to respect Harris, that'll go incredibly poorly for them. They'll be really, really bad for them.
Okay, so who's to say they wouldn't start a war just to fuck with a woman? I mean, that would absolutely happen because
Why would they do that?
Because they don't respect women and they laugh
What's the
at.
incentive? What's the incentive? Okay, like, what do you? This is like I can't even believe what we're talking about right now. Like, this is just a complete misunderstanding of foreign policy, that they're going to just start a war because she's a woman. What? That is
They've
such
literally
like a
started.
insane
Okay,
thing to say.
So tell me this: do you think that funding Iran so that they could fund Hamas?
We don't fund Iran.
We literally gave them millions of dollars.
Nope.
We did. It
Nope.
happened. It happened.
Really? How did? Wait. So what? So give me the breakdown. Tell me what led up to this. What bill was passed that allowed this to happen? What happened?
I don't know the exact bill, but I know that we
exactly,
sent
because it
money
didn't fucking
for
happen. We
weapons
didn't give money
one
to
of our
Iran.
enemies that don't respect us at all. They don't respect women. Like women just now got the right to drive, and like literally 2 years ago. So we are sending money.
So just to be clear, can you give me? You can't tell me how we're sending money. You're just saying we're sending money, and that's it.
We literally have. I mean, it's
Okay, I'm asking you,
a fact.
what have we sent money for? What was it? What was the context surrounding it?
I said weapons. We funded weapons, and back in the Obama years, we literally sent money so that they could fund their nuclear development. It literally happened.
No, that's absolutely not what
It was
happened.
on national news.
We lifted sanctions on Iran. We didn't give them weapons. We didn't buy weapons from Iran under Obama. What the fuck are you? This
Where
is
did
actually so insane.
Where did Hamas get the money to attack?
This is so insane.
Israel?
They get their money through a variety of ways, but mainly Iran. But that money is not coming from the United States. It's just like, this is so like the misinformation, like the actual like misinformation is crazy. It's just it's like you need to fact check more. You need to fact check more. You need to fact check yourself a little bit more, man.
But I could say the same for you.
Please tell me something I lied about. Please tell me something I was off on. Well, we can see that you're off the live right now. You have to come back to TikTok. Yeah, we can't hear you right now. We just I can't tell if he's leaving or is he Googling. What's going on here? Yo, Kirsten, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you. Thank you for the boxing glove. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. Oh, Big Bo. Big Bo. Yo, what's up, man? Thanks for the galaxy. Yo, shout out Big Bo. We love Big Bo. What an amazing guy. He just left. He just straight up left. Well, that makes my life easier, quite frankly. No problem there. No problem. And thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Please fill the chat with W's for Ann. A-N-E. Please fill the chat with W's for Ann. That is incredibly kind. Thank you for the $50. She said thank you. No, Ann, thank you. You are amazing. Fill the chat with W's. My God. Soren says, election day tomorrow. Thank you for the $1. Let's close this damn thing out, Harry. Harris X Walls. You're damn right. And Jack and Piper's mom, thank you for the $77 on Venmo, saying we're going to win this election. I can't wait to see Trump cry. I'm feeling good. I know you all are too. Jack and Piper's mom, that's so incredibly kind. Thank you for the $77. That is so kind. Fill the chat with W's for Jack and Piper's mom as well. Manuel, thank you for the $50 saying Harry's live. Fill the chat with W's for Manuel as well. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for watching. And again, it's the night before the election, dude. It's so insane. Anna, thank you for the $20. Thank you for your knowledge and making changes. Anna, thank you for the $20, and thank you for your effort in making change. We're all part of this together. You know what I mean? I appreciate you. Naomi, thank you for the $20. Just for the joy I felt when the next president of the United States of America pointed and recognized you. She sees us. Naomi, thank you so much. That was a really cool moment at her rally. She pointed at Chris and I while we were there. It's pretty dope. It was pretty cool. Roberta, thank you for the $5. One more day. You've taught this old Alaska grandma so much. Thank you, Roberta. You're not a day over 25. I don't know what you're talking about. I appreciate the $5. Get out there and vote in Alaska. Elise, thank you for the $1. Election and my birthday tomorrow. I'm terrified. I've had so much anxiety about it. I really hope Harris wins. Elise, take a breather. Stay calm. You got this. Happy early birthday. We're a little on East Coast time, at least. It's an hour before. So happy early birthday. I hope it's a good one. I hope you can get the birthday wish that you want. Sommer, thank you for the $10. Welcome back no matter what happens. Thank you for educating, supporting, and advocating for us all. Sommer, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. I mean, that is so kind. Thank you a million times over. And JW, thank you for the $100 saying for tonight and every day you do this. Hope you like the 100 subs. I appreciate that. Please fill the chat with W's for JW right now. $100. Please fill the chat with W's for JW. That is so incredibly kind. I appreciate you. I need the W's in the chat right now. Ladies, gents, boys, and girls. That is so kind. And Kira, thank you for the $5. Many people will be voting for Harris tomorrow because of you. You're such an important part of this process. Thank you so much, Kira. I can't tell you how much that means to me. That's incredibly kind. Hopefully, all we want is to hopefully make the impact that we set the goal for, you know what I mean? Which is, getting people to vote for Kamala Harris. So hopefully folks do go to the polls tomorrow and vote for Kamala Harris. Please go do that. Please go vote tomorrow. If you haven't already, if you haven't early voted, please go vote. And remember that if you are in line, even if the poll closed, you have a right to vote. You must stay in line. All right, let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk. All right, let's bring up this guy. Invited him. I donated in Cash App. Oh, Stacy. Oh my God, Stacy. Hold on now. Hold on. While we try to get somebody up, let me go in Cash App. Tasha, thank you for the $1 payment received. Deborah, thank you for the $5. Educating Americans. I appreciate you. Stacy, thank you for the $5. Stacy, shout out Stacy. Thank you for all that you do. We got this. Hopefully. Daisy J, thank you for the $1. Diego and Twice, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. All right, let's get somebody up here. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I will bring you up and we can talk. This guy says Trump for policies and leadership. Jane, I invited you if you want to come up. Amanda, let's see if we can bring Amanda up. Amanda's not requesting up right now, so I can't bring her up. Some people I just can't, for some reason I can't invite some people. Educated MAGA scares you? Let's bring this person up because apparently I'm scared of educated MAGA, which is an oxymoron. Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hold on. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. I appreciate you. Again, last live of the election season, or last debate live of the election season, which is crazy to think about. And also drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. And Dogs, all right, what's up, man? Are you calling yourself an educated MAGA?
That's right.
Okay. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm voting for Donald Trump because he is going to be a far better president than Kamala Harris, and that's evidenced by the 4 years we've had under Trump and the 4 years we've had under the Democrats.
Okay, so what did Donald Trump do in his 4 years that you like, and what did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do in their 4 years that you didn't like?
Yeah, well, we had a safer border under them. We had a stronger economy.
So what did Donald Trump do to make the border safer?
Executive orders on day one.
Like what?
Like limiting the amount of people that can come over legally.
With what executive order? What did the executive order do to make that happen?
You want me to find you the number of the executive order?
I'm not asking you to find me the number of the executive order. I'm asking you to tell me what the executive order does. You said that it limits the amount of people that can come over. How did that executive order, or whatever executive order you're alluding to, do that?
I don't know. It allowed border agents. Okay.
You just don't know. Just pointing out that, again, you said you were an educated MAGA at the beginning of this conversation. And how did Donald Trump make the economy better?
I go to college is what I was saying. I go to college. I don't know every stat because I go to college and I don't sit on TikTok all day.
I go to college as well.
Yeah, what college
I go to college. I won't say it out loud, but it's top 30 in the United States.
Yeah.
So what did Donald Trump do to make the economy
top 20,
better?
So mine's top 20.
What school do you go to?
I'll say mine if you say yours.
Well, there's no negative for you saying yours.
Why? Why was there a negative for you saying yours? You don't think
because there's people that are freaks.
You don't think people can find out where you go to college?
Yeah, I mean, people are already saying I go to NYU.
I go to NYU. You don't go to NYU.
Yes, I do.
You literally don't. I go to NYU. What are you studying? Politics
and law with a focus on constitutional law.
And what school is that under?
Gallatin.
Huh. You go to NYU?
Yeah.
Real quick, I was about to ask you what dorm you're in, but I can't ask that. Are you in a dorm?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna tell you anything about that. Anyway, what did Donald Trump do to make the economy better? What school are you in at NYU?
I'm in the College of Arts and Sciences right now.
And what are you studying?
Well, I'm in liberal studies right now, but I'm going to transfer to probably econ.
Liberal study? I'm joking. Well, what did Donald Trump do to make the economy better?
He took off regulations.
Like what?
He taxed the rich less, which is a trickle-down.
Okay, all right.
It's a trickle-down effect.
So you're straight up acknowledging that Donald Trump cut taxes for the wealthy, and it helped the wealthy, right?
Absolutely.
So, yo, JW, thank you for the line. I appreciate you so much. Shout out JW with the line. I appreciate that, brother. Go.
Trickle-down economics.
Yeah, can you give me an example of trickle-down economics working?
Yes, I can.
Hello, can you give me an example of trickle-down economics working, please?
Yeah, 2016 to 2020.
2016 to 2020. So how did trickle-down economics work then?
Well, we had the lowest unemployment rate for African Americans in the U.S.
Joe Biden had lower unemployment rate for African Americans.
Correct. But Donald Trump started that, and Joe Biden continued the.
How did the tax cut lead to like what's the data connecting the tax cuts to low black unemployment?
It's a simple economics. When the rich, it literally is.
Oh, come on, bro. Nah, this is crazy. This is crazy. So here's the thing. There's actually there's no evidence to suggest, obviously, that the tax cuts led to specifically lower black unemployment. Matter of fact, there's a number of studies that show that for lower income earners, lowest quintile of earners in the United States, their after-tax income over time is actually lower than it is for the highest quintile. The highest quintile grows in after-tax income. The lowest quintile goes down in after-tax income. And there's a study done. This is all in a Brookings Institute article. It's really good. But all the there was a study done by a Republican and a Democratic economist that found that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would only increase the GDP over 10 years by 0.02%, yet add trillions to our deficit, which we're seeing happening right now. The year after it was signed into law, we had $1 trillion deficit. After every single year of Obama's presidency, the deficit went down. Every single year of Donald Trump's, the deficit went up. So I'm just curious where all the data is to suggest that it's a good thing.
Well, it's just showing that the economy. You can see that the economy did better under Donald Trump.
Yeah, but why? You actually have to point to data to show that Donald Trump did something for the economy to make it better.
Yeah, I did, and you can't point 1-to-1 on how directly cutting taxes led to black unemployment being lower. It's not a 1-to-1 correlation.
Yeah, so if you acknowledge that there's not a 1-to-1 and you can't point to data to suggest it, then maybe you shouldn't be claiming that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to low black unemployment if you can't prove it, right?
Well, when you look at the evidence of what happened and why it happened, you can see it. You can't point to a 1-to-1 guaranteed, but
wait, that's such nonsense. Yeah, buddy, I don't know if you should go into another school at NYU if that's your argument that, well, you can just see it. It's obviously happened after it. You can just see it, right? That's such nonsense.
Well,
you actually have to prove.
I have to go to another school at NYU. I mean, Donald Trump is better in every single area. How about Roe v. Wade? That's a great one.
How about following the law?
What are you talking about?
How about following the law?
How does that affect the lives of average Americans? Tell me, please.
So if the president is openly and flagrantly breaking the law, that hurts us.
Okay, first of all, even Democrat people like Alan Dershowitz agree that was crazy. And
Alan Dershowitz is not a Democrat.
Yeah, he is.
But second of all, I also don't care about what Alan Dershowitz says. I mean, do you know about Alan Dershowitz? I mean, get real. But just following the law. Trump is a convicted felon. He's been indicted in 3 different jurisdictions, and 4 overall. I mean, I'd want a president that follows the law, wouldn't you? I'd want a president who's not a convicted felon, wouldn't you?
Correct. I would prefer that. But tell me how that affects your life today, tomorrow.
Yeah,
tell me how
for sure. Because the president of the United States is tasked with upholding the laws and protecting the laws. So it's kind of hard for that to happen if the president themselves is breaking the law. And when the president breaks the law to help them, that affects us. So January 6th and Donald Trump breaking the law to try to overturn an election he didn't win and trying to overturn an election he didn't win, an election that I voted in, hurts me. It hurts you even if you didn't vote in it.
First of all, Alan Dershowitz has been a Democrat his whole life, first of all.
I couldn't fucking care less about Alan Dershowitz. He's one of Donald Trump's buddies now. Continue.
Because, okay, what about Roe v. Wade being overturned and Kamala Harris
no comment on the cases I just said?
What was it? Well, I commented on it several times. It was faulty.
Okay, how is it faulty?
I mean, everyone knows it was a political thing. The DA of New York, in the most liberal city in America, the jury of the most liberal city in America. I mean, you can, if you don't think the jury, the DA was biased, then you're just being dishonest.
Who picked the jury?
You're a shill. I get you're a Democrat shill, but
yawn. New talking point, please. Who picked the jury?
It's a combination.
Combination of who and how?
The defense and I. Just so you know, it doesn't matter who picked the jury.
And who? The defense and who?
It doesn't matter who picked the jury.
The defense and who?
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. It doesn't matter who picked the jury. It's the defense and the prosecution,
right? So both of these sides are picking the jury. So is your claim that Donald Trump rigged the jury against himself?
My claim is that Donald Trump couldn't go to Georgia and pick the jury for himself. He had to deal with people from New York, Manhattan. I don't care.
Where he committed the crimes,
Right. So if you're choosing out of a pool of super liberal people and you choose liberal people.
Yeah,
mean,
but
that's just how-
the idea that first of all, not everybody
I
in
didn't
Manhattan.
just say it.
Wait, hold on. First of all, not everybody in Manhattan votes, right? And not everybody in Manhattan is a Democrat, and not everybody in Manhattan hates Donald Trump. So, and statistically speaking, I think like Donald Trump like won like, I don't know, like 15 or 12% of the vote, something like that, in Manhattan. So statistically speaking, there would be at least one Trump supporter on the jury, right?
I mean,
So the idea that the jury was rigged against Donald Trump is utter nonsense, given that he picked the jury himself.
Okay,
He was
what about
part
the
of it.
DA? What about the DA that said he was going to go after Donald Trump, and that was one
He
of
actually
his...
said he's going to follow the facts and they'll take him where it may, and that he will
No,
hold Donald Trump accountable if Donald Trump broke the law. That's what he said, and he followed the facts.
He also said he was going to go after. Did he not say that?
He said he was going to continue to investigate because there was already an active ongoing investigation, so he wasn't going to end the investigation, obviously. So he said he was going to follow the facts and they would take him where they may. And they took him to indicting Donald Trump, which is what happened. And Donald Trump was found guilty in New York. And you're voting for a convicted felon. I think that's fucking crazy.
Well, Alvin Bragg said he was going to go after Donald Trump. He said that.
So let's just say hypothetically, a district attorney says, yeah, I'm going to go after Donald Trump. And that's like all they say. They don't say anything about like the truth being the truth or whatever. They go after Donald Trump. They still have to go before a jury and prove their case. They still have to go through the legal process and give Donald Trump due process. And if their case is faulty, judges throw cases out all the time. The case was not thrown out. So they went to a trial. Donald Trump was found guilty by a jury of his peers. Can you point me to any part of the trial or any move by the district attorney that was political and didn't give Donald Trump the rights that he's afforded by the Constitution?
Did you say judges throw out cases?
Yeah, judges throw out cases all the time.
Democrat donating judges throw out cases against Donald?
Democrat donating judges, Republican donating judges, yes. Judges throw out cases, yes.
Right, they do. Thank you for bringing up that he was a judge that that donated to the Democrat Party. Thank you for acknowledging
So then
that.
if you're saying that he's biased, then can you point me to an example in the trial of which he was biased against Donald Trump?
Yeah.
The answer is no. I already know. We can go quicker about through this. I know you're not going to be able to do it, so you can just say no if you want.
I can't give you an exact point.
Exactly. So how can you say the fucking trial's rigged? Oh my God. It's so funny. How can you say the trial is rigged then?
Because he donated to the Democratic Party, and everyone knows.
Okay.
People like
so how does that make it rigged?
Because
See,
it was
you're not. But here's the thing. What were the charges against Donald Trump in the New York City case?
The charges were that he falsified business records and shuffled around some money and wrote it as a campaign expense when it was paying off.
No, he wrote it as a legal retainer. But
Okay,
go ahead.
No, you can go. Paying off.
No, you want to say something? Go ahead.
I was just finishing what I was saying, but you kind of finished it for me, which is fine.
Okay. So those were the charges against Donald Trump. All right. How were they faulty? What was bad? Like, just name, and can you name anything in the trial? Because so far, all you just keep saying is the judge did this, Alan Dershowitz said this. You're not actually engaging with any of the evidence or the charges against Donald Trump. So it sounds like you just don't know about the case, and you're just claiming that they're faulty just because.
No, I'm not saying that they're faulty just because. What I'm saying is not everyone, a lot of people acknowledge left and right that if someone else had done these things, they would not have been attacked like Donald Trump was.
I don't even know who. Can you name me like 5 Democrats who have said that?
I can't name you 5 people that said that because I don't. I can name you Alan Dershowitz. I can name you. What? Off the top of my head. This isn't my full-time job, Harry. I'm not a Democratic shill.
No,
I'm not a Republican.
Well, if you're going to say something.
Alan Dershowitz. There you go.
You said, first of all, Alan Dershowitz is not a Democrat. He supports Donald Trump. He goes on Fox News frequently as a Fox News contributor to back up Donald Trump. All of his legal garbage has been debunked time and time again. So he's not a Democrat. He doesn't support Kamala Harris or any of this nonsense. But if you're saying something that Democrats left and right, or people just left and right say this, then I would hope that you'd be able to like point to people who actually say it.
Right.
But nobody does. Anybody that's worth anything in the legal field is not saying, oh, this is such a rigged case and Donald Trump was prosecuted and targeted. That's such utter nonsense.
Right. Alan Dershowitz, lifelong lawyer, doesn't know as much as Harry Gallatin, make up my own degree.
So I'm not saying that I'm a lawyer, but what I'm saying is that people like Alan Dershowitz are full of crap. Because we actually have prosecutors in that courtroom who prosecuted Donald Trump. Alan Dershowitz, every single step of the way, was wrong about this case.
Do you think that Donald Trump would have been the same thing would have happened if this happened in Texas? If he did this in Texas?
Yeah,
Do you think it would
probably.
have been the same result?
Yeah, the evidence was just overwhelming. Yeah.
It wasn't. Oh my gosh! It wasn't overwhelming at all.
Really? So when you have Michael Cohen testifying, when you have Hope Hicks testifying, when you have David Pecker testifying, David Pecker testified to the fact that there was a conspiracy entered into between Trump and his campaign and the National Enquirer, which David Pecker owned. It was one of the companies that fell under his media conglomerate. When you have all these people close to Donald Trump testifying, when you have all this physical evidence, such as checks signed by Donald Trump and handwritten notes by Trump's former CFO in the Trump organization, talking about the money being trumped up to give Michael Cohen a salary and money for taxes and money for Stormy Daniels, when you have all this physical evidence, testimony, even audio recordings of Donald Trump engaging in another hush money deal for another woman, you say that the evidence is not overwhelming?
What I'm saying is that if this was a case of anyone else, they would not have been prosecuted like Donald Trump was. And here's what you do. You distract us with these unimportant things that aren't affecting. Okay, you go talk to anyone that's struggling to pay for groceries and say, what do you care about more? The price of groceries or that Donald Trump
let's talk about that.
some money around for Stormy Daniels? Or what do you care about more? Children being unalived because of abortion access or...
Oh my God. So dumb. Okay, so what is Donald Trump going to do to make groceries cheaper? If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it.
First of all, why are you rolling your eyes about children being unalived? I mean, third trimester, it happens electively.
Yeah, it's less than 1% of the time.
Okay, how much?
JW, think of the whale. I appreciate
still
you.
Thousands, and it happens electively.
It's around 6. JW, think of another whale diving. It's around 6,000 per year, and all of these abortions are in the event of medical emergencies.
That's wrong, and we can bet $1,000 on it right now.
What's wrong about what I just said?
That all of them are medical emergencies.
No, the overwhelming majority are medical emergencies. Then.
Great, overwhelming majority. So we both agree that it shouldn't happen electively in the third trimester?
No, my view is that I think states can regulate it in the third trimester if they want to. But I think it should be accessible in the third trimester for women who experience medical emergencies.
Okay, so if it's not a medical emergency, it shouldn't be happening in the third trimester.
Yeah, I'd probably say that. I think states can have regulate that if they want.
Great, because that was happening under Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, I mean, if states want to allow it in the third trimester, that's fine, because that's what Roe v. Wade allowed.
Yeah, like states like Minnesota are still allowing that. Democrat-run cities are still allowing that. I'm glad that you have a somewhat rational view of it.
Well, you have an irrational view. You have an irrational view.
You don't even know what my view is about it, but
do you think Roe v. Wade should have been overturned?
I definitely have an irrational view of it in your opinion, so I don't even know why.
Yeah, so maybe that was not a very smart thing to say.
I mean, I don't care. I'm fine with my view.
So what were you gonna cite? You said $1,000. That's not the case. What were you gonna cite?
Well, you agree with me.
Well, no, I was just curious. What were you gonna cite?
Theconversation.com.
The what?
Theconversation.com, gynecologist professor of University of San Francisco.
Well, what does it say?
It says less than 1% of abortions. I don't have the article pulled up. This is one I have seen a few times, though. Well, it's like less than 1% of abortions, which I acknowledge, but that's still too many. Yeah. Less than 1% of abortions take place in the third trimester.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know why you're looking at this. You literally agreed with me.
No, I'm just making sure you have something to back it up, that's all.
Yeah, I do. And then if you scroll down, it says... Other women described barriers that weren't directly related to policy. One young woman, for example, was so afraid that her parents would judge her for becoming pregnant that she took no action toward getting the abortion.
That's why Roe v. Wade should be the law of the land, so women have access to abortions, and it should be the law that people don't have to inform their parents about getting an abortion.
She had the ability to do that. She just was afraid of what her parents would say.
Some states require minors, for example, that they have to inform their parents if they get an abortion.
That is absolutely what should be the case. Are you serious? That shouldn't be the case? If you had a kid, you wouldn't want your kid... Shit. You wouldn't want I don't think that a state, that's so crazy. I don't think that women under the age of 18 or women of any age should have to be informed or have their parents informed that they got an abortion. That's insane. No, it's not insane at all.
It's their, why would their parents have to be informed about that?
Because it's their child and they're legal guardian of that child. Legally, they're
so
legally.
what about a woman? Let's just say a 16-year-old girl, right? A girl who's needs to get an abortion, but her parents are violently and vehemently pro-life to the point that they would disown her if they got an abortion. You think that girl should either have to go through with that pregnancy or tell their parents, have their parents informed by the doctors that they got an abortion?
I love this fallacy that the Democrats use.
It's what fallacy?
The fallacy is that you argue from a stance that's super dramatic, even though in every situation you would be okay with it. And then you say the most dramatic thing to make it look radical.
Explain the fallacy. What's the logical fallacy there?
The logical fallacy is that you argue from a stance that is super radical. And then
wait. This is oh my God. This is something that could very perfectly and reasonably happen under a law that you're proposing. A law that says, oh no, if you're a minor and get an abortion, your parents have to be informed. You're saying
Harry,
that what I just said is such a radical out there possibility that it shouldn't even be discussed? What?
Argue from the stance that you believe in, and that's that they should be able to do it any time. Not just when it's dramatic, where they need it to save their life.
I don't think in any instance, if a 17-year-old girl or 16-year-old girl wants to get an abortion, that her parents have to be informed. That's nonsense.
Okay, great. Exactly. So argue from that stance instead of saying, oh, if her life is on the line, but her parents are insanely against it.
Wait, I never said anything about her life being on the line.
Yeah, you did. You said, she needs it for life saving, or however you put it.
I did not say that.
You said something like
that's utter nonsense. What are you talking about? I'm saying that just generally, that if a 17-year-old girl, 18 or 16-year-old girl, I should say, wants to get an abortion, her parents should not have to be informed about that decision. Do you agree or disagree?
Right. As I said before, and you're about to have some child hissy fit, I disagree with you.
Why?
Because the parents are the legal guardian, and I believe that parents should know what happens to their kids. Just do you think transgender surgery should be allowed for kids without telling their parents?
No.
Great. Well, a lot of people
that's just the medical That's the medical standard as it stands right now.
Yeah, but why not?
Minors do not get surgeries.
Why should a child not be able to do that?
Because scientists agree that is not beneficial for the child in most cases.
Minors shouldn't be able to get surgeries?
Yeah,
without
gender transition surgeries?
No, well, you said surgeries, but
what the okay. This is such a dumb conversation. Yeah, you just brought up transitioning. So obviously, in that instance, when I say surgeries, I'm referencing something in particular. This is such nonsense. But that doesn't happen as well. Just for the record, that doesn't happen.
What doesn't happen?
Minors do not get gender transition surgery. How are you at NYU and you can't follow this? This is insane. God, we got to downrank this school. Downrank that school, man. All right, anything else you want to talk about? I'm sick of this conversation.
Okay, then au revoir. I'm going to be voting twice tomorrow for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I hope you do, and then get prosecuted for fraud. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up, and we can talk. Sydney, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you. Let me come up and talk to him. He's gone. Vina, thank you for the $10. Thank you for your work. I appreciate you, Vina. Thank you for being here. Lauren, thank you for the $5, saying recovering from knee surgery, watching you, hoping Kamala wins tomorrow. Thank you for all that you do. I hope you recover quickly from your knee surgery. And I hope the recovery is going well thus far. I also too hope that Kamala Harris wins tomorrow. It's vital. It's imperative. You might describe it as it's imperative. Monique, thank you for the $10 as well, saying for your knowledge. Monique, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Look at that profile picture as well. That looks like Disney. It's nice. Jamie, thank you for the $15, keeping you. Jamie, oh, what the hell is this? Thank you for the turkey. I appreciate you. Jamie, thank you for the $15 as well, saying keeping you. Jamie, keeping you as well. I appreciate you, and thank you for the galaxy. Noel, thank you for the $1, educating us all. We try. Thank you. Linda says 270. It's go time. I appreciate you for the $2.70. Gotta hit it. Jen, thank you for the $50, saying we are not going back. Harry, praying for a Harris win tomorrow. Love your Jewish mom in California. Everybody show some love to Jen in the chat for $50. Fill the chat with W's, please. That's all I ask. Please fill the chat with W's. I appreciate you so much Brian, thank you for the $5. Let's go Harris Walls 2024. First time voting. Everybody give it up for Brian. Everybody give it up for Brian, man. First time voting. Are you kidding me? We love first time voters. Get out there and make your voice heard, buddy. Chloe, thank you for the $10. Thanks for all that you guys are doing to support democracy from this old fart in California. Again, not a day over 25, Chloe, please. It's not a day over 25. Victoria, thank you for the $5. I'm the Trump accuser, and in your queue now, let's go live. Victoria, let's get you up here at some point. Absolutely. I'd love to do that. Miles, thank you for the $1. I'm MAGA, but respect your dedication to your beliefs. Let's get Victoria up here if we can get into that, into like the Trump assault allegations. That'd be good. All right, Justin. Hello, are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Why are you MAGA?
Actually, I just want to start off with this. You know the Monroe Doctrine, right?
No.
You don't?
No, it sounds familiar. I just couldn't tell you what it is right now.
I'll explain it real quick. So it was basically a president telling all of Europe that... Hold on. Let me re-get it. Telling the Europe that if they came over here, they were going to get their ass beat. You know what I mean? And I'm saying we basically need a strong president right now. Like we're in a
What year were you born? What year were you born? What year were you born?
2004.
You wouldn't be 18 if you were born in 2004. No, man. Nice try. Have a good one. Yeah, I knew that. I had to hear him talk a little bit more. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Christians for Trump, says Emma. Let's give her an invite. I want to hear about that. Sydney, thank you for the $1. Raphael, thank you for the $20. Very excited for our future and first Madam President. Me too. Laney, thank you for the $5. I am very excited as well. I am very, very excited for tomorrow. I'm nervous, but very excited. MAGA math. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's 2024. He 2004 is 20. He said he was 18. He said he was 18. Matt Gibson. Let's get Matt Gibson up here. Patricia's throwing red hearts in the chat. I think that means she's MAGA. 2004 is 20. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he said he was 18. If he was born in 2004, he cannot be 18. What are people in the chat? Patricia, hello. Hello. Oh, she left, bro. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Let's see. Who do we got? Wait, what? Oh, sorry. I saw somebody's username in the box. It looked funny. Hold on. Yo, JW, thank you for the $25. What's your prediction for PA turning blue? It's going to be really close. PA is going to be like incredibly close. Like, I mean, tens of thousands of votes. So I don't have a prediction right now. I hope it goes blue. Rebecca, thank you for the $20. Just got home from canvassing in dark and cold. Rebecca, thank you for that work. I know that that can be brutal out there in the cold, but you're doing it. You're being part of the change, and I appreciate you doing that. You're amazing. You know that you're amazing, and it means a lot. So thank you for doing that. You're awesome. Hello, Mike.
What's up?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah, well, I want to start off by just apologizing for calling you a bitch. I just wanted to get your attention.
I don't care.
No, I don't think that about you, not at all.
That's fine. I don't care.
Actually, I'm not decided, so I'm not MAGA.
What state are you voting in?
Tennessee.
So what do you are you leaning toward anybody, or just kind of undecided? Like totally down the middle?
I mean, just to be honest, I think we're kind of screwed on both sides.
Why do you think we'd be screwed with Kamala Harris?
I mean, she ain't really done nothing. This is what I was going to ask when I came in. Let's take the 4 years Trump was in, the 4 years she was in. What did either one of them do or didn't do that's great or bad?
So, Kamala Harris was district. Sorry, I just have to wake up. Kamala Harris was district attorney of San Francisco.
No, I'm talking about just the 4 years.
Yeah. Let me get there. He was district attorney in San Francisco. Then she was attorney general in California. Then she was senator. Now she's vice president. So she's worked her way up the ladder. Thank you for the turkey. So she's definitely qualified. And then when she was in vice president, as vice president, She worked with the Biden administration on a number of pieces of policy, including the largest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower, the largest investment in fighting climate change in world history, investing in manufacturing and bringing those jobs back to the United States, expanding veterans health care, things like that. Those are all really, really good things that Kamala Harris worked on and was able to get passed. She's also the most active VP in history in terms of tie-breaking votes. She's also met with world leaders on behalf of Biden, traveling all around the world. And she was able to secure an over $5 billion investment from over 50 private companies for Triangle countries to de-incentivize immigration from those countries. So all pretty good stuff. Donald Trump, when he was president, didn't do anything.
Huh. Well, somehow I'm bullying you, but I apologize if I did.
What are you talking about?
I just got a violation warning for bullying.
Oh, well, you didn't, so I don't know why. But point is, Kamala Harris does great things.
You brought up about her being DA and stuff. You do know about the two Menendez brothers getting out of prison, you know?
I mean, I've heard about that. I don't know what that has to do with Kamala Harris, but...
Well, she was DA about the time them boys was going in.
I don't think that took place in San Francisco.
Somewhere out in California.
Wasn't that case in the 1990s? Like what?
It actually happened in '89, and then they went on a little shopping spree until they got caught. So it would have been early '90s.
So she wasn't district attorney in the early '90s.
When did she start? I'm not from California.
She's like 2004 or something like that. Maybe 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she wouldn't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're letting them out. She had to have something to do with it, or she could stop it.
She didn't have anything to do with that, my friend.
What about the...
She ain't done nothing for us.
What about the Hispanic guy that had pew-pewed the school teacher, and they just set scot-free?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I can't recall their names. I mean, so much bad stuff goes on in California, and they get away with it.
Okay, so you're saying man shot teacher, California, let free?
He'd been deported like 7 times and then kept coming back.
Yeah, I just looked this up. I'm not getting anything.
And it's on national news about it.
I mean, I just said man shot teacher, California, let free, and nothing came up because it doesn't exist.
No, it exists. It's only several years ago.
Yeah, I'm just looked it up. It doesn't exist.
It was on one of the piers that you walk out.
You want me to watch what?
One of the piers at the beach.
Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay. I also don't know, even if that person was let out. First of all, they weren't let out just because, hey, let's let them out. I don't know what case you're talking about, so I can't talk about it. But,
he never was sentenced.
Yeah, I don't know what case you're talking about, so I can't reference the specifics. But I'm telling you that what you're saying is likely untrue. So don't do that.
How is it likely untrue? I mean, it happened. It was on the news.
Yeah. So can you give me any specifics about this case that I can look it up?
Well, I'm trying to pick my words correctly because evidently people get butthurt on here and does stuff. But anyways, on the news, the best I can remember is it said illegals. I don't remember how they worded it, but illegal immigrant come over. He had, I think, found the pew is what he was claiming, picked it up, and it went off. Unallowed this teacher. She was blonde-headed. Remember that?
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, it was within the last 10 years. There's somebody in this room got
You don't know, man. You don't know. What
Yeah,
about
I'm trying to find any story on this.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. It's some dude that was talking shit in the chat.
Oh,
Was his name Sergio Martin by any chance?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
I'm talking shit.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, well, put it out there. Hey, all of our damn wood building stuff. I'm a contractor. Everything's. I mean, the prices are way high. Look at
Where do you get your wood from?
And everything.
Where do you get your wood from?
Hey, and so I go. So I've got several different people I order them from. Home Depot. You got Lowe's. You got Ace. I have Gaster Lumber. So where I get all this stuff from, right here, man, it's way higher than what it was when Donald Trump was there.
So where do they get their wood from?
Well, I don't know where they get their wood from, but whenever
so probably foreign countries. You'd agree that they probably don't all get their wood and every piece of wood they get from the United States, right?
Okay. So what we do is we
hold on.
send the wood. Go ahead, brother.
Hold on. So you'd agree that all these places that you get wood from, Home Depot, Lowe's, whatnot, they probably don't get all their wood from the United States. Would you agree?
I will agree on that. Go ahead.
Okay. So if Donald Trump wins, he's talking about or has proposed a 10 to 20% tariff on everything coming into the United States. So you're talking about, the wood that I want to build is so expensive. Yeah, now imagine it's hit with another 10 to 20% increase. So if you don't want that to happen, you don't want the wood price to go up and the resources you buy to go up, don't vote for Donald Trump, who's just going to put a bunch of tariffs on shit.
Okay, brother. So here's how this happens, because I know, because we cut down trees, we throw them in Connex boxes, we send them overseas, and the wood comes back to us. That's how that happens. I know this for a fact.
You're saying that every piece of wood we get in the United States. That's fine. Let's look this up.
Go ahead and see.
Where does the U.S. get wood?
So Savannah, Georgia, they'll load them in Connex boxes, send them over there, send it over there. So if we keep our wood here and do everything here, why would the prices go up?
The United States imports wood from many countries, including Canada, the largest supplier of wood to the United States, accounting for a large share of imports. China, a major supplier of wood to the United States. Brazil, Mexico, Germany, and Chile.
Okay,
so all these countries hit with a 10 to 20% tariff. All your wood goes boom, very expensive, terrible.
It's so how comes hold on a second, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, my wood prices were way lower than what they are now?
Probably because there wasn't a major global pandemic that we were recovering from, and that has still impacted a bunch of different markets. Probably that.
We were building even back then, 6 years ago, we were building. My wife is actually a loan officer. She was throwing out loans left and right. So the houses.
Yeah, because the economy was good because of Obama.
Obama almost put me in bankruptcy.
Obama almost put you in bankruptcy. Obama, the man himself.
I have to say, Obama did me pretty good.
No, now Obama did say
that's a Trump supporter right there, by the way.
Okay, no, I understand that. And Obama did do this right here. I had I had a house, and I almost got put down in bankruptcy. And he did give me a modification loan. He did help me on that. So, and I'm a Trump supporter, but he did help me on that. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you, whenever Four Seasons, the company I used to work for, man, hey, nobody was building, nobody is doing nothing.
So how is that Joe Biden's fault?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. So this year, Joe Biden, with everything is priced so high. I mean, we do this right here. So right now, you look at house markets where they are right now.
Are you being serious? Are you troll?
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm actually. I mean, hey, I'm speaking the truth. So my house right now, I can turn around and sell it right now for $350,000. Hell, I bought the damn thing for what was it, $150? So now, everything's so high. How are these people going to be able to, back when the prices are lower and the prices
don't go there.
Now everything's so
You're
high.
You're going to regret it.
Huh?
Don't go there. You're going to regret it.
You're going to regret it. Even he knows. You're going to regret it.
Everything's so high right now. So if things do drop back down and get to where we need to be at to be able to afford things, how does that equity in people's houses work with where we are now?
I don't even know what you're asking me, to be honest. This is like an incoherent question.
Let me start over.
How does the equity that people have in their houses affect now? What does that mean?
Okay, I didn't mean equity. My bad. So right now, everybody is paying houses back 6 years ago were, let's say, I'm just going to say $250,000. I'm throwing a number out there, right? Okay, so now they are at $300,000. So if everything gets dropped back down, which it will, I know it will, how are them people right there going to be able to get their equity back out of that house?
So you're saying if housing prices go down, people won't be able to get
how is their house going to be worth what it was? And I mean,
your house is never going to drop value.
it actually has right now.
So in a mobile home.
You know what? You guys battle it out while I go get my water. You have at it.
Cool thing, Harry. I'll take over.
No, buddy. Hey, man, I'll talk to you. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're talking. So that's what I do. I build.
Well, I mean, I'm a homeowner myself, and I've got 3 houses. Just because they went up in value isn't going to hurt me. It actually helps me that they did go up in value. I had them before the prices went up.
You're exactly right.
If I buy a new home today that was just built, that means if everything levels out, that home is still going to go up in value slowly.
Okay, the house is going to value up. Okay, so the housing market is where it is. So whenever our wood prices start dropping, and they're going to, I know it's going to. Everything's because we're going to drill, baby, drill. So once everything starts dropping, and I can buy a 2x4, what I used to be able to buy it for.
Yeah, but if you're in the lumber business, you want to know that lumber goes up and down just like the stock market. It's not going to drop down to where there's just nothing.
Oh, you guys are actually.
No, it's not going to drop down to nothing. But right now we are at $357 a damn 2x4. Sorry,
it's not going to drop much lower than that. Even before all this, I think before it's
whenever
$2.
It does drop, so each piece of board, if it drops 50 cents, and you build a house, 50 cents a board cheaper. How does that? It's not going to work that way. I don't know how people are going to get their money back out of that because everything's sold so high.
You're welcome, Harry.
Okay. Nice. This is good. You guys should argue more. I mean, MAGA should argue more.
No. We're not arguing. And we're
arguing.
Talking.
Quite frankly, you're arguing.
Okay, well then I'll chill the hell out then.
No, I'm joking. Oh my God.
Okay, bud. So what about diesel prices right now? How did Joe Biden raise them? How did Joe Biden raise the price of diesel? Because he shut down all of our drilling in our country. We're drilling more oil right now than ever before in American history. No, we're not. No, we are not. Yep, no, according to the Energy Information Administration.gov, it's a federal government website. We are. They do this. They publish the drilling every single year, monthly, quarterly, all that stuff. Okay, it's a fun fact. Look it up. We can look it up all you want to. Okay, I have family who own gas wells in West Virginia. Okay. So during Trump, they were pulling. I'm just going to say you don't know who they are. So anyway, they were pulling $20,000 a month out of that gas well. You know what they're pulling right now? 1,200, boss. So yeah, I mean, business is not always going to be great for. Thank you, Abby, for the subscription. Business is not always going to be consistently great, right? So just because their business might have been better under Trump doesn't mean that their business being worse under Biden is because of Biden, right? Like are you crazy? Like one specific company doing badly under a different president does not mean it's the president's fault. There are companies that went bankrupt under Donald Trump that were not bankrupt under Barack Obama. Does that mean that Donald Trump is responsible for them going bankrupt? No. Certain businesses and certain industries, they go out of business. They're not doing as well as maybe they once were. That happens all the time. Now watch this. So why is she quitting the fracking? Why is she trying to shut down the fracking? You got Pennsylvania. You got so they hit one of the biggest gas mains up there.
Sorry, continue.
Supposed to be bad on you. Harry,
continue.
I actually like you, Harry.
I appreciate it, Mike. Thanks.
Why they keep quitting the fracking on us?
They're not they don't want to quit fracking.
Kamala said that. She's gonna.
Her name's Kamala. Her name's Kamala.
No, it's Kamala.
No, it's Kamala.
I will call her Camel too, but that's.
I'll call you numbnuts, dumbass, idiot. What's your choice?
Whatever you want to, buddy. Whatever you want to call me.
Okay, but you have to say Kamala, or you got to go.
Well, send me out, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, Mike, I'm gonna drop you down as well. All right.
But don't keep me on the same platform as him.
Yeah, don't worry, bro. You're better than him. Goodbye. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Laney, thank you for the $3 saying appreciate you, Harry. Laney, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Jacob, thank you for the $10. Are you still going to do lives after the election? Yeah, hopefully, just in a different way on a different topic. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Drew, thank you for the $5. Just voted for Harris for the first time in Iowa. Drew, buddy, bring your friends, family, loved ones to go out to vote in the great state of Iowa. You know, we got that amazing poll the other day showing that Kamala Harris might win Iowa. So, just Katie, I'll invite you. How about that? Alexia, $1. The 8 a.m. again had to explain to a 60-year-old woman that Kamala isn't affiliated with Diddy at work today. Wow. Yeah, that's a really weird theory that was spread. Like, they just kind of made it up. Britt, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $10, Britt. Thank you so much for your dedication to educate people. Your patience and commitment to truth is admirable. You're a true example of what it means to fight the good fight, and your impact resonates far beyond this or any platform. God, I mean, can we get some W's for Britt in the chat? Thank you for the $10. That's incredibly kind. Wow. Wow, that was really nice. Is it a smart question?
Well, it depends on how you answer it. What is one reason why you are voting for Kamala Harris over Trump?
Her housing policy.
Okay, what about specifically?
She actually has one. Trump doesn't have a house. What's Trump's housing policy?
Depends on who you ask. What he's going to plan for the next year.
I'm asking you. You're voting for Trump, right?
I'm just here to get your perspective.
Okay, so I'm her housing policy. She has one. Trump doesn't have one.
Okay.
She wants to build 3 million new houses in her first 4 years, give $25,000 in down payment assistance to first-time homebuyers. Thank you, Karina. I appreciate you. And things like that. That's all really good. Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is that it? Oh, you just wanted to ask that?
Yeah, I just want to ask the question.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Have you voted already, or are you going to vote tomorrow?
Oh, I already voted.
What state do you vote in?
Sorry?
What state did you vote in?
California.
All right. You'll be all right. Your state's going blue. Have a good one. Have a good one, bro. You'll be all right. This Noah says he's MAGA. Let's bring him up. God, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives often. Also, double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 700,000 likes. And of course, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Venmo Cash App. What's up, Noah?
Hello.
Are you MAGA?
I'm not sure.
You mean not sure?
I have a question about your why you agree with that housing policy.
Is it a smart question?
I believe it's actually a really smart question.
Okay. Go on, talk.
You don't think it's negatively going to affect the housing market if you give $25,000 to select home buyers?
No.
So, in my case, my parents own a home, so I'll be ineligible for that $25,000.
No,
but
you would still be eligible.
Nope. According to her policy, you must. If your parents own a home, you can't. That's her own policy.
No.
Yes.
It's for first time. No, it's not. It's for first time home buyers. And but if you're a first generation home buyer, then you have access to more assistance from the federal government. But if you're
that's just
still
going to
a
make
first
it
time
more
home buyer,
difficult for others to buy homes, though. That's just going to raise the housing market by 20. Because
why
you're
would
just
it raise the housing market prices?
That's just basic inflation.
It's not. How is that? How is that basic inflation? I'm just walk us through it. How would the government giving down payment assistance to people, again, only certain people?
Because where's that money coming from?
It's coming from the government. Yeah.
So that's inflation. That'd be them printing money, putting
It's
more
not printing money. Oh my god.
That's devaluing a dollar.
Yeah, that's really. It's not them just like printing a bunch of money. Just like when we pass a bill and it's like you see a big number on it. It's like $1 trillion. It's not printing more money, right? That's not how the government works.
You don't believe that devalues the dollar?
No, I don't think that giving down payment assistance devalues the dollar because again, we're not printing money and then just like handing it out.
But when I go to sell
also,
that,
again, there's already down payment assistance that exists, programs that exist all around the country in like certain cities.
Yes, but all right. Well, and then let's see another question. If you I personally think that it will make the housing market actually just go up for everybody.
Yeah, I think that's really dumb, especially for, first of all, not printing money, number one. But number two, she also wants to build 3 million new houses.
How are you building those houses? How is she
by working with developers and contractors.
But where's that money coming from?
We're not giving them money. We're giving them tax incentives and tax cuts to do it. So saying like, hey, if you build this certain property, you build a big apartment building as opposed to like, a bunch of single family homes.
Doesn't that just make the rich richer? That just cut, but apartments cuts out because that has an investor who owns an apartment. That's not, you don't own an apartment.
I don't even know what you just said, but no, it doesn't just make the rich richer, but the government can work with a lot of these industry people to make the country better. So we do this a lot with
industry richer.
Yeah, so we do this a lot with different companies to bring them into certain areas. So, different states or the federal government will offer like Apple or Amazon or whoever a tax incentive to like place a factory in a certain location because and the government, can you be quiet? I promise whatever you're saying is not important. So we, the government, can benefit from the fact that jobs would be created from that. So, giving a developer a tax incentive to build a certain kind of property like apartment buildings or whatnot would house a lot of people. It would give more access to property to people who don't currently have access to property. And that'd be a good thing. So yeah, you're definitely going to make the ability for someone to get richer much easier by doing that, right? They definitely have that financial incentive to do it, but also we're benefiting. It's not just like giving a tax cut to the wealthy and getting nothing in return like Donald Trump did.
And what exact housing policy are you referring to that he gave a tax cut to only rich?
Oh, no. I'm not talking about housing policy. I'm just talking about general policy. See, when we work with developers to build these big apartment buildings and whatnot to house more people, they are getting a tax incentive and the government and the people around them are getting something in return. You're getting more housing. You're getting more access to units, right? But what Donald Trump did is just give a big tax cut to wealthy people with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and then we got nothing in return. So you're talking about, doesn't that just make people richer? Yeah, Donald Trump just giving the wealthy a big tax cut, cutting their estate tax. What the fuck? Yeah, that makes them rich. So if you have a problem with that, these big wealthy people getting rich, you certainly wouldn't be voting for Donald Trump.
I would be voting for Donald Trump if I believed that she's giving tax, and this is your words here, that she's giving tax cuts to developers to build condos and or apartments.
So that's
going to make the owner of those developments richer because they're going.
Wait. So hold on. So you're against, first of all. So then you're also against Donald Trump and his administration for doing this with companies as well.
No,
Trump,
because
we do this all the time. The federal government does this all the time.
Because you just agreed that tax cuts can help bring jobs, which is what he wants to do, is bring tax cuts to corporations to bring more jobs.
Wow, I didn't really realize that this conversation was going to be this difficult. So what I said was that the federal government, with certain projects, will offer like a tax incentives to said company for them to build a certain factory somewhere, right? So like, for example, in Racine, Wisconsin, a place that I met President Biden at, Microsoft worked with the federal government to build an AI data center there that's going to employ thousands, and they have a tax incentive to do so. The federal government, the state of Wisconsin, saying, hey, if you build this factory here and employ a certain amount of people, you'll get a certain benefit from the government, which helps people, right? So it's mutually beneficial, and you make up revenue you might have lost from the taxes by economic output produced by that, theoretically, right? So there's some benefit there. But with what Donald Trump did was just give a huge tax cut to wealthy people and just hand money away to them. So you're saying, well, this tax cut for jobs is a bad thing, but Donald Trump apparently just giving tax cuts to wealthy people for nothing is a good thing in your view?
That's not what I said. I'm saying whenever he gives tax cuts to create jobs.
Yeah, so like if Donald Trump,
that he does.
if Donald Trump like struck a deal with Ford or like Amazon to build a factory or whatever someplace, and there was like a tax incentive to do it, I'd be fine with that.
Which there definitely was more jobs in my community during Trump's administration than now.
I mean, by what metric? Are you just using your eye?
No, my counties of my state's unemployment percentage.
The counties of my state's unemployment percentage? The county of my state. What does that mean? The county of my state's unemployment percentage?
Well, I'm not going to tell you where I live, but my county of my state's unemployment rate. So that's a percent.
So you're talking about the unemployment rate in your county?
Yes.
Okay, so what did Donald Trump do to make your unemployment rate lower, per se?
Well, I mean, I guess you could per se COVID was a factor of job loss.
Yeah. And was that Joe Biden's fault?
No, I don't believe that was anybody's fault. I mean,
okay, so then why the hell are you bringing this up in a conversation of Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, my man?
Well, I wasn't blaming anything. I was saying that my community had more jobs under Trump's administration than current.
Oh, sorry, say that again?
I'm saying that I had more jobs in my community under Trump's administration than.
But you're not saying that's because of Donald Trump or it's because of Joe Biden, right?
Well, it's factual. I'm not to blame.
But are you saying that it's because of somebody or what?
I mean, I think that yes, raising minimum wage actually hurts community jobs.
Really? What evidence do you have to support that?
It's simple. Inflation. You increase minimum wage, the price it devalues the dollar, and all prices go up.
JW, thank you for the $50, man. I appreciate it. How does increasing the minimum wage devalue the dollar?
Because where's that? I mean, the
money's coming from the company. They're not printing money to do it.
I'm not saying they have to print money. They have to raise their prices in order to pay more money.
That's not true.
You're telling me small businesses don't have to raise their prices to pay employees more of small businesses?
Yeah, no, that's not inherently true. On small businesses, it might be in the case that in some instances they have to. But for example, like Walmart, which is one of the biggest or maybe the biggest employer in the United States, does not have to raise their prices to pay their workers $15 an hour if it were to be in every single state.
You're saying to pay a Walmart employee $50 an hour? You think that's a lot?
15.
Oh, 15. Okay. I thought you said 50. I was like, that's diabolical, but
yeah, no, I said 15.
But why? This is another. I mean, how does that allow you to work up in a job field? If your base pay is already $15, it's just going to increase the value of everything, its prices of everything else in order to pay more. Because if Walmart's paying more, then small businesses are going to have to pay more in order to get employees.
Yeah, but that's also not necessarily the case, though. Because it would be an even scale. So small businesses don't have to pay their employees more to compete with Walmart if they're both starting at $15 an hour.
But you're saying, what I'm saying is if the minimum wage is raised.
Thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate you.
You're saying it does not hurt, large businesses, but it most definitely hurts small businesses.
No, I did not say it most definitely hurts small businesses. Because the minimum wage has gone up over time. Right? You agree with that? Yes?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, so we agree that the minimum wage has gone up over time. Has there been a large percentage of businesses going bankrupt as the minimum wage has gone up?
Lots of small businesses have sold out.
Because of the minimum wage going up?
Well, there's no direct... I mean, you can just make assumption, but there's no direct effect of anything.
Exactly. So the minimum wage has gone up over time to adjust to inflation, right? And with that, there has not been a large group of small businesses or businesses generally going bankrupt or struggling to pay their employees or people being fired because the companies can't afford to pay them or anything like that. So we can do that now. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, which is insane. Nobody working on $7.25 an hour can actually live well in America, in this modern economy and in the modern world. So we have to increase it. We have to go with inflation. And if you increase it to $15 an hour, it doesn't inherently mean that companies are going to go bankrupt. Because then, then the argument is, well, maybe we should pay them $3 an hour so the companies don't go bankrupt. It's like, no, that's utter nonsense.
I have a question though. Why does the government have to regulate that? If a company doesn't want to pay, I mean, why does there need to be a minimum wage? If I'm choosing to work for the company, why can't they set the pay that they pay, or I just not work for them? Why does the government?
So some companies do that. That, you know, there's like a set wage, you know, contractually, but it has to be above a certain amount every single year. You know, if you're on a contractual, like, oh, you make 50 grand a year or whatever it has to be, right? But the minimum wage is helpful because it just sets a standard for all American workers that, you know, there's nobody out there who might be in an area where jobs are scarce, who they only make like $3 an hour. Like, think about it. You know, a person working in the middle of Kansas, like you're in the middle of Kansas, born and raised, maybe your town has less than 1,000 people. There's less access to jobs there than there would be other places. So you try to work at your local mom and pop shop on the main street. Oh, but they're you know, if there's no minimum wage laws, they can pay you $2 an hour. And what are you going to do? There's no other job for you to get, right? And so that was a problem. That would depress their wages while other people would make more money. And I think that's a bad thing. So I think that's a good example of minimum wage being good.
All right. I personally don't see a value in a large minimum wage, because if you're providing a value that a company is willing to pay, you should set your own value instead of the government regulating that for you.
Yeah, so like people in the middle of like nowhere in the United States can just make like $2 an hour. There's no problem.
Why do they're choosing to work for that company? That company doesn't have to hire them.
Yeah, but let's just say that there's no major companies around them, right? Let's just say that they are in an area where jobs are scarce, right? And if the jobs are scarce and there's, you know, a certain amount of people, there's nothing stopping them if there's no minimum wage laws from paying them like $2, $3 an hour. Right.
But economics teaches us that scarcity actually increases that price. If there's scarce employees, then they would actually have to pay more in order to get.
No, I'm saying scarcity of jobs.
But so you're saying there's more employees than there is jobs in these nobody towns?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, just to say theoretically, Main Street, small business, they want to pay their workers, because there's no minimum wage laws anymore, as little as possible. If there's no minimum wage law, they can do that legally, and I think that's wrong.
All right. I don't see a value, but I can agree to disagree without, you know, getting mad per se.
All right.
And then I have one more question about Kamala Harris's. Kamala, sorry. Her campaign.
Again, and tomorrow you can call her Madam President-elect, but yeah, for now, call her Kamala.
I have a question about her campaign regarding Roe v. Wade. How can she reinstate something that's not the president's power to reinstate? She says that she's going to bring it back, but it's the Supreme Court that's made the ruling. I'm just curious how she plans on doing. She uses those words a lot, you know. To get voters' attention. I think you can agree with that. She uses those words to get voters' attention.
Maybe the dinosaur, appreciate you.
Would you agree or with that?
No, I disagree with that.
Then why does she use it? If
she's not using those. She's not using. Hold on one second. She's not using those words to quote unquote get voters' attention. She's using those words because that's how you talk about the issue. She's saying, hey, let's reinstate Roe v. Wade. Let's protect a woman's right to choose and things like that. That's not just trying to get voters' attention. That's what she believes. And you're asking, like, I'm telling you right now. Yeah, I'm telling you right now. So what she wants to do is what she would propose is passing a bill through Congress so that Congress passes it, she signs it into law, and then abortion will be protected federally. Or alternatively, you can pass you can appoint, excuse me, I'm not done yet. You're asking a question, then you're still talking. She would appoint more people to courts around the country, hopefully the Supreme Court, so that an abortion case again could work its way up to the Supreme Court, and then they could decide on it again.
I'm sorry, I just don't see that that's something that can be done during her campaign and during, let's say she wins tomorrow. How is that something she can do in the next 4 years? It's impossible. It's a Supreme Court decision.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court basically sent it back to the states, and the Congress has the ability to protect something on a federal level. So Congress could pass a bill and she could sign it into law, and she would appoint judges to hopefully the Supreme Court, which could then theoretically have another abortion case work its way up the courts and have it be reinstated.
But why does it matter at a federal level? Why can't we leave that to states and allow states to decide what they want?
Because I don't think that women in Republican states should have less rights than women in Democratic states, and I don't think that rights should be left up to states for their interpretation. Like, do you think that states should be allowed to vote on whether slavery should be allowed?
No, but I do believe that.
Okay, so
states should
exactly.
be
So
allowed
you
to
agree
fight
that
for
states
unborn
shouldn't
children.
have. You agree that states shouldn't say like, oh, you can just vote on whatever, and like states can decide whatever. If you want to do something terrible, you can do something terrible. Obviously not. And so I think it's terrible that women in Florida have less rights than women in Virginia, than women in New York or California. I think it should be universal that women everywhere should have rights. But Donald Trump disagrees. He wants states to monitor women's pregnancies and restrict abortion at 6 weeks and things like that. It's crazy.
I actually would disagree because I believe that we should be fighting for the rights of unborn children as well.
I think that's perfectly fine if you want to do that in your own free time, but don't infringe on another woman's right to be able to make choices for her bodies. If you want to go scream outside and care about the unborn, you do that. But if a woman wants to get an abortion, that's her choice.
But theoretically, it's not if it's against the law.
Well, so you just want to ban abortion altogether?
I believe it should be states' right, whether it's the community you live in wants that or not.
So you're saying that let's just say there's a state with 2,000,001 people in it. It's 1,000,001 men, 1 million women, and all the men are pro-life and all the women are pro-choice. You think that a state should be able to restrict the men should be able to restrict the women's rights of an abortion via state vote?
I believe that there is very minute cases where it could be improvised, but I believe that there is overuse of abortion.
Overuse? What are you talking about?
I believe that some people are using it more as a form of birth control than a medical procedure.
It's not true.
Statistically, it is true.
Statistically? According to what statistics?
Look up any statistic regarding abortion of the
By all means, go ahead, cite your source. God, I'm tired.
Why? So 31 of abortions are because of issues with their partner. Why does an unborn child, have to face the consequence of issues of
Wait, what are you citing your source or what? I think I saw Jen in the chat. Maybe she should come up and talk to this guy. We love our nurses. We love our nurses out there. The best. What do you got, Noah? Oh, yeah, he's I'm just gonna invite a bunch of people.
This is an organization, not and that's saying that.
Yeah, I can't hear you when you go off TikTok live. So
I'm saying that 31%. It was a organization called Gutter Maker Institute, which is an organizational website. So typically, they always teach you organizational websites or where you should get your information, or government websites. So I believe it's a reputable source, and it's saying that 31% of abortions are because of issues with partners.
What?
So do you believe that?
Where does it say that it's because because like they're using it as birth control?
Or if they're having an issue with their partner and then they're deciding to get rid of an unborn child, why is an issue with a partner justifiable for that?
Yeah, I mean, so how do they define issue with a partner though? Because that's like very vague, obviously. Like, what does that mean?
I think it's going to depend on whatever source you look at. I mean, sources are going to vary. Political. I mean,
let's see.
Almost every source nowadays is biased one way or the other. I don't think you can agree with that. Whether I look at something from Fox or CNN, it's going to be biased to the direction.
Well, you said 71% of people of abortions. 31. Okay. So that would not be most. Even if, by the way, it's going to be stupid because I'm going to look this up in a second. But even if that your argument is 31% of women get abortions because of issues with their partner, and that's because that means they're using it as birth control, that would still not be most, as you claimed, but doesn't matter. Can you cite me the name of the article that you used?
Hi, Harry.
Hi, Jen.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm tired.
I bet you are.
It's been a long.
This exact one that I'm looking at now is called veryhealth.com.
What? Yeah, I can't hear you when you have TikTok Live. You got to come back.
It's veryhealth.com, and it's Don Stacy, PhD, for the author.
No,
Very
it does. Does the article say that women are using it as contraceptive, or is it using it as elective? I mean, honestly, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, exactly. It's like
I'm personally saying I'm not advocating for it one way or the other. I'm saying I believe it should be to states.
Okay, but can I ask you a question, Noah?
Sure.
Sure. So in the state of Missouri, as soon as Roe v. Wade was overturned, they had trigger laws, and they put those trigger laws into place as soon as Roe v. Wade was, overturned by the Supreme Court. Did anybody and by the way, Missouri is a no abortion with no exceptions. Okay, no exceptions.
You know why you're using Missouri as the example instead of Florida.
Okay, well, I'm using Missouri as the example. So in Missouri, there's no exceptions for rape or incest, okay? So did you think that any woman or any constituent of the state of Missouri got to vote on that before it was overturned?
I'm not sure what Missouri's policies are.
Yeah, so no, the answer is no. In fact, in Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, Arizona, not one constituent in the state got to vote on a bill that would change the laws on women's bodies.
What about unborn children's bodies?
What about them?
You don't think that they matter?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. At 19 weeks, can a fetus live outside the womb?
Yes.
No, it cannot.
Why not?
Because it's not viable, sir.
At what week do you believe it becomes viable?
No, it's not what I believe. It's statistical facts and medical facts.
Okay, well, how about 26 weeks?
26 weeks is viable, baby, and the only way that somebody can get a late-term abortion at that stage is if the mother's life is at risk or there is a non-viable fetal anomaly. That is the only way in all 50 states that somebody can get a late-term abortion.
And I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. I don't think.
Why did you even bring it up?
I'm just saying I believe it should be I'm saying I don't think it's something that Kamala can single-handedly overturn, is all my statement was.
No, that's not what you said, sir.
And then it came into, and I said that it should be state right to vote on what they believe.
When you say the state's rights, don't you mean the constituents of the state?
Well,
like, don't you think that you should be able to decide what laws go into effect in the state you live in?
Well, you vote on your constitution, your state's constitution amendments.
No, you don't vote on your state's constitution amendments. You vote on laws that they want to put into effect, correct?
What about Amendment 3? So you used Missouri as your example. What about Amendment 3 in Missouri?
My point is do you believe that states' constituents should have the right to vote on the laws going into effect in their state?
I believe that people should be allowed to vote.
So that would be a constituent, right? So people in Florida can't vote in Missouri, right?
Which is accurate. They should be able to vote for their state.
Right. So a constituent of Missouri should be able to vote about the laws going into effect in the state of Missouri. Is that correct?
Correct. And
so then why didn't they have a vote about what the law should be on abortion in the state of Missouri? In fact,
this election currently on Amendment 3. And you're using Missouri as your example.
Noah, when did Roe v. Wade get overturned?
Whenever Donald Trump appointed Supreme Court Justice.
Do you not know the date that Roe v. Wade was overturned, sir?
It's not a date that I have in the back of my brain.
Oh, well, women have it in the back of their brain.
I think that lots of children who are here today because of that also will have that in their day.
Fetuses aren't sentient, so they have no brain activity that would create memory.
Well, they can feel pain.
No, they cannot feel pain, sir. Do you remember when you hurt yourself as a boo-boo when you were a 6-month-old baby?
I believe many 6-month-olds
I'm asking you. Do you remember when you got a boo-boo?
Yes, actually, I do.
Okay. So anyway, so then you defy science. So the point is that in the state of Missouri in 2022, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, the state of Missouri changed the abortion laws in the state of Missouri without asking one constituent what they felt that the state's law should be. Can you tell me how that is then turning it over to the people of the state to decide? Or is it turning it over to the men that run the state to talk about women's bodies?
Well, those people voted those men, there's also women in office in Missouri, so they voted those men and women into those positions to vote. So
That's
theoretically,
not what I asked you. You're pivoting. I asked you at the beginning of all of this if you think that people that live in a state should have the right to vote on the laws that are going effect into their state.
they vote for their representatives.
No.
Who
I
make
didn't
those
ask
decisions.
you that. No, sir.
So they are.
Let's go back to where we started. I asked you if you believe that people should be able to vote on the laws that are going into effect in their state, and you said yes. Now I asked you, if something as serious as abortion and bodily autonomy, do you really think that people shouldn't have the right to vote on a law that goes into effect about women's bodies and their choice with what they should be able to do with their body?
I have a question. Do we vote for the representatives that make those decisions for us?
No.
So those representatives just magically become representatives?
No, we vote for representatives to represent us outside of the state, right? When they go to Washington.
I'm talking about your state. I'm talking about your state representatives.
Right. So
That's-
when somebody wants to pass a law in a state, do they or do they not vote on it? Do people vote on it?
Well, it depends. Some votes don't make it out of state legislation.
Okay, so you're telling me that there are laws that get passed in your state that affect you personally that you didn't get to vote on?
Well, I've only been voting for 3 years, so almost every law in my entire life was appointed to me.
Okay, we're going in circles here. So here's the deal. The bottom line is that the minute that Roe v. Wade was overturned in multiple states, they made an abortion ban without asking one constituent of the state what they felt that these laws should be, okay, in their own state. And they put abortion bans in with no exceptions for rape or incest. So are you telling me that you believe that a 14-year-old girl who was raped should be forced to carry the pregnancy?
No, I'm not. That's if you.
So
if
there
you
are
were
multiple
listen-
states.
ma'am,
There are multiple
ma'am,
states.
can I have my
There are
turn to talk
multiple
to you?
states.
Ma'am, can I-
multiple
I've
states in
listened.
the United States
Ma'am,
right
I've
now
listened.
that are banning abortion
Ma'am,
with
I'm
no
not gonna
exceptions
have a
for rape and
conversation.
incest.
I'm not going to have a conversation if you're not going to give me my opportunity to give my side.
Well, but I asked you a question. I said, do you believe a 14-year-old should be forced to have their
And
rapist
I'm trying to
baby?
talk, and you're not allowing me.
And
to
you said
speak.
no, right?
And you're not
You
allowing
said
me to
no.
speak. Ma'am, I'm not going to continue
Go
talking
ahead.
if you're not
Yeah,
going to give
go
me
ahead.
an opportunity to speak.
Go for it. Spew it.
I'm saying you're talking about Missouri. First of all, I'm not sure what Missouri's policies are. Secondly, I do know that Missouri on their election tomorrow, or if you've already voted, this topic that you're referring to is on their ballot this year.
Okay, so let me just give you some information, okay? There are multiple states that the minute that Roe v. Wade was overturned, they put into law total abortion bans with no exceptions for rape or incest, number one. They didn't ask one constituent. Excuse me, let me finish talking. The second of all, let me just remind you, sir, that in the state of Missouri, the Republicans were fighting tooth and nail to have abortion law removed from the ballot because they knew that it would be overturned. So please don't tell me about what's going on in Missouri because I know very well what's going on in Missouri. The only reason that it is still on the ballot is because the Democrats and the women fought for it, or else the Republicans would have had it removed from the ballot to keep a total abortion ban in that state.
And I agree with you that I don't believe that I've said there should be a complete ban. I don't believe those words have ever came out of my mouth, especially during this conversation here, ma'am.
No, I didn't say you did, but I'm just saying. But wait a minute. I'm saying that there are currently multiple states in the United States that ban abortion, even in the situation of rape and incest. In addition to that, the state of Texas not only has the same law, but they're also trying to prosecute women for leaving the state to get health care and prosecuting doctors, prosecuting people that help them to get out of the state to get this care.
Okay, so my personal opinion, obviously we live in, America, we're allowed to have our personal opinion. I'm saying I believe that there is minute cases where a medical professional not myself, would make that decision because I'm not claiming to be a medical provider, but I am a believer in God, the Bible, Jesus, and I don't believe that. I believe there's very many cases where this can be, but I'm saying that I think that, let's just use the word as, I believe that people use abortion as a form of birth control. They make a mistake. They want to reverse that mistake. And I don't believe I don't believe that specific case there should be allowed.
All right. So Noah, so basically you're saying people make bad choices and then you feel that they shouldn't have to that the baby shouldn't have to face the consequences for it. Is that what you're claiming?
For that specific case, yes.
No, but is that what you're claiming? People make choices, bad choices, and then they should take the consequences of their bad choices. Is that what you're claiming?
For that specific case, yes.
No.
In the case where there was.
Okay, but just in general, okay, fine. Take out grape and incest. What you're saying. Okay,
personally,
great.
Yes.
Can you tell me what's on the side of a cigarette box?
I've never touched a cigarette box, so no.
Okay, great. So on the side of a cigarette box is a Surgeon General's warning that says that these cigarettes cause cancer and that they also can cause birth defects in babies if you smoke during your pregnancy. So under your logic, people that pick up a pack of cigarettes and smoke, we should not be responsible to pay for their chemotherapy and treatment or their babies' lung problems when they are born because I'm not done. They made a decision. They took the consequences. They knew what could be the possibility, and they did it anyways. Therefore, under your logic, we should then outlaw any kind of cancer treatment for anybody that develops cancer from smoking.
Well, I will say you put very many words in my mouth, and that was kind of disrespectful there. My logic did not say that I should not provide care to children who are affected by their parents. It's actually very much the opposite. I'm saying that we should very definitely provide care to those children, especially who face consequences because of their parents' choices. I don't believe children should ever face consequences for their parents' choices, and that was not my logic, and you put those words into my mouth very much so.
I really didn't, because you said that if a woman has sex and they know that they could get pregnant, which is basically what you're saying, if you make a bad choice, you should suffer the consequences. Those were the words that you said.
I'm not saying I'm saying the child should not suffer your consequence.
Right. So what I'm saying is that why should we as state, taxpayers who are the people that are on Medicaid and Medi-Cal, we have to pay for somebody to get cancer treatment when they chose to smoke, and now the taxpayers have to foot the bill for Medicaid and Medi-Cal when they made the bad choice to smoke?
Okay, so let me use your logic here. Why should that unborn child pay for the choices of their parents?
Well, because here's the difference. It's not a child, it's a fetus.
Yes, it is.
And no, it's not a child, it's a fetus. If you think it's a child, you don't know medicine, because until it is birthed out of the uterus, it is not a child, it is a fetus.
So you're saying, okay, using your logic here, you're saying
it's not logic, sir. That is medical fact.
You're saying it's not a baby? If it is fully developed inside the womb, you're saying that's still a fetus and not a baby.
Okay, so I'm going to go over this one more time. In medicine, a fetus is a fetus while it is in the womb. It is not considered
medicine. Medicine is
no, sir.
That would be it.
Sir, it is medical fact that if there is a fetus in a womb, it is a fetus, and it is not a baby until it is birthed.
So I believe any being with a heartbeat is a viable divine creation by God.
And you have every right to believe that, sir, but not everybody believes the same thing you do. And I think that it's pretty
okay. So why? So if it's not a baby,
selfish of you to think that everybody has to believe the same thing you do.
I don't believe that. But my question is, why is a pregnant woman? Let's say a pregnant woman gets in a car wreck, and it's the other person who hits that person's fault. Why is that a double homicide if it's not a baby, if it's not a being?
Because the woman didn't consent to have that fetus unalived. It was forced upon her. That's why.
And you don't believe that people can force abortion upon women who don't want that?
Sir,
That's a very logical question.
no, it's not a logical question. It is not a logical question.
Your own chat here actually
You're trying to bring up the fact that if somebody unalives a woman who is pregnant, that they are charged with double homicide. Now, I'm telling you the reason why it's double homicide, because the woman wasn't given the choice if she wanted to keep the baby or not. Okay. Now, it's different for a woman who makes an informed decision about her body with a physician about what they should be able to do with their reproductive organs. That is not homicide, right? Somebody didn't take somebody's life. There's a difference.
It is taking a heartbeat away, so it is taking.
Okay.
life.
Well, sir, like I said, at what week can you hear a heartbeat?
As early as 4 to 5 weeks.
Can a fetus at 4 to 5 weeks survive outside the womb?
Can a baby at...
No, can a fetus survive outside the womb as soon as the heartbeat is heard?
Ma'am, can I please ask my question? I'm
asking you. You said as soon as a heartbeat. Okay, so now when can a heartbeat be heard?
As soon as 4 to 5 weeks.
Great. So can a fetus at 4 to 5 weeks survive outside the womb?
Can a baby at 6 weeks live outside at 6 weeks of birth, 6 weeks old to 6 months to even 2 years live without assistance from an adult or for a higher being?
Sir, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, that is
no, because here's the difference, sir. At 6 weeks gestation, even though there's a heartbeat, their internal organs are not complete. Correct?
Ma'am, I'm not going to have this argument. I'm not going to be yelled at. I will be leaving. I'm not going to be yelled at.
6 weeks after birth, all their internal organs are complete. It's stupid. Hi, Harry. What am I going to do?
Did he leave?
Yeah, he got in his fifis because he made a stupid comment.
He got in his fifis. What a terrible guy. Predictable guy. Well, you did great. I'm so tired of these people. I'm tired, and I'm just tired of them. So.
No, I'm doubly tired. I just want to say, I'm your Jewish mother, but I'm also 100% Ashkenaz Jew. My family at the time, when they escaped Europe, it was Prussia, right? So, so they left some of them went to Canada, some went to the United States to escape, Germany. And when I think about February 20th, 1939, and what happened at Madison Square Garden, and I think about the Trump rally that he had at Madison Square Garden and the hatred and vitriol that was spewed from the mouths of those people, it was very disturbing, not only for me as a Jew, but for a lot of Jews. It's just, and after that, Harry, I'm just going to tell you, if these people can't see, then it's just willful ignorance.
Oh yeah. Well, and President Biden called the speakers at the Madison Square Garden rally garbage. And then the Republicans say they freak out about that after they make anti-Semitic, misogynistic, racist comments. And Biden says, "Oh, that's wrong." They say, "Oh, well, they freak out about it." Isn't that interesting? Anyway.
Well, yeah. And then there was somebody that said, "We demand an apology." Why don't you apologize to all the Puerto Ricans, the millions of Puerto Ricans you disrespected, or the millions and millions of black people you disrespected with your watermelons comment?
Oh God. Oh
okay?
God, it's so gross, isn't it? It's just so.
We will apologize when Donald Trump apologizes to E. Jean Carroll for sexually assaulting her.
Yeah.
How about that? Let's
damn
make it
right.
real.
I thought that's so basically never, essentially, because Trump can't. He's
but you know what? It'll be over tomorrow, and God willing, Kamala will take the White House, and we can set sail to Donald Trump forever and ever.
That's the hope. Well, hey, we'll be around tomorrow. I know you will too. And fingers crossed.
All right,
Fingers
Harry,
crossed.
we're all very proud of you for all the work that
Proud of
you've
you too, Jen. Proud of you too.
All right,
Well,
kiddo.
thank you, and have a good one. And if you're around and somebody else comes up, feel free to come back up. All right.
All right, sounds good. I'll be listening.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate you.
Sure. All right, bye-bye.
We love Jen. What a nice guy. Look at this, Corey. Oh, Corey Little is okay.
What's up, man?
What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I wanted to come on here and actually thank you for everything you've done. I enjoy watching your streams. I know I've joined a few times on accident, but tomorrow's election day, and I want to say thanks. I appreciate you, Parker Dean, educating the youth. I know we might have opposing viewpoints on some things, but I hope to see you around no matter what the outcome is tomorrow.
Absolutely, man.
And that y'all absolutely, sorry, I'm folding laundry. I'm a bit tired going back and forth.
I get that.
Just like y'all worked your ass off, researched, no matter what side you stand on. I hope that y'all use y'all's platforms to help unite this world. We need it. But I just came on here to say I appreciate you and y'all's work and all respect, no matter what the outcome is. And let's use our platforms to spread positivity and love,
I love that, Corey. Well, hey, man, thanks for coming up and saying that, even if we disagree. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, of course, brother. I hope to meet you one day.
Yeah, likewise, brother. Appreciate it.
You have a great night.
You too, man. You too. It's a nice guy right there. Let's bring up Fatima. Hopefully that's how you pronounce her name. Hello, are you MAGA?
Hi, no, I'm not.
Oh, well then I don't have to convince you of anything.
Oh, I know. I thought there was debates going on. So, but yeah, I honestly, I'm voting for Kamala tomorrow.
Oh, mate, what state are you voting in?
New York.
Oh, okay. Well, you still got to go out there and vote. All right. Well, anyway, I appreciate you voting for Kamala, and I appreciate you watching. All right. You have a good one.
You too.
That's nice as well. Thomas, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Jaden, thank you for the $2. Jaden, yeah. Saying my next president, Vice President Kamala Harris, soon to be President Kamala Harris. Isabella, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Killer, thank you for the $1. Tracy, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying thanks for all the hard work you're doing to keep Kamala Harris, or to help Kamala Harris win. Tracy, I appreciate the $50. Please fill the chat with W's for Tracy. That is incredibly kind, Tracy. I appreciate that so much. Please fill the chat with W's for Tracy. That's so nice. Yo, oh my gosh. DMC Neil, my man. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo, saying one last thanks for all you've done. Man, you guys are making me sad, bro. You guys are making me sad. I appreciate it, DMC Neil. Thank you for the $100. Fill the chat with W's for him as well. It is incredibly kind. Him and Tracy, 50 and 100, man. Please show some love for both of these people. They're fantastic. DMC Neil, man, I appreciate that so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. It means a lot, man. Thank you. Crystal, thank you for the $5. I've been watching for months. I'm going to miss these lives. I learned so much from you. Tried to debate a Trump supporter the other day, and it was so frustrating. I don't know how you do it every night. Love you. Crystal, I love you too. Thank you. I appreciate that. The lives will still definitely be around. They'll definitely be around. We'll make them happen in some capacity. We'll do like Republicans versus Democrats. Killer, thank you for the other $1. Goddamn Harry, LMFAO. Don't do that chugging trick again. I missed your face. Yeah, it was probably not a good idea. And then also I wanted to. Oh yeah, all right. David, are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Why? Why on earth? Why on earth?
Well, big reason being how blatantly Kamala lies all over social media, and not just her, but the entirety of the Democratic Party. Is right.
How much Kamala Harris lies? Donald Trump lied about the 2020 election. How do you feel about that? Still lies about it to this day.
No, he's skeptical.
No, he lies about it. He said it was stolen from him.
Kamala Harris lied on her campaign ads today.
What'd she say?
She was talking about how Trump said that he's going to do things whether women like it or not, referring to abortion and all this, when it had nothing to do with abortion. It had to do
Donald
with
Trump saying
down
I'm going to do it whether you like it or not is a weird ass comment.
Well, it's protecting women from illegals coming over the border and raping.
If you say, why would you say it like that, though? Why would you say, I'm going to do it whether you like it or not? I'm going to protect women whether you like it or not. It's just a weird comment. And it follows with Donald Trump's behavior in his life, whether it be bragging about assaulting women, telling a 10-year-old girl he wants to date her in 10 years, or calling his own daughter voluptuous. He's just very weird when it comes to women. So when he says something very strange, such as, I'm going to protect you whether you like it or not, it's gross.
Well, to be fair, all the women in my life, if there was someone coming to do something evil to them, like people are coming over the border and doing, I would protect
and
them.
Do you assault the women in your life like Donald Trump does?
That's crazy. Why would you say that?
Because Trump does it. Just curious if you're like aligned with him or how far you go.
And I don't think that he's done any of that.
Really? Because he was found liable for assaulting E. Jean Carroll in court.
When?
This was actually recent. This was like in 2023/2022.
I haven't heard anything about that. I'd like to see more about it.
You're not familiar with the case.
Never heard anything about
it. Do you know who E. Jean Carroll is?
I do not.
Really?
I have no idea.
So how about this? Jury finds Donald Trump. You see it? I know it's backwards. I'll read you the headline. Jury finds Donald Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation in E. Jean Carroll case.
And
published Tuesday, May 9th, 2023.
How? What did he do? Like say the wrong thing?
No, he. What the court found was that he inserted his fingers inside of her forcefully without her consent.
Okay, so why isn't he in prison right now? Probably because that's fake, right?
It was a civil case. The statute of limitations expired.
Okay, so because it's a civil case and he quote unquote sexually harassed a girl and assaulted a girl, he's not in prison.
It's not quote unquote. It's he did.
Well, I mean, I just think that if he actually did that, he'd be in prison right now. So I'd say that's probably fake.
Really. Do you not acknowledge that there are people who have assaulted women out there who are not in prison right now?
I know if I was to go up and assault a woman right now, I'd be in prison.
There are plenty of people who get away with assaulting women. Most people who assault women don't go to jail.
You don't get
most people who assault women do not go to jail.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
you look at Rain. Rain's a really good resource for this.
I've never met someone that assaulted a woman and didn't go to jail.
Have you met somebody who's assaulted a woman and gone to jail?
What?
What's the implication there? Yeah, I don't know, man. The data's pretty clear on this. Just like there are people like to say that is like that doesn't happen is crazy because there are people who have killed people out there and gotten away with it, right? They're not in jail right now. It doesn't mean that somebody wasn't killed.
Yeah,
I think you would acknowledge that O.J. Simpson, when he was alive, probably killed Nicole Brown Simpson and her boyfriend, but he wasn't in jail, right?
But he got convicted of it and went to jail.
No, he did not.
At time, he did.
No, he did not.
He was arrested under suspicion and went to jail until they proved him innocent.
But he was not found guilty. He was not found guilty of it, was it?
Yeah, but he went to jail for a short period of time.
But you would acknowledge that it's probably likely that he did, right?
You're ignoring what I'm saying. I'm saying he went to jail for a short period of time until he was...
But he did not go to jail on a murder conviction, correct?
All right, whatever. It's
correct, right? I'm glad we got there. But the point is, there are people out there who have committed crimes that are not sitting in jail right now for those very crimes. So the point is, what crime did Kamala Harris commit?
She election fraud today, lying on social media and on NFL football games, on ads that are on NFL football games.
Please tell me what statute that violates.
Lying on like live TV, that's violating our rights as Americans to know actually what's going on.
What the fuck are you talking about? I cannot believe... I shouldn't say that. I was going to say something really mean.
Go for it.
I just cannot believe that you... What state are you voting in?
None of your business, honestly.
What state are you voting? Are you voting in a swing state?
No.
Okay, good. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God the fate of NATO and democracy is not in your hands. I mean, my God.
So you think I'm kind of a turd, right?
I think to say that Kamala Harris is breaking the law by quote unquote lying in ads and the statute she's violating is your ability to know things is like the most, maybe the definitely top 2 dumbest statements I've heard tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean breaking the law. I mean just in general violating the American people. And
well, you said that Kamala Harris broke the law. So what law did she break?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so okay, good. Because Donald Trump has broken the law. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
All right.
So you shouldn't vote for felons, shouldn't vote for criminals, shouldn't vote for people who assault women, get found liable for assaulting women, and make fun of the women that they assaulted. It's just not a good philosophy.
You also shouldn't vote for people that are willing to straight up lie to you on TV.
Like Trump, right, like Trump.
So like Kamala too. Are you going to deny that she lied about
straight
that?
up lie on TV.
Are you going to deny that she lied about that?
Lied about what?
About what I was just talking about.
No, I don't think the context of what you're describing it in is a lie.
So you don't think it's a lie to say that Trump was referring to abortion when he said that he was going to protect women whether they liked it or not?
It's not what she said. What Kamala Harris is doing, she did not say that. What she's doing is painting a picture of who Donald Trump is. He's somebody who says very strange things about women. He's somebody who says he wants to control women, who's somebody who brags about overturning Roe v. Wade. He's somebody who assaults women, berates women, makes fun of women. Yeah,
so wrong
and then Donald Trump saying, I'm going to protect you whether you like it or not, is a very weird statement. That's what Kamala Harris is pointing out.
That's a protective statement.
Yeah, it's a strange, weird statement. I mean, it's just gross. It's like, why would you say it? Why would you say that? You can say, like, I'm going to protect you and your family and things of that nature. You could say, that's fine, whatever. But if you're saying, for women, I'm going to protect you whether you like it or not, it's just a gross, weird, very strange thing to say. And again, if you're so upset about lying, you're so upset about it, then you'd be very angry at Donald Trump, who lies about everything, literally everything Donald Trump lies about. He lied about the election. When there was a hurricane hitting the United States, he said it was going to hit Alabama. The weather organizations were saying that it wasn't going to hit Alabama. So what did he do? He took a Sharpie on an official map and drew the hurricane hitting Alabama so he could be proven right. He lied about that. He lied about January 6th. He lies about the FBI. He lies about the Department of Justice. He lies about immigration numbers. He lies about Kamala Harris. He lies about Joe Biden. He lies about Joe Biden's family. Every single thing Donald Trump lies about. So if you're so upset,
you can say he lies, but give me a specific lie.
On any of these topics, which one?
Yeah, give me a specific lie on.
Okay, sure. That the Department of Justice is targeting him, that the FBI is targeting him, that they're corrupt, and he knows it, and that he has the right. He knows he has the right to steal classified documents, or that Hunter Biden colluded with foreign nations and did X, Y, and Z, and all that nonsense. And as I just mentioned, his lie that the hurricane was going to hit Alabama when it wasn't, and he altered the map and things like that. His lie about the 2020 election when he said it was stolen from him when it obviously was not stolen from him. His lie with 25 million people coming across the border in recent years, which is not backed up by any official data, by any organization that's respected in the United States. Nothing. Lie. You gotta lie. You gotta lie. You gotta lie. It's like Oprah and this motherfucker.
It's been like 3 million in the last 2 months, I think is the stat.
What the fuck are you talking about?
People crossing the border illegally.
Yeah, okay, you know what? I kind of like your guys' style, the Republican style. Y'all just make up numbers. Yeah, man. Like Kamala Harris, she's up by like 1 trillion points in the polls right now. I think in the past month, she's gone up 1 trillion points. Yeah, I think that's what it maybe 1 billion, maybe 1 trillion. I don't know. She's up like 1 trillion.
Okay,
and Donald Trump, he's like negative gazillion dollars. He is negative gazillion. It's like super easy. Actually, you know what? I actually think like one person came across the border past couple of months. Just one. See how fucking stupid it is? Oh my God, it's so painful. I can't. I really hope Kamala Harris wins, so we don't have to like think about this stuff anymore, man.
What do you have writing on it? You've never done anything in your entire life but be a lazy social media influencer.
I'm lazy. Yeah. I'm so lazy.
You sit
I'm
on,
so lazy.
you're
Right? I'm so lazy. Honestly, I'll live at night knowing that you think that. I'll be all right. I'll sleep just fine tonight knowing you think that.
I'm just stating what I think. I mean, you're the kind of person who's never actually had to deal with things that normal working citizens
never had to work for anything ever. Totally. No, I just like this. Actually, this whole like TikTok thing. The reason you're up here talking to me, like it was just handed to me, right? That makes sense. That's good. That's
well,
smart.
it's not
Super
work.
smart.
That's for damn sure.
I don't know what your definition of work is, but I think that informing people about how stupid people like you are is a noble cause. You don't have to agree because then again, you make up numbers on the spot and run with it, which is perfectly fine. In La La Land, it's fine, but whatever.
That's wild.
What's wild?
Just your logic and just your
I'm sorry. You just said that 3 million people came in the past 2 months. Please don't talk to me about logic. Please.
Okay, what's the number then? You must know it. You must know the number. You must know the number.
3 million people. No, I'm not saying I know exact number.
Well, it's a lot. It's a fuck ton.
Well, you just said 3 million. You said a very specific number. I'm just curious, like, where you got that.
I said I thought that's what it is. I said I'm not completely sure, but I think that's what it is.
Why do you think that?
What's that?
Why do you think that?
Because I thought that's what I read.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying I don't know the exact stat, but I think that's what it is. Is that really that stupid of a thing to say?
And I think I read that you funneled $2 trillion from the United States to China. Actually, I think I read that, but don't quote me on it. I'm not sure. See how like ridiculous this stuff sounds? I think I read. Give me a break. Oh my god.
All right.
Can you name me like a couple of pieces of policy that Trump got passed through Congress that you liked?
What's that?
Can you name me like 5 policies that Trump got passed through Congress that you liked when he was president?
Well, I like all the border bills. I like Roe v. Wade. I don't know the exact border bills. I know what he did.
Yeah. What border bill got passed through Congress? What did it do?
I don't know the exact bill. I'm not snicking.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. You didn't get a border bill passed through Congress. This is what I'm talking about. Like you're making stuff up right now, right? You just say, "Oh, a border bill got passed through Congress," and you try to play it off as informed, and then you go, "Oh, you attack me. Oh, you this or that." It's very painful to listen to. Now, do you have anything else you want to talk about, or do you want to go take your thing somewhere else?
All right. That's just wild how disrespectful you are.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Weren't you just saying I'm so lazy? I've never did work for anything in my entire life.
Well, you
Weren't
are.
you just saying that?
You are.
Well, okay, so are we being respectful or are we not being respectful?
You
can't cry to me.
You started calling me stupid.
Yeah. Once I start cooking your shit, you can't then get like emotional. You can't back down and be like, well, that's so disrespectful. You got to like stand firm. I'm standing firm. I'm standing on business right now. And you're oh man, you're so disrespectful.
I'm just
anything else you want to talk about or not?
You say things about me. I say things about you.
Well, I'm sorry. You were just kind of crying. You were like, oh, you're so disrespectful. Now, do you have anything else you want to talk about or not?
All right. Nah, I'm good.
God, I'm so sad this conversation's over, David. What will I do? Sorry. Oh man, I'm gonna miss making fun of them. Vicky, thank you for the $10. Yeah, you've worked so hard, and here we are. Well, thank you, Vicky. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Gregory, thank you for the $20.24. I appreciate that as well. Faith in Films, thanks for the $1. Justin, thank you for the $2. Thank you, our Gen Z boys, for everything this season. I appreciate you, Justin. Thanks for being here. Christopher, thank you for the $1. Glad we made it to this point. Thank you for your hard work. Kamala Harris for president. Yeah, Christopher, I'm happy we're here, man. Bobby, thank you for the $3. $3 for 3 votes reported for Harris so far. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kayla, thank you for the $1. I voted and then my car broke down and my dog died. Kayla, I'm terrible. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. I hope you're doing okay. That's the voting's good, but everything else seems to be a unfortunate series of events. So I hope you're doing all right. Jaden, thank you for the $2. Thanks for educating the youth. Jaden, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Daniel, thank you for the $15. No matter what happens tomorrow, thank you for all that you've done. It has made a huge difference. Well, I hope so. That's the goal. I started these lives with, less than a year away from the election. I probably started them, like February of 2024, I guess. Right. Yeah. February of 2024-ish. And it started with the intention of convincing people to vote for whoever the Democratic nominee was going to be. And so hopefully that has worked in some ways. Hopefully I've convinced some people to. Tria, thank you for the $5. Voted blue in Arizona. P.S. You're the best. Tria, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I actually think you're the best, quite frankly. I don't think this is a me thing. I think this is a you thing. I think you're the best. It's not me. It's all you. But yeah. Brad, oh my God, dude. Bro, this is insane. Bradley, thank you for the $300. Oh my God, bro. Bradley, thank you for the that's insane. Thank you for the $300. $300 on Venmo. Please, 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 please fill the chat with W's for Bradley right now. $300? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Please drop some love for Bradley in the chat. That is so incredibly kind. Tonight is the last night before the election. You're doing what you do best, challenging MAGA. Harry, you know your stuff. You've been truly amazing educating our youth. and getting the young generation out to vote. Now let's win this. Vote Harris Walz 2024. Bradley, thank you so much for your very, very, very kind words and your incredible donate. I mean, that's insane, bro. $300. Bradley's always supported the live. He's always here, man. I appreciate that, Bradley. Please fill the chat with W's for Bradley. I know he probably, you know, he's just a good guy. He's just a good guy. I appreciate that, man. Rhonda, thank you for the $25. I'm so stressed right now thinking about this outcome, but you do make it better listening to your reasoning and rationale with this ignorance of MAGA. Well, I appreciate that, Rhonda. I got to be honest, Rhonda. I'm really tired tonight. Like on a typical night, if this wasn't the night before the election, I would not be live right now. I got like 4 hours of sleep last night, like 5 hours the night before, 5 hours the night before. I was in Vegas and I wasn't really like vacationing. You know what I mean? I was kind of like doing stuff. I was debating people. I was out there on the street talking to people. So I'm really tired right now, but I wanted to talk to you guys the night before the election. You know what I mean? So Rhonda, I'm glad that you're enjoying the live. I appreciate that. I think I'm a little in a bad mood, quite frankly, with some of these Republicans. My patience is gone. Leah, thank you for the $10. So proud of you. Killing it. Leah, you're killing it. I love you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for being here. Bren, thank you for the $5. Harry, I've missed you. Hope you so happy you had a great time in Vegas. You deserve the break. I think the break's going to have to come after the election if there's going to be any break. Because again, if Kamala Harris wins, you know, Donald Trump's going to try to overturn it again. Elise, thank you for the $1. People who mail ballots are able to track where it is. At least I'm able to. Worth a check to make sure you don't have to secure your ballot for new voters too. Mine's been counted. I also appreciate the B-Day wishes. Happy birthday. And absolutely, track your mail-in ballot. Track your mail-in ballot if you used mail-in ballot voting. Please go do that, all right? Track your mail-in ballot. Make sure it was counted. If you're a Democrat, make sure it was counted. If you're a Trump voter, well, make sure it was counted. Come on, we got to make our voices heard. You know what I mean? So anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know. I'll bring you up and we can talk. Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio. Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio. Erica, that's a very kind comment. Makes me laugh. I'll allow it. Look, I'm not talking to that person. Andrew says he's MAGA. All right, let's give him a shot. Canada does not support Trump. Yeah, seriously. Ooh, Easton. Hello, bro. Andrew, how old are you, bro?
18.
What year were you born?
06.
I'll allow it. Why are you MAGA?
So I saw, well, I mean, it's not about Trump. Sorry. It's not about Trump, but I saw a video recently of someone, like, in California, the voting, right? And they were videoing it through their glasses, and he didn't need to prove any identification or that he was a citizen or anything like that.
Yeah, there's no ID law in California.
There should be.
No, I don't really care. Like, I think that like voter ID laws have been used in a racist way in the past in certain states. Like in North Carolina, a voter ID law was overturned, and then when the court overturned it, in their opinion, they wrote that this ID law was targeting Black Americans specifically with, quote, surgical precision, right? So yeah, I think it can be used for bad, but if, you know, I just don't, there's no real reason to add another regulation in there, right? Like, our elections are secure, so why make it even harder, right?
Yeah. So can you just explain to me, like, what was racist about? I don't know anything about it, but you said that. That's interesting. Was there anything? Like,
yeah. I mean, I would just recommend you go read the case. But essentially, in North Carolina, there are IDs that Black Americans were more likely to get, and there were IDs that white Americans were more likely to get. Just like based off the data, not anything racial or anything like that, but it just showed, like, for some reason in the data, Black people were more likely to have X ID and white people were more likely to have Y ID. For whatever reason it might be.
Actual data. That's not like.
Yeah, you know, you can go like read the court case, and the data is cited in the court case and the decision. You can like see how they came to this decision. So if you're curious about this, like, more in depth, I would highly recommend you read it. I think it was really well written. But essentially, the ID that was more likely to be owned by Black Americans living in North Carolina, and again, it's not like 100%, but just a majority, was not allowed to be used for voting. So when you're suppressing that ID, which is owned by a majority of black people, it is, pretty much targeting people of color and making it harder for them to vote. So that's what they were talking about.
I mean, yeah, I understand that, but like, that's racist no matter what. But like, what's it called? Is there like a majority vote of black Americans that the Republicans would not want? Like, I don't know. In black Americans, is there a preferred like candidate or preferred candidate, like Republican or Democratic, that they would want? That
you're talking about the black Americans as a group of voters?
I mean, that's
like, would they side more with like Kamala? Are you asking like, are they going to side more with Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Yeah. Like, is that why?
I'd say that, yes. So typically black Americans vote more so for Democrats than they do Republicans. So Republicans have done a variety of things in history to suppress black vote. Like, it's not only just in North Carolina. In Georgia, for example, they've removed polling locations in predominantly black areas, and they've only left like a few open. So that the line ends up being like, we've had reports of like 1, 2, even 3, 4, 5 hour long lines in specifically black areas, where in these wealthier white areas, you can go in and out and vote. And typically in these wealthier white areas in a state like Georgia, those people would vote more for Republicans. So you have like voter ID law that's targeting people of color, polling location removal that's targeting people of color. And of course, the United States has a bad history with going after people of color and their right to vote. Yeah. So I just say, like, I'm not saying that like wanting to secure an election is racist automatically, but like these laws have been used in a racist way, and the justification is, we need to secure the election, when in reality, like, they're not doing it for that. They're doing it to suppress voters. So
yeah, so I was looking for that. So I'm going to check up on that definitely after this live. But what's 100%. It called? So going back to the voting. So those laws weren't in place this year, right now?
Are you talking about that voter ID law in North Carolina?
Yeah, that's racist.
Yeah, that law was struck down. That's not in place right now. But they do have a voter ID requirement. It's just broader now.
So broader. I mean, I'm guessing you mean not racist. So
yeah, I mean they adjusted the law accordingly.
Yeah. So I mean, I think now all the laws are set. Nothing racist going on. I think they should. I think knowing who's voting, making sure they're a citizen is pretty important, though, still in our election. Because let's say, I know the CBP One app is a whole conversation that you have. But let's say someone that didn't go through that, they're fully illegal immigrants. Let's say they go and vote. There was no proof that they're like an immigrant, a legal immigrant or not. I think that's kind of a problem going back to it, especially with no other racist laws,
Yeah, I mean, except there's just like no data to suggest that any of this is a problem. There have been big, I think there was like this, I forget what the name of the group is. Maybe I shouldn't even bring this up, but I'll be vague. There's this group in 2020 that had reviewed like 30 million plus votes, or has reviewed 30 million plus votes in like the past couple of years in elections and whatnot. And they only found like a handful of cases of undocumented migrants voting illegally. So this doesn't happen. It's not widespread. And of course, this has been investigated a lot by different agencies because Trump, brought it to the forefront of the national conversation, and there's still no evidence. And this was investigated by Trump's own Department of Justice, by the FBI that has a director that was appointed by Donald Trump. There's just no evidence to suggest this. And, our elections are incredibly secure, and there's no need to worry about the security of our elections. And it's also, important to note that you have to be registered to vote to actually vote. So you have to go to your DMV, prove who you are then in order to be registered to vote. And then when you go to vote, you have to say in certain states, like New York, for example, you have to confirm your address, your signature has to match. You have to be able to recite your address to the people and things like that. So there's a lot of measures. And again, there's just no evidence of widespread irregularities or insecurities in our elections. So.
In New York, though, I don't think I registered to vote on the other day. I don't think you really need, you don't need any identification. There's a checkbox that says no ID or driver's license in New York. So, I mean, that's pretty, that would obviously be I don't know, not fair in my opinion, but so you said you need an ID or identification.
Well, when you go to typically when you register to vote, you're at the DMV, I assume, right? Or you go to your elections office.
Or you can get,
you do have to go ahead. Sorry, say that again.
You can get a paper shipped to your house. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever it might be. you have to have like actually have it be shipped to your house.
Yeah.
You got to like, of course, and then of course, you know, if you lie in these forms, you can be held legally liable for that. And of course, if you vote illegally, you can be held liable for that. And it's pretty easy to find out if somebody's voted illegally. You know, that's why like if somebody does it, they're almost always caught. So it's just nothing. It's nothing to be worried about. And, you know, all these things are investigated and have been investigated, especially recently.
One more thing too.
Yeah.
But in California, it is it's legal. It's legal to vote without identification.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to sign an oath, but you can't. They don't really catch anybody in California. Like, it's not really ran through, I don't think.
I bet I can look up. California person arrested.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely obviously someone.
I mean, like, I'm sure it happens, but you know, all these people are mainly caught, and you know, California, again, we have data on all this stuff. Like, there's no evidence of widespread fraud or anybody abusing the system in California and voting when they shouldn't, and it's the same thing that's happening across the United States. And anybody that does is prosecuted very heavily. It's not something that we take lightly. But you know, Trump uses these lies to justify, you know, trying to overturn elections he didn't win. It's just dangerous.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, there's so many bad people in our country, and if you're a liar, you're not a bad person, but there's a lot of liars. I think you just can't use the honor system when it comes to voting. I think it would be much smarter if there was a database that could prove that you're a citizen, and there is one, but they don't use it in California and some states. But yeah, that's it on that.
I just wouldn't worry about this, to be honest. There's no reason to.
Yeah, I hope that obviously our elections are safe, and that'd be great. Another thing too, I want to learn about tariffs a little bit. How are they gonna, like, I know it's obviously hard to have one big company for each like product.
Yeah,
that's what you kind of argue on, but I think, I mean, there could be a couple like American companies that would definitely thrive off tariffs. And
I think like tariffs have a place in America, and I think they have a place in our trade, but I don't think that what Trump is proposing is smart. He's proposing like 10 to 20% just a tariff on all goods coming into the United States, which would inevitably just pass the cost down to the consumer. We see this time and time again. Major economists agree that tariffs are inflationary, and that's not, and again, it's not always bad. It's not always bad. Tariffs are not always bad. I agree with tariffs in certain instances,
but not 100%. Yeah,
but not like a tariff on every single thing we bring into the United States. Because if you think about it, everything you do would be impacted. You go to the grocery store, a lot of things you buy going up in 10 to 20%. When it comes to building houses, when it, you know, bringing in steel and wood and supplies to do that, 10 to 20% more expensive, making your house even more expensive to build, raising housing costs. Everything you do would be more expensive. And there's a study out there that was done that says that for your average American family, it would lead to a $4,000 tax increase. $4,000 for your average American family. So you can only imagine how much it might be for other folks in the country. So I don't think it's a good idea. And Kamala Harris, on the flip side, doesn't want to do that. And she wants to give hardworking Americans a tax cut, specifically 100 million Americans. So that sounds good.
Okay. So is this like a new thing that Trump's campaigning on, the tariffs, or did he try it in his last term?
Yeah, this is something that, I mean, Trump talked about tariffs in his last term as well.
But not 100%.
His exactly. Like his more broad tariffs of 10 to 20% is a newer policy that he's for some reason come up with.
And most presidents usually have like a 20% tariff, or something around there.
I mean, for certain things maybe, but not when it comes to broad goods coming into the country. Okay. You know,
Trump wants to put a 20% tariff on everything coming from other countries other than China. He wants to put a 60% tariff on every good coming from China.
Yeah, I think that's even worse.
And we get 30% of our goods from China. So
think about you guys have iPhones right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want your iPhone to be 60% more expensive? It's already like $1,200. You want it to be 60% more expensive?
So I think Apple is a company that could thrive in America. And
yeah, but think about how long it would take Apple to shift their supply chains over to the United States.
I think it would take.
And it'll also be way more expensive for them to build their iPhones in the United States. Just saying.
Either way, we're getting higher prices.
I think it would bring American jobs a lot, actually.
I mean, yeah. So there's some evidence to suggest that tariffs create American jobs, but then again, it comes with a raise in prices for consumers. This happened under Donald Trump. We have evidence that it happened under Donald Trump, specifically in steel, washing machines, things like that. It also leads to trade wars. So that's a big negative of what happened. Donald Trump, put tariffs on China, got into a trade war with China, and then China put retaliatory tariffs on us, making it harder for farmers, specifically with their soybeans, to sell their product abroad. And it really hurt the farming industry. The farming industry had to be bailed out. Donald Trump passed a huge package bailing out the farming industry, who didn't need to be bailed out if it weren't for him. So it's like, trust me, tariffs in some instances are great. No problem with tariffs in certain instances, but broad tariffs, like 60% on goods coming from China, is insane, because China will just do the exact same to us. And then we can't send our stuff to China. Like, that's terrible for the United States. A lot of people do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know what you're saying. I mean, I think there was no really point. I think the normal way of tariffs is right. A couple of years ago, like, I don't know, 10 years ago. But I think it's really not something that you could change your vote on. I think he'll find his way around tariffs and make them actually beneficial. But
there's a single economist out there who agrees with that.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't agree with him on his first term, and I mean, he had a good
didn't really help the economy his first term.
Well, it was good though. It didn't go to shit. I mean, gas didn't turn to $40 a gallon.
I'd argue that a lot of aspects of the economy were not good under Donald Trump, specifically because of him. I'd say the economy was generally good, but not because of him.
Yeah, no, of course, but at least he maintained an economy.
But like, it doesn't take a lot of work to maintain an economy, especially because like the economy is not controlled by the president. It's controlled by the Federal Reserve. They're like independent agencies.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just, there's no reason to vote for Donald Trump. Are you voting, Andrew? Have you voted yet?
Yeah, I have.
You voted? And what state did you vote in, if you don't mind me asking?
New York. So I mean, it's not really a big deal. I don't think it's going to go red, but.
Well, I guess nothing I can change now.
Yeah. But I think what's it called? This is honestly a broad context, but I think just an average Republican voter is more manly than a average Democrat voter. And I'm not calling you not manly. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
On the average, I do think. I don't think it's a big deal, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like,
I disagree. I mean, it depends on, everybody has a definition of like what it means to be a real man. I think what it means to be a real man is
protecting women's rights. I got you. Yeah.
I mean, not just women's rights, but protecting everybody's rights, standing up for people whose voices may not be as loud as yours, telling the truth when it's inconvenient, fighting for people and things like that, and not thinking that you're better than everybody. I think it was Baron de Montesquieu, famous quote, something along the lines of, to be truly great, you stand with people, not above them. I think that's what it means to be a real man. Donald Trump doesn't embody any of that. And I think a lot of Democrats do. Not every Democrat, I'd say, but a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
because I don't think
good statement. Yeah,
being like jacked and like eating like raw meat, as these freaks online do, means you're a real man. I think it just means you're a weirdo.
So if you eat raw meat and you're jacked, you're a weirdo.
No. I mean, you know what I mean? Like these guys that get on social media and they're like, they claim to be alpha males and they're doing that weird shit. I think you're just a weird guy. If anybody who refers to themselves as an alpha male is just like a very strange
like Liver
individual.
King, you're thinking of, yeah.
Oh yeah, that dude's a freak. That guy's weird. So
yeah, he's on a lot of steroids, but
I don't know the specifics, but take your word for it.
Yeah, one more thing. I don't want to get new people up here. I think so in the past, Obama, I mean, he deported a lot of people.
Yeah.
Over 4 million, I think. Over 3 million for, I don't know, one of the two.
Like 8 years or something. It was a lot, yeah.
Over 8 years. That's over the 8 years or over the 4?
Over 8.
Okay, so yeah, still that would be around 2 million per year if you think about it.
I don't know if that's the number, but it was a lot. Anyway, go ahead.
And he didn't campaign on. He still did it behind the scenes. I mean, that's important. You can't have legal immigration, right? But I think had it way more in check. Now, the Democratic Party hasn't. They've honestly campaigned on making illegal immigrants to be legal immigrants, and I think they have. I mean, I haven't seen Tim Walz or Kamala Harris say one thing about deportation, but I think it's pretty important when you had the immigration crisis. What's not true?
They've talked extensively about like keeping our border secure. Like Kamala Harris's entire policy is let's secure the border, but do it in a way that's effective and actually addresses the problem, but it's also humane. So Trump, when he was president, had like family separation, for example, which quite literally just ripped kids out of their parents' arms. And some of those families to this day have still not been reunited. Donald Trump viewed that as the way of securing the border. I think that's just plain inhumane and evil. Kamala Harris says, hey, let's invest in Border Patrol. Let's invest in immigration courts. Let's give the president and the Border Patrol more authority when it comes to shutting down the border if it's being overwhelmed. Let's invest in state-of-the-art technology to scan for drugs coming through. That's her view. But we should also do it in a way that doesn't kick people when they're down. That's not inhumane. That doesn't separate families. So she has an actual policy that strikes a middle ground with Republicans, right? Republicans kind of worked on this policy that she talks about, and that she wants to give them a seat at the table. Whereas Trump's entire policy is like build the wall and deport a bunch of people. And I can talk about how both of those things are stupid if you'd like, but yeah.
But I mean, Kamala, in the past, you could obviously change. I think she did change. I don't know if it's just like what she says, but in the past she says that illegal immigrants aren't criminals. I mean, if you do something illegal, you'd be a criminal, right? I mean,
yeah, yes and no. Like, so she obviously doesn't agree with that anymore, and I think that like that's perfectly fine. I think people evolve on issues, which should be encouraged. It shouldn't be like attacked for like changing your opinion on something. But also, like, I wouldn't call somebody who got a speeding ticket a criminal. Is speeding against the law? But it doesn't make him a criminal. I mean, I wouldn't. I think you wouldn't really call them that, but that's just me.
Of course, I mean, and again, this is not for everything, but I think if you go to jail, I mean, maybe not jail, but I don't know. I think a ticket is different than like a criminal, but yeah, that's besides the point. She's changed on that topic. I was just bringing it up because I was confused about it.
No, you're good.
Sorry. Last thing. Okay. So Kamala, but you said, of course, I heard the thing about Kamala wanting, or they actually did put out a bill for Border Patrol.
Yeah.
And I heard senators said that Trump he told them to not vote for it.
Yeah.
But this was after the Laken Riley killer already came into the country.
Yep.
So can you agree that she was a little bit late on that bill?
No, I wouldn't say that, because they also, the Biden administration introduced an immigration policy on day one of the administration. It was called the U.S. Citizenships Act of 2021. It was like within like 20 minutes of Biden being inaugurated, he sent this immigration bill to Congress, and the Republicans refused to work with him on it. So they tried, and then they tried again with this bipartisan border bill, and Republicans again refused to work with Biden on it because it would hurt Donald Trump's campaign. We have Republican Representative Troy Nehls from Texas, who's a huge Trump supporter, who didn't criticize the bill. Thank you, Brittany. Who didn't criticize the bill on the merits. He just basically said, and this is his quote, "I won't work with Biden on immigration because I think it'll boost his poll numbers." So, that's just like kind of what the Republican Party did. They specifically wouldn't work with Biden on it because they thought it would hurt Donald Trump, and Trump's entire campaign is about blaming immigrants, and I think that's a really bad campaign. And now in the year of 2024, Biden has signed an executive order, and undocumented border crossings and encounters at the border are now really, 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 really low, even lower than they were at some points under Donald Trump. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess you're. I don't know. I just think it can go both ways on all these topics. But
I disagree. On this. Like, I think that it's perfectly fine to disagree. Like, if you're like if you're a moderate conservative Republican, whatever, like, I'm not going to hate you if we disagree. That's fine. Yeah. And you might have a completely separate view of me saying, no, I don't think it can go both ways in favor of the conservatives. But when it comes to stuff like this, when it comes to like the immigration debacle we've had in recent years, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to reproductive rights, when it comes to the economy, Kamala Harris is better than the Republicans on all of it. And that's not just me saying it. Like, for the economy, for example, there was a letter signed by 16 Nobel laureate winning economists who said that Kamala Harris's economic policies would be better for America than Donald Trump. So, you know, it's just like stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. So I honestly, dude, I'm having a good conversation on 2 more topics, please. So back on immigration, I haven't heard Kamala or Tim Walz say anything about deportation. So there's already the illegal immigrants in the country. I mean, they haven't talked about getting them out. You could obviously want to change the laws and make it easier for legal immigration, but they're already in illegally. A lot of them, like 2.6 million or something like that. And they haven't talked about getting them out. And I think, I don't know, there's obviously some criminals in the bunch, and I think it's important to get them out, the criminals at least.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris totally agrees. Like, if there's somebody who's breaking our laws, they're here undocumented, then they should absolutely be removed from the country. What Kamala Harris does not agree with is the idea that, you know, you have this undocumented migrant in the United States who simply overstayed their green card. They're working a job. They've had kids in the United States. They got married in the United States. They're working at their local school. They're a soccer coach, whatever it might be. What Kamala Harris says with that person is that they should not be deported. Instead, they're a model citizen. They're somebody who we'd want in our society. Let's give them citizenship. Let's give them a pathway to citizenship to make them an American citizen. What Donald Trump is saying is that person, no matter how long they've been in the United States, even if they've started a family here, even if their kids are American-born citizens, they should be deported. So Kamala Harris is saying, hey, if you're a bad person, you break our laws, you have no right to be in this country, we'll get you out. But, you know, we're not going to have this mass deportation effort like Donald Trump talks about, whereas Trump is saying, yeah, every single person, every single one, even if you're just working a job, you're not breaking our laws, you're working a job, you're helping the United States by doing that, you're getting deported. I think that's crazy.
I did see a clip of him saying, I mean, let's start with the criminals, and he said, like, and then we'll look into people that aren't contributing to society. And if you're working a job, you're contributing, you know?
Hold on. He says he wants the largest deportation effort since Eisenhower. He wants every single undocumented migrant, 11 million.
He didn't say
out
that
of the United States.
He was saying, all he said was criminals and people that aren't contributing to society, meaning jobs that are benefiting us. And that's pretty reasonable. I mean, if you come here illegally and you're not benefiting us.
But that's also that would be like, even if you're, I don't know, what do you call it? Like a not productive member of society. I don't know how you define that. But even then, I don't know why we would deport them. I don't know why that makes any sense. It would just be incredibly expensive and a really tough effort to get that done. But also, that's also just not what Donald Trump said. He says he wants the largest deportation effort since Eisenhower. And that doesn't just include criminals, because realistically, there are not that many undocumented migrants who are criminals, right?
Oh, yeah. No, so sorry. You can finish that.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Before I catch you, I just want to catch you. So criminals and people that aren't contributing. And if that was the case, that'd probably definitely be the largest deportation in history. With just those groups, you know, there's two groups.
I don't think that the numbers there, because again, there's not that many undocumented migrants who are criminals.
Plus non-contributing, but I mean,
but I don't know what that means. Like, what does that mean? What does it mean somebody's not contributing? Just like, I think there are ways that people contribute to society, but they're not working jobs. Like, I think stay-at-home mothers contribute to society.
Yeah, or just good people in general. But I don't know. I just think there's a way to, like, I guess I don't know the way fully, but there's a way to, like, determine whether they're benefiting.
But that's the thing. There's not really. Like, Trump is just, the problem with Trump right now is he's just like, he's making really broad statements about everything. He's just saying, yeah, we're going to deport a bunch of people. Yeah, I'm going to make the economy better. Yeah, I'm going to lower costs. And it's like, okay, so how are you going to do that? And why is that a good thing? Right. And he never tells us. He never has any specificity. He never has any nuance. It's none of that. And it's like, we shouldn't vote for people who try to just skate by simply just being vague. And that's what Donald Trump's entire campaign is.
I gotcha. Yeah. And I have two more things really quick, just statements.
All right, yeah. I just want to make sure to cycle more people up, but we can do two more quick things, sure.
If whoever becomes elected tomorrow or whatever, whenever it happens, I hope they're a good president, you know, whether it's Kamala or Trump. Hope they benefit us. And I feel like just there's no proof for this, but I feel like you, Dean, Parker, and Chris is smart too. I think you guys are all smarter than Kamala. I think a lot of stuff that you guys say, I mean, she hasn't said. And I don't know. I just I just think you guys are better debaters than her. And I think Tim Walz is smarter than her too. I mean, I don't know. It's just.
I disagree. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think that I don't think any of us are smarter than Kamala Harris. I think she's very accomplished, very smart, educated lawyer, took the bar exam in California, which is one of the hardest exams or hardest bar exams to pass in the country. It's like, she's no dummy. And I know people have like opinions on that, but she's no dummy. You don't get to where she is and accomplish as much as she's done by being stupid.
Yeah, you're right. All right. I mean, well, I had a good conversation. I hope you have a good night.
All right, man. Thanks, Andrew. Have a good one. All right.
Of course, you too.
Appreciate it, man.
Have a good one.
Easton, my man, what can I do for you, MAGA?
No, I am undecided. That sounds crazy, but
wow. What state are you voting in?
Pennsylvania.
All right, let's lock in here, everybody. We got to lock in. All right, why are you undecided? Shout out everybody that's coming from Parker and Dean's Live. I appreciate y'all. Why are you undecided?
I think my biggest issue is probably the border.
Okay. Well, what the fuck? Are y'all drilling outside my house? Anyway, it's like, come on, guys. So why is what makes you undecided about the border? Like you're saying, like you're not sure if you want to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris. Like when it comes to Kamala Harris on the border, what makes you undecided? By the way, Jillian, God, you're fantastic. Go ahead. Sorry.
Probably well, she was in control of the border under Biden, right?
Thank you for the galaxy. She wasn't. The vice president doesn't have that authority.
Well, she's on like the assignment that Biden would put her on, right?
No. So for some reason, Republicans were claiming that she was the border czar. But the vice president, again, doesn't have that power. They can't be given that power either. What she was tasked with was studying the root causes of migration from triangle countries to the United States. But obviously that doesn't mean that she controlled the border, So
I saw, I don't know, I can't remember what network it was on, but I try to stay away from like Fox News and CNN and all, the biased ones. And it was about, she had said, she got asked if she thought she'd do anything different, like what Biden did, anything different than what he had done,
Yeah.
And she said no, she wouldn't have done anything different. Well, obviously somebody messed up with the border, and I read a number, 11.7 million undocumented immigrants in America.
Yeah, that's not people who've come in under Biden. Also, like, what did Biden or Harris do that was bad on the border? You say like, oh, somebody messed up. What did they do?
Having an open border.
So how did they open the border?
See, I don't know. That's why I'm here asking for your advice.
So neither Biden nor Kamala Harris opened the border. All the laws were still being enforced. Actually, the border is more fortified than it ever has been before. We have more Border Patrol agents, more money going to the border, more wall, quote unquote, on the border than ever before. It's more fortified. So it's obviously not an issue of like security. What is the issue is the asylum laws being abused. Asylum is basically claiming that it's a legal process. It's legal under international law and American law. It's saying that, hey, I'm being persecuted based on a protected trade in my home nation. I need to seek refuge. People are legally allowed to do that. However, the system's just being abused. So what that means is that people where asylum doesn't apply are applying for it anyway, and they're being granted temporary stay in the United States. So you see these big numbers. You see people coming to the border. You're asking, why are people coming in? Why is it the way it is? These people are actually legal. The asylum law is just being abused. And so what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden tried to do was rewrite the law. They worked with Republicans on this, making it harder for people to seek asylum where it doesn't apply, basically making it harder for it to be abused, while also investing in Border Patrol, hiring more agents specifically to deal with drugs and things like that, also expanding immigration courts. It was a big bill that was written by both parties, and that bill was shot down by Donald Trump. He actually said, please blame me if the bill fails. So if you're undecided about immigration, you're like, well, who's actually going to take action on the border? Then it would be Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have endorsed policy that's endorsed by Republicans as well. Whereas Donald Trump has yet to tell us what he's going to do about asylum, which is actually the root cause of what we're seeing right now.
All right. What about the economy? What do you think? Like, a lot of Americans have experienced, inflation, price gouging. Groceries are up. I don't know how many percent. Gas prices.
How was that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
Yeah, how was the inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying it rose under Biden.
Okay, I mean that's like similar to saying like the unemployment rose under Trump's administration to 14.8% unemployment. Clearly, that wasn't caused by Trump, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so like that's the point. It's like neither Kamala Harris or Joe Biden did anything to raise inflation. This was something that was going to happen anyway. There was a global pandemic that shut down our economy, the economies of countries around the world. And like even before Biden took office, even before Biden was elected president, economists were writing how there was going to be high inflation. There was also high inflation in countries like Great Britain, France, Germany, Japan that spiked at around the same time as it did in the United States. And that's obviously not a coincidence. It's just something that happened globally. And it's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Donald Trump's fault. It's not Kamala Harris's fault. It's mostly something that's out of the president's control. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump is lying to you, telling you that somehow magically he's just going to be able to lower your grocery prices, whereas Kamala Harris is actually putting up policies that would give you a tax cut to kind of ease that burden just a little bit more,
Mm-hmm. So she said she wants to tax like big corporations,
Yep.
And will that not affect the consumer's price? Because they're just going to jack their prices up to cover it, right? Just like a tariff would.
Well, Parker's econ. I mean, I think you better have a better.
Yeah, so tariffs actually would have an increase on the price. You're saying that corporate tax cuts would have an increase in the price. Is that you're arguing?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why, when there was higher levels of corporate tax under the Obama administration, were there lower prices?
I'm not arguing. I'm just getting it, like your thought on it.
Yeah, no, I'm just arguing that like if that's true, there's no way it could have been the cause.
Okay. I feel like there's a lot of misinformation spread. And
do you think that's spread by Trump?
A lot of I feel like it comes from both parties, but a lot of it's from the Republican Party.
Okay, so you say it comes from both parties. So you blame Trump. Here, I actually have this question. If you think that that's an issue, then why would you vote for someone that tried to coup the country by getting the country to literally believe the election was stolen and sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to like literally pause the peaceful transition of power?
Yeah, I think he definitely should have called and conceded whenever it was called for Biden.
But like, would you vote for someone who's done something like that?
Probably not.
Okay, wait, sorry, say that again?
Probably not. I mean, I'm either not going to vote or I'm going to vote. I don't know yet.
So at the end of the day, it's either Harris or it's Trump. And I think that you'd want to vote for Harris if it is the case that you want someone who, didn't try to undermine our democracy, doesn't want to terminate our constitution, isn't held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. The $2, thank you so much. You should vote for the adult in the room, Kamala Harris, not the little baby in the room that wants to nuke hurricanes and put reptiles in moats so that if immigrant children fall into the water, they die. Like it's Bowser's castle.
Did he say he wanted to nuke hurricanes?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Isn't that like the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your entire life?
Who created the I guess lie about the Democrats were controlling the weather?
Oh God.
Oh, I don't know. That was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, that's like insane shit.
Yeah, she said that she, who, by the way, is one of Donald Trump's best friends. Like Trump recently at a rally in Georgia pointed to her in the crowd and said, she's an amazing representative. She's loved everywhere. And this is a woman who claimed that Democrats control the weather and that somehow Joe Biden, who also apparently is super sleepy anyway, was able to create hurricanes with his hurricane machine and have it target Republican areas. Yeah, I don't know, but that's one of Donald Trump's best friends. And that's somebody who he could potentially appoint to his administration or give a senior advisory role or something like that. And I don't think that people who think that Democrats can somehow make hurricanes should be anywhere near power. And I don't think that you should vote for people who would do that. So
yeah, Blitz PhD made a good video on this. Literally, like the amount of energy required to actually create a hurricane is astronomically high.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like even the science.
That's why the energy prices went up.
That's why they were too busy making hurricanes, not giving me my oil. What a terrible.
What's your opinion on RFK Jr.?
He's insane.
He's insane. Yeah. Yeah.
He was a former Democrat, and then he switched to independent, and then he switched to Republican, I guess.
Yeah, he completely went against all of his beliefs and fightings throughout his life to like go and side with Donald Trump, because he's like been an environmentalist throughout his whole career, and now he's literally following a guy that thinks climate change is a hoax and that the climate is going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet.
God, geez.
What about
like his entire career just completely axed because he decides to join the climate denier?
What about
Tulsi Gabbard's also crazy.
Gabbard?
She's also crazy.
She's also crazy. Like it's just like all conspiracy people with Trump. Like, do you not realize that like it's almost like we're getting to a point where it's conspiracy versus reality?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much like Tulsi Gabbard said that the United States and Ukraine were manufacturing bioweapons inside Ukraine. Like what? It's just the most brain numbing crap you've ever heard in your entire life. So between the Biden is making hurricanes, the bioweapons in Ukraine, the space lasers are creating forest fires, as Marjorie Taylor Greene also said.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, we really, we gotta, I think like, even if you're more conservative in belief, I think this is a great moment to like get American politics back on track. Like you might say like, I disagree with Kamala Harris on some things, but at least she doesn't think that the other side's creating hurricanes, and at least she doesn't deny fact and just spew fiction and things like that. And so that to me, I think is pretty important. And I think like, you're an undecided voter in Pennsylvania. That is, you have a lot more say in this election than Parker and I do at California, New York. So, just come back to normalcy. And again, you might be more conservative. Kamala Harris has said she wants to put a Republican in her cabinet. She said she wants to create a board of people specifically who disagree with her to advise her on policy positions as well. So, if you want,
that's definitely more unifying
than what Donald Trump's advocating for. And it might not be perfect. You might not like it
Puerto
completely.
Ricans garbage.
Yeah.
But it's like literally like brings us back to normalcy and will create a better Republican Party in the end. Donald Trump, you keep running down and voting for him, he's going to utterly destroy the Republican Party, and that will be the entirety of the Republican Party from the future.
Yeah.
And I feel like personally a lot of my political views come from my faith. I'm a Christian, but I don't feel like Donald Trump represents Christianity.
He doesn't, right? Like Jesus on and on again in the Bible talks about helping the poor, helping the sick, helping the people in need. Who's doing that? Is it Donald Trump doing tax cuts for the rich, or is it Kamala Harris advocating for expanding the child tax credit to decrease childhood poverty, or the housing affordability through the tax credits, the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, or the $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in their first year of starting off? Those things help the people that want to do better in this country, that want to help their families, put food on the table.
So with the Trump tax cuts, we all experienced. He cut the taxes on the rich because they're his friends and his donors, and it ended up hurting the middle class more than it helped. And now we're experiencing.
The reason why it hurt the middle class more than it helped is because you could have, like, the opportunity cost of that money. Right, we spent $190 billion a year to get $10 billion in GDP growth, $2 billion in governmental revenues. That's pretty bad, right? If we literally just gave all that money to people in the middle class, we would have benefited significantly more.
From what I understand, we're still under Trump's tax cuts, correct?
Yep.
So inflation, taxes, not necessarily inflation, I guess, but taxes in general, we're still under his policies, so we're still getting screwed by Donald Trump.
Yep, essentially.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
So I think I know who I'll be voting for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important. I'm really happy to hear that, man.
And I'm in York County. It's one of the more conservative counties in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I hope it goes blue. I hope it goes blue.
Yeah, man, get out there and vote
let
tomorrow.
other people know. Go vote.
Yeah,
really
and
important.
remember, if you're standing in line and you're in line when the polls close, they have to let you vote. So you should go do that tomorrow. Go vote for Kamala Harris. I hope you do. That's awesome. And thank you for the conversation, man. Oh God, that's so good.
I think we'll see a blue wave.
Hopefully.
I hope so.
All right, man. Listen, have a good rest of your night, and feel free to come up tomorrow if we're live. Parker's going to be live, and tell us if you voted. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. By the way, everybody, you're going live on your account tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I definitely am.
Natalie, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. I don't know if you guys know this, but Parker's going to be live like all day tomorrow, and he's going to be doing a lot of cool stuff. So you should go join his live.
I've been live all day today. I think I've been live for probably like near 10 hours.
Dude. Whoa. Christian, thank you for the... Whoa. I don't even know what that is. Thank you for the future, bro. I appreciate it so much. Shout out Christian. Shout out Christian. I appreciate you bringing the next person up.
All right, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people.
Yo, Erica, thank you for the $10. Connected with you on LinkedIn. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. I'll leave the last half of the message out. Vaishi, thank you for the $14 as well. Barbara, thank you for the $3. Thank you, Harry, for everything. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You're so kind. Melina, thank you for the $20. Thank you for everything you've been doing in this election. I appreciate you, Melina. You're too kind. Dessa, thank you for the $75, saying thanks for all you're doing. You're the best of the new generation. Please show some love for Dessa in the chat. Fill the chat with W's for Dessa. That's so incredibly kind. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Fill the chat with W's for Dessa. Karen, thank you for the $5, saying thanks, Harry. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. It is, Karen. Valerie, thank you for the $5. Help sell this election day anxiety. My job gave us off. What can we do? Go make sure your friends, family, loved ones are voting. You can volunteer with campaigns to go reach the people they need to get out to vote. Make sure they're voting. Do all the good stuff. And I'll read a bunch more in a later. But anyway, Sam, are you MAGA? Okay, we'll bring up somebody else. Bring up the next guy.
All right, everyone. Aaron, thank you so much for the $2. Javen, I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
Hey,
and Madeline, thank you for the $1. And Leah, thank you for the $5. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Why?
Can I say a quote and I can Trump card y'all real quick?
You can what?
Oh yeah, dude, on Trump card y'all.
Like the great Hannibal Lecter, I eat his fava beans. I do from China.
Of course. Anyways, Harry, I love you so much, and you have been a avenger in this little politics scheme right here. But I love you, dude. You're great.
Yo, Adrian, I appreciate that.
Sorry, I wanted to do that so bad. Last time I did it on Parker's live, he kicked me out.
I know.
So bad.
I am quick with it.
He's much quicker than I am. Adrian, man, I appreciate that. Thank you for the support.
Yeah,
man.
dude. Of course. Have a nice night.
You too, man. Have a good one. Oh, that's a nice guy right there. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk. You can tell me why you're MAGA. Let's bring up Colton. I see Colton right there. I don't know if he's if his thing expired, but we'll bring in Jaren. Jaren, I just invited you if you want to come up.
All right, everyone, tap that screen.
Jaren. All right, Jaren, why are you MAGA?
Well, first of all, I was, and now I'm not even voting.
What? Why?
Why don't you vote for Kamala Harris?
Well, the first thing I see over the years of what I've learned, it's that it doesn't matter who you vote for. It doesn't matter if you vote Trump, Harris, Biden. The way I see these elections, the government is just going to be telling them what to do. That's how I see this.
Wait, let's clarify. Do you think that Trump undermining women's access to abortion, do you think that's the same as Kamala Harris protecting women's access to abortion?
I don't care about the whole abortion thing, honestly.
Okay, you don't care about women's rights?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like,
That's exactly what you just said.
Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want with it.
Okay, if it's do whatever you want, then you want to protect women's rights, correct?
Well, yeah, exactly.
So would you vote to protect women's rights?
Yes, I would.
Okay, then why aren't you voting?
Because I feel like that both of these people, Trump and Harris, I just feel like the only thing they care about is to get into office. Like, they don't really care about anything.
Think what you want. Why aren't you voting for women's rights? It's on the ballot.
So this is what I see with Donald Trump. Basically, it's for him, it's just lies after lies after lies. And in the second debate, now let me continue. In the second debate, he was like, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. I'm like, where did that come from? I feel like for him, it's just a lie after a lie after a lie.
And then you want him in the Oval Office?
Now let me continue. And then over with Kamala Harris, she wants.
Kamala.
I'm not going to do that. Come on now. All right, I'll
Dude,
just say
it's a
Harris.
pronunciation. It's not that hard.
I'm
It's
sorry.
Kamala.
I'm sorry. All right, whatever. But for her, she posted this list of like ideas, like things she wants to do to help America, and I think that's amazing. I really think that's good that she wants to help America out, right? But the thing is though, why hasn't she done it yet? She was in office as the vice president for 4 years. And now I don't know how much power a vice president has. I don't think they have a lot, but she could have told Biden to do this stuff. I mean, was she in control of the border? I don't think she was.
No.
They're just saying she was.
No, so you understand that it is the case that Congress is the one that passes a lot of these things. She can influence to get things done, and she actually did a lot. She did the most of any vice president ever, the most tie-breaking votes, and she raised over $5 billion in private funds to help out Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place.
That's true.
So, like,
yeah.
we can point to lots of things that she did that were influential, right? And I mean, we can't act like she's like fucking superwoman, right?
No.
Like I mean, I don't think it's like realistic for her to fix everything. First thing it's
No.
Yeah, and also I just want to say that like she and Biden got a lot of stuff done that apply to folks like you, me, Parker, everybody, whether it be investing in infrastructure or investing in fighting climate change or investing in manufacturing. A lot of these bills and historic bills at that were passed under Biden Harris. Harris had a key role in all of these things. So, you know, you're in 4 years, whether you're president or vice president, you're not going to address every single issue in the country facing the country, right? You're not going to be able to solve everything. But the fact that they were able to get done, you know, and address a number of topics in a way that moves the country forward is really, really impressive. And if you want more progress like that, you got to get out there and vote. You sitting on the sidelines and not voting for Kamala Harris when you even acknowledge that Donald Trump is like this freak, lying narcissist does nothing. It changes nothing.
I want to vote for somebody that actually really understands what they're doing. Like if the nominee. Well, yeah,
I think Kamala Harris knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
She's worked in every branch of government. She's the most qualified candidate.
That came out wrong.
Ever.
That came out wrong. But if the nominee was someone like Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis for Republican, I would go for them. But it's not. It's Donald Trump. Which
so you have somebody who's like incredibly qualified. As Parker said, worked in every branch of government, has worked her way up the ladder from district attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president, now running for president. Been in this game for a long time, knows her ins and outs. She's incredibly qualified versus somebody like Donald Trump, who's incredibly unqualified. I feel like the choice is really easy, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, she's smarter than. I mean, she's really smart. She's smarter than Biden because Biden probably didn't even know he was the president for 4 years. But
what? You didn't know he was president?
Bro, we know how that guy is. We know how Biden is. All right. But I mean, no.
Okay, so Biden absolutely knows he was president. 1, 2. Trump literally believes windmills, right, are being killed or killing whales in numbers never seen before.
Yeah, that I didn't really understand what that meant. I'm like, dude, what?
Do we need to bring up the sharks and batteries quote?
I
never heard that quote. I never heard that quote.
You want to hear it real quick?
Why not?
Oh my god, it's so brutal. By the way, it's
is it
so
better?
brutal.
Like,
no, it's
like I feel like everyone needs to hear this video before they vote. Like it should be court mandated that everyone hears this video before they vote. Okay, now listen to this. All right.
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Did you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
America is so screwed. America is screwed.
No, but we're not. We're not.
You can vote for Kamala Harris. You have time. It's literally election is tomorrow.
What state are you voting in?
I live in Texas.
Oh, okay. You got to
vote Texas. I actually think Texas. It's either going to flip this election, next election, or the one after that one.
I mean, I don't care who becomes president. Just please, for the love of God, just close the border. That's all I'm asking.
That's what Kamala Harris wants to do.
Yeah,
she wants to do that.
Like the bipartisan border bill, the one that Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill that was conservative sided. People on the left hate Kamala Harris for her immigration policy.
Yeah, like the people that like the communists, the leftists, the people that Republicans always cite, they don't like her because of this bill.
Yeah. That was Trump's biggest goal, was to make sure that border's closed. Biden came in.
Yeah. Okay, so how is he going to mass deport 30 million people?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, how do you know if they're? How do you know?
How do you know they're undocumented?
That's what I don't get. How do you know if they're illegal?
It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility.
That's just a ridiculous statement. So it's like he's running on things that he's not even going to do. He's just saying shit. He doesn't care about fucking
quite literally.
fixing
He's
shit.
he's just saying shit. He's like, we're gonna get rid of taxes for this. Like, he's just saying shit. We're gonna deport these people. We're gonna do this. It's like,
how about we
utter
just
nonsense.
get rid of taxes altogether? Let's just do that.
Well, we can't do that. can't do that.
Get rid of taxes
Unfortunately, I wish that we could fund the country and all the programs we need in a way that didn't require taxes. We would all like that, I think, but unfortunately, that's not a thing that exists, and taxes are a reality.
I'll tell you this. One of my friends at school thinks that if people are going to come to the country, what if they say, if you want a citizenship, what if you join the military? I thought to myself, that was a little bit questionable right there. I mean,
I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, I didn't really agree with that.
Jaron, have you voted yet?
Not yet.
Are you gonna vote?
I'm still thinking about it, but I don't know.
Here, let me just let you know. Let me know something that's very important. If you don't vote, you have no effect. If you do vote, you will have an effect. The reason why certain policies, certain politicians are in there is because the people who are older are the ones that are voting at significantly higher proportions. Be the younger person that votes, be represented, right? And get other people that are younger like you to vote, because when all of us have this idea that oh, my one singular vote doesn't matter at all, right? We all individually think that way. So the idea is following through with it, because if you do it and other people follow through with it, we know that the vote is going to be significantly higher, right? And we know that all of us working together, it's going to be there. And you're on a live in front of 7,000 people. The amount of people that you can touch and get to in terms of this conversation, in terms of this medium, is incredible. Yeah. So it's we're all working together. We're all going to go out and vote. There's thousands of people in this live that are going to get out and vote.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, there are people watching this live whose rights depend on you getting out there and voting. It takes all of us to have a successful running country, and these people watching, they just want you to do your civic duty. So just get out there. You know what I mean?
I'm voting for Texas Senate. I'm voting for that, but I'm still questioning.
Who are you voting for in the Texas Senate?
Ted Cruz, without question.
No, you should vote for Colin Allred.
Oh God, no, I hate that guy. No.
Why? Why do you hate him? What's wrong with him?
That guy, no. They want to freaking. He's a guy that's big on opening. He's not.
No, he's not. He supports the bipartisan border bill.
Big on opening the border.
No, he's big on the bipartisan border bill.
The bill that also, by the way, includes funding for the wall.
Yeah. Seriously, funding for the wall, increasing border agents, increasing immigration judges, limiting the amount of people who can come into the country.
And guess what Ted Cruz did? Helped block the bill. So you're saying, think about that for a second, right? You said, all I want to do is secure the border. And you're living in Texas. Okay, that's fine. The person in the Senate that you'd be voting for, you have one who supports a bipartisan border bill that hires more agents and secures the border, does all these things that you want. And then another is blocking that very bill. So if you take the names out of it and just look at it like from a policy perspective, you obviously would vote for Colin Allred on the issue that matters to you most, not Ted Cruz. Also, last thing before you speak, one of the most important things I've seen in politics, among many of the things that Ted Cruz has done, is that after the PACT Act was blocked, which is a bill that expanded health care to veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad, Ted Cruz was part of the Republican coalition that blocked that bill initially before it was eventually passed after pressure hit them. After he helped block the bill, he fist bumped his fellow Republicans on the House floor after blocking a bill that helps veterans with their health care. This guy does not care about anybody but himself and owning the libs. He thinks it's fun when you block healthcare for veterans.
We'll see what happens in freaking January. We'll see what happens.
I mean, January. What the hell are you talking about?
January? But no, that's the president stuff. That's the president stuff. I don't know when. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay. All right. All right, Jaron. Well, listen, please think about your vote. All right. Just please.
I will ask y'all this. This is another thing that they probably should have talked about. I mean, they didn't care about this in the debate, and that is the bill to ban TikTok. Trump said that if he's elected, he's not going to ban it. Kamala said that if she's elected, her goal is it wasn't to ban TikTok altogether. It was to take control of the CEO of TikTok. I mean, what do y'all think?
So Trump, the bill's been passed through Congress and it's been signed into law. So Trump would need to pass a new law to overturn it, which is not going to happen because the majority of Congress voted for the bill. Also just to be clear, Trump signed an executive order when he was president banning TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he did. Now he's saying that he wants to not ban it. That's just a way to get young voters like me to
100%. And as I've said time and time again, I don't mind people changing their views. But what happened is Donald Trump met with somebody who has a significant stake in TikTok, like a financial stake. I forget his name, but he has 25% of the company. And he's more conservative. And then he guaranteed donations to Donald Trump. And then he changed his position on TikTok. So I don't think that's what we want in a leader. Somebody who changes their position based off of money. He has no values, no morals, no fundamentals. He just does what helps him.
Yeah, and then Harris said that her goal was their goal not is to ban TikTok altogether. They just want to take control of the CEO and all that. I don't remember what
they want a divestment. Yeah,
really, they want someone in America to take control of TikTok.
Correct.
Which, I mean, that's not going to happen. But
we'll have to see. But listen, please go out and vote. All right.
Yeah, but Harry, I always see you on here, and dude, I respect the hell you did.
Thanks, man. Well, hey, I appreciate that.
There is one more question I did want to ask you.
Vote Colin Allred. Vote for Kamala Harris.
Vote Kamala Harris.
But Harry, here's a question I want to ask you. If there was a Republican you would vote for president, who would it be? A Republican.
Me as a Republican.
Yeah, I'd probably vote for Parker as a Republican, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. Not bad.
Yeah, that's just me is my same ideology right now, but just branded as a Republican.
Yeah, so if Parker just ran with an R next to his name, I'd vote for her.
Are you gonna run? Are you gonna run when you're? How old are you? How old are you, Harry? How old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Dang.
So I can't run for Congress for 3 more years. Senate for 7. President for 13.
If you run for president, I'll probably vote for you.
It's gonna be a crazy primary when it's me, Parker, Dean, and Chris all against each other. That's gonna be a crazy primary.
Dude, crazy primary.
It's gonna be the most insane primary of all time.
Imagine that.
Oh, man, that'd be fun.
I wouldn't even primary that, bro.
Yeah, I might. I don't know. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
It's gonna be. It'll be Harry 20.
48.
48.
Harry 2048. Everyone.
I'll try to say a lot by then. I don't know. Who knows?
You got it, man. Well, hey, listen, if you want to keep voting and have the ability to vote for one of us one day, then you should vote for Kamala Harris, who will protect our democracy, and not Donald Trump.
All right.
Yeah. Think about it that way.
All right.
And a vote and against Ted Cruz, because if we can shift Texas, that's just unbelievable. We win.
I'm probably not going to change my opinion on that, but I'm still going to think about the president.
Why not?
Make Texas great again. I feel like that's what Ted Cruz is going to do.
How is he going to do that?
Everything he said.
Like what?
Look, he's going to walk out of here. You won't
No,
walk
seriously,
out.
like what did Ted Cruz do, or what is he going to do that you think is so good?
He wants to secure the border. He's the one that wants to secure the border.
No, he's not. He literally undermined the bipartisan border bill.
I mean, Greg
With Donald
Abbott.
Trump.
People that did that.
Greg Abbott, governor of Texas. First of all, Greg Abbott, governor of Texas. He hates Allred. He hates that guy. He can't stand him one bit. He's asking people to vote for Ted Cruz, and people are doing that.
So the governor, your argument is that the governor, a Republican governor, disagrees with the Democratic nominee.
I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with what he says. I just think that Ted Cruz is just a better person, not a better nominee than Con Allred. But that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Y'all's opinion. I'm not gonna argue. I don't want to argue with it.
I understand you got that opinion, but like, I mean, the thing is, I'm just trying to say, like, you should like think about that, because like Ted, like, do you really think Ted Cruz is like looking out for you when he'll like literally leave the state when it's in dire need? Natural disasters.
Did he actually do that? Because I don't remember that.
Yeah. He like literally. I'm pretty sure he literally went to Cancun, like when there was like a natural disaster in Texas.
I mean, the only natural disaster I remember is snow.
Yeah, like remember when everything was like frozen?
I mean, it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, but like, it affected a lot of Americans, or a lot of Americans in Texas.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but
I mean, for weeks.
I'm still gonna take my time and think about it, but
people like died, and he like literally left.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what will happen?
I have a question. Like if he also like contributed towards the threat to our democracy, why would you vote for him?
Now that I can't answer.
Because people like Donald Trump, he literally said he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th.
That whole January 6th thing, that was so dumb.
And that's what Ted Cruz is perpetuating. Ted Cruz perpetuates January 6th because he's going and voting for Donald Trump.
That whole January 6th thing was so stupid.
I know, right? Like, and Ted Cruz literally supported that.
I mean, they're also saying that, was Trump even there the day of January 6th? Was he there, honestly?
Yes. Was Donald? Yeah.
He was?
He wasn't at the Capitol, but he was in DC.
Yeah, I remember he had like that.
Well, I mean, he was. Of course, he was in DC because he was still. Of course, he was in DC because at that time he was still the president.
Fight like hell.
At that time, he was still the president. He was doing stuff still.
And yeah, it was crazy.
Okay. Right. Well, so like again, yeah. Think about January 6th and like what that represents for a country when you're voting for either Colin Allred or voting for Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz perpetuates the exact same threat to our democracy that Donald Trump has.
Yeah.
All right, man. Hey, thanks for the conversation. Please go vote for Kamala Harris tomorrow, all right?
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Here's two scenarios I see with the president. Either America screwed or America screwed. Which one is it?
It's not.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. Actually, I think the domestic policy of Kamala Harris is very strong. Very strong.
Or America is going to be the same way it was under Biden for 4 years.
It's just not, though. Like, I mean, like Biden has accomplished a lot. He's accomplished a lot that helps me, you, everybody. So if we get 4 more years of like lowering healthcare costs, investing in infrastructure, investing in manufacturing, creating millions upon millions of jobs and wages going up, like I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, man. Just think about it for me. All right.
All right. Thank you guys for letting me on.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, bringing up the next guy. Reverse. Try to get him up here. Yo, Christopher, thank you for the $10. 20 days ago, you sent me money to help me while I was living out my car in Ohio. Your act of kindness was the first act of kindness I've seen in many, many years. That kind of motivated me to pursue my sobriety. Yo, fucking shout out Christopher, dude. I struggled with substance abuse.
Let's go.
Struggled with substance abuse since I was for 12 years since I was 16. Today I'm 14 days sober. I'll keep it short, but I just forever grateful for your selflessness that day. Yo, can we get some love for Christopher in the chat? That's fucking awesome, dude. You're sick, bro. I appreciate that so much, man.
Harry, I live
and
in
thank you.
Pennsylvania.
And thank you for. Can you shut the fuck up?
All right. Oh,
thanks. And Christopher, man, keep fighting, bro. You're killing it, dude. And I have faith in you. And please, feel free to reach out whenever you need anything. All right. All right, man. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, but I'm actually.
How old are you, bro? How old are you, bro?
I'm 18. I was born December 14th, 2005.
Okay.
But, so I actually just came here. I have a few questions and stuff, and I came here to be polite too. I'm not gonna say anything rude like some other people earlier, but I have a few questions because I know a couple of people did bring up the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing and whatever. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know everything about that topic. But you guys and Parker's here. I mean, I have been on your live once before, Harry. I still have a few more questions I want to answer. Like I said, I do live in Pennsylvania, and I haven't voted yet. So, if you guys go beast mode right now, who knows what happens tomorrow? I could vote, I've seen Parker. You were on Julie. You were going crazy, so that's pretty cool. Good for you guys. So what is the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing? Because earlier when a guy brought it up, you guys, Parker wasn't in here yet, but you were kind of making it seem like it just never happened or something. Like there just wasn't really a thing.
No. There was a Hunter Biden owned a laptop, as do millions of Americans.
Right.
And the Republicans in 2020 thought it was a big deal that has all this evidence of criminal activity, and then nothing came of it. Essentially, what was on the laptop was just a bunch of embarrassing photos of Hunter Biden doing things that he probably shouldn't have been doing. And that was the entire story. And so now you don't hear Republicans really talking about Hunter Biden's laptop anymore because it's why would they? There's nothing incriminating there. It's only, Hunter Biden being in a bad spot in his life and doing things, as I mentioned, he shouldn't be doing. It's nothing.
Right. So there was no connections to the Chinese and the Ukrainian stuff. That was all fake. No.
Yeah, there's no Hunter Biden sat on a board of a Ukrainian energy company. Right. But in terms of nefarious connections, no. You might say that it's wrong or morally questionable for Hunter Biden to do that, to serve on an energy board in a country abroad. And you can have that view. That's perfectly fine. Is it illegal? No. That's perfectly legal. He can make his money like that.
Yeah. So do you know who John Brennan is?
Doesn't he work in the FBI?
He was a CIA director.
CIA, yeah.
So he said, and he actually confirmed that the laptop had ties to, and quote, he said a Russian operation. So,
yeah, what was the context of what he was referencing? Because there's been a lot of Russian, I don't know what the word is, interference with the Hunter Biden laptop story, specifically recently with somebody named Alexander Smirnov, who was arrested by the FBI, I think actually in Las Vegas, Nevada, at an airport at Harry Reid International.
Literally where we just were.
Literally where Parker and I and everybody were just were. But he was arrested because he lied to the FBI. He later admitted that a lot of the stories that he was testifying to about Hunter Biden, Republicans were bringing him in to testify under oath. He later admitted that a lot of the stories he was testifying to was false and actually given to him by Russian officials and proved it. So my guess is that Brennan was referencing something like that, not as not like a nefarious plot or anything.
Yeah, and then I guess also with that, because there was a House Judiciary, sorry, my English, but there was the committee report obtained by the National Review, and according to them, the FBI sat down with several media companies like Facebook and Twitter about 30 times before there was a whole outrage. And because years ago there was you go on Twitter, it was trending, Hunter Biden's laptop, but even though it was trending, you couldn't really see anything. And according to that National Review, which was actually linked to the Congress.gov website and still is, and that's actually where I found the source, was the Congress.gov website. According to them, the FBI sat down with these social media companies 30 plus times, quote, 30 plus times, to get them to censor any topics or stories or any negative posts regarding Hunter Biden's laptop. And obviously, yeah, they're a private company. People get up here and say, oh, the Democrats, they want to censor our voices, whatever. No, I don't think that at all. I think that, whoever owns Twitter, whoever owns Facebook, whatever they want to do, it's their company. If I own a company and I want to do something in that company, I should absolutely be able to do whatever I want with that company. That's exactly what it is with this social media thing. But the fact that the FBI sat down with them before the 2020 election, quote unquote, 30 plus times, is kind of a weird thing. And then it ties into this. I actually have a note here. It was a New York Times article, and according to that, wait, hold on. It was the New York Times. Oh yeah, this was, I forgot exactly what it was. I have the author here though.
Well, do you want to respond to this first part?
Oh yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, so like the FBI does this often with social media companies. I'm sure that it's happening right now with social media companies. The FBI is like warning them of different nefarious plots by foreign actors. So recently, the FBI, for example, released a statement on 2 different videos that went viral on Twitter. One purported to show a Haitian migrant voting and had like 30 ballots in their hands. It later came out, and the FBI confirmed this, that it was created by Russia, spread by Russia, amplified by Russia to divide the country and make it seem like our elections aren't secure and further, erode the trust into the institution of our democracy and voting and things like that. So that's just one example. So the FBI sitting down with the social media companies in 2020 is not unheard of. And I want to remind you that Donald Trump was president. Like he was still president. So this is his administration, members of his administration doing this. And it's just something that's routine. Because, there does have to be some, I think it is good that the FBI and federal agencies notify these social media companies if they have intelligence suggesting that foreign actors are using their companies and their platforms to interfere with elections. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I can't imagine anybody would be like, yeah, don't bring that to their attention at all. And again, they can't force the companies to do anything, but sitting them down and letting them know like, hey, they're spreading a lot of COVID misinformation. They're spreading a lot of misinformation about XYZ. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah. I mean, not necessarily if that is really what they were doing, what was going on. But I guess that everybody's thought was like, hold on, if Hunter Biden actually is hiding something really bad on this laptop, and everybody, let's say, quote unquote, all the Democrats don't want anyone to know, because apparently it could be so bad that it would have swayed some voters. And so that's why they didn't want people to know. And if that was the case, it would be weird for the FBI to sit down with these social media companies. But I don't know.
But not at all, though. Like there's, as we just talked about, there's nothing has come of this laptop except some embarrassing photos of Hunter Biden. And if somebody is swayed by Hunter Biden, and an embarrassing photo like that, their vote is swayed off of that. I don't imagine that they were a very solid Democrat to begin with. And I don't imagine that there's a lot of people out there whose votes would be swayed by that. But also, Rebecca, thank you for the $5. You need a mom to talk to some of these people. I'll come up in the box if you need. Absolutely. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. And Sarah, thank you for the $10 as well, saying thanks for keeping the momentum going yet again. Fingers crossed. I appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, shout out all these people. You know what I'm saying? But I guess the thing that was, if the CIA, you know what, I actually might be wrong about it now that I think about it. It could have been the FBI director, John Brennan. But if he was saying that, like, all this stuff was tied, like, I feel like if anything, he might know more than me and you about what his teams were investigating on this laptop. You know what I mean? So if he's saying that it was like 100% a Russian tied operation, I feel like if anyone, he'd be right.
Well, I don't know if that's again, I don't know exactly what quote you're referencing, but the point is that like with these major like blockbuster stories that are really vague and don't have a lot of details, a lot of these countries, like our enemies, have an interest in who's president of the United States. That's why Russia, quite literally for 8 straight years, has been 9-ish now, I guess, has been working on Trump's behalf. And this is not conspiracy. This is not my word. This is the word of the FBI and Department of Justice and a group of bipartisan senators. So, they have a lot of interest. So when you see something like this online, you see, Hunter Biden's story, or, this viral video of somebody voting 20 times. It's like, be very, very careful about, who's pushing in. Whatnot. Right.
But, Vladimir Putin did endorse Kamala Harris.
Yeah, of course. 100%. I mean, that's just tactics, right? Because the entire narrative in the United States is like, well, obviously I believe it to be true, is that Trump loves Russia and Russia loves Trump. And I think there's a lot of evidence to back that up. So to change the narrative, Putin's obviously going to say something absurd like, I endorse Kamala Harris, but obviously he doesn't, because again, the Russian government has been working for a very long time to help Donald Trump. If they really endorse Kamala Harris, they wouldn't be, spreading misinformation online that helps Trump and not Harris, right?
Yeah. All right. I was going to bring up this next topic here. I guess we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that topic, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I just because like the whole FBI thing kind of trips me up. But I do have a couple more questions, and one of them was what you guys were talking about with women's rights. I grew up with a single mom, 2 sisters. You know, I would do anything I can to protect those ladies. And Absolutely. I will say, when I hear this whole thing about women's rights, you know, that kind of makes a light bulb over my head. So tell me a little bit about that. What do you think, like, about how Kamala will protect women's rights, but Donald Trump will kind of mess with their rights in a way?
Yeah, so Donald Trump put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which are federal protections for access to abortion prior to viability. Regardless whether or not Roe versus Wade is in place, after viability, it is left up to the states. But what Roe versus Wade did is it protected access to abortion prior to viability.
Right. So, okay. Well, so like if let's say there was a make-believe country, and let's say whatever president wins would win by the popular vote. You know what? Not even that example. Let's say 99% of America, like I don't know what the population is, like some in the 100 millions of people. If 99% of every single one of those people wanted something, and not saying obviously that they want like states to control abortion like that, do you think like they have the right to vote on it, or do you think like the lesser population should have the rights? Because
I think it should be left up to the individual person, because if you want to be most representative of the individual, you leave it up to the person. You're pro-choice about it. And I do think that it's fundamentally important to ensure that people have access to abortion federally protected prior to viability, especially because it is the case that, in terms of Roe versus Wade or not Roe versus Wade, because it is the case that like women have died because of the legislation.
Yeah.
Right? Like literally Amber Thurman, if she was in Minnesota, probably wouldn't have died.
Right. And there's a lot of cases with abortion where like 100%, like I'm not sure. Oh, wait, you debated Charlie Kirk, didn't you?
Yes.
See, I do disagree with him, because when the topic got up of like if someone of the age of like his daughter got raped, would the young lady have to carry the baby? Yeah,
he thinks that they should be forced to go through that pregnancy.
Yeah, he said that 2 rights don't make wrong, and I do disagree with that. I think if you're like a young lady like that, 100%,
but he also believes that like women shouldn't go to prison, right? Because they've been mass deceived into like thinking it's okay. Which then I also reductioed that like, okay, well then that means that at certain points in history he'd be okay with like not putting pedophiles in prison if he could have, right? Yeah, because they were literally, they thought it was okay for some reason because child marriage was normalized.
And you didn't.
Harry, you're unmuted, by the way.
Oh yeah, so
I know, I'm aware.
I guess you did use the word like individualistic, or like the individual should be able to have their voice. And I guess that is, you can't even lie, that is kind of what Trump was saying with his stance on overturning Roe v. Wade, was that when it's at the federal level, to be honest, no one's opinions do kind of matter. And Trump doesn't really, he doesn't really, I guess my opinion on his opinion would have to disagree with that. But obviously there has to be like 100% cases where abortion, like it has to be right, whatever. But at the same time, if a lot of people want it to be banned, like let's say in a world where more people want it to be banned, especially in a certain area, they honestly should have the right to vote on that topic. If it's at a federal level, they don't, like the average American.
Do you think women's right to vote should be left up to the states?
But I don't think that's
if 70% of people wanted women to not have the right to vote, should they be able to vote women's right to vote?
Well,
out.
But I don't think that abortion at like a certain point is like a woman's right, to be honest. Because
at what point?
Well, I honestly never really thought like, okay, this exact week is like you can't do it anymore. I think though that like honestly, if you have a loving partner and you actively have sex with this partner, and then you get a kid that you did not plan for, I think that you should be responsible for that kid, no matter what there's financial resources to help. I seen it with my own mom when we were poor in the state of Illinois.
Okay, but I'm talking like when it's non-sentient, right? Like if it's not sentient, I'm talking like an embryo. Should someone go to prison for having an abortion pill?
No.
Oh, okay. So then abortion is okay for up until what point?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because if the kid is at a certain point, then yeah, like it shouldn't be, like, I guess in that case, because I mean, I'm sorry.
Sounds like you're okay with most abortions, because if you're okay with the abortion pill, that's most abortions.
Well, okay, the abortion pill. Oh, you're not talking Plan B. My bad. You're talking like abortion pill.
Abortion
like when
pill.
the kid is how long would that like come along? Like how far along would the kid
For sure,
be?
abortion pill can be used up until like 11 or 12 weeks, something like that.
So I guess then, yeah. Honestly, then I do think that that's kind of like, to be honest, messed up. Honestly, I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, and there's a lot of other religions in this.
Okay, well, if you're basing it on religion, I can just ask you: should blasphemy of the Holy Spirit be illegal?
Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit? No.
No. Okay, so then you don't base all the laws on whatever your religious beliefs are.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You separate
there's a
religion
separate church
and
state,
government. Yeah. So like again, the point that I would make there then is that Jesus, your belief in Jesus isn't relevant to that one, and then two, I can actually argue Jesus is pro-life.
Right.
And the reason why Jesus is pro-life is because he gives people access to abortion, right? He makes it legal. He doesn't make it illegal because he doesn't prevent people from doing it. When you make something illegal, that means you want to prevent people from doing it.
Well,
so actually, Jesus is not pro-life.
Well, I kind of lose you there, but
Jesus is pro-choice. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but here's the thing, though. If a lot of Americans, and let's say in some case more than half of Americans, do believe in either a different religion or they believe in Jesus Christ or whatever, and let's say they think, like, in most cases, abortion should not be legal, they should have a voice to vote on that. And because in their case, that doesn't come down to women's rights anymore. That or if it ever did, to be honest, because that's what honestly we believe.
What does it come down to? I'm so confused. Okay, so what you're not understanding is that after viability, it is left up to the states regardless. Roe versus Wade protects prior to viability.
Right. So now it's not the individual people voting. Now it's like it's in, like, you know what I mean?
It's the individual people voting after viability. But so if you want in a certain state want to restrict access to abortion after viability, you can do that.
Right. Yeah, so now it's perfect because it's in the state's control. So
yeah, after viability though, federally protected before viability, up to the states after viability.
Yeah, so if all the citizens in one area believe something and they want to make it a law in one area, they should obligation be able to vote for that thing. If in Texas,
okay, so what if they want slavery? Should they be able to do that?
No, because that's a terrible thing.
If they want to get rid of women's rights to vote, is that okay? Okay, so but why is it okay to okay? So it's not okay to do it with the context of voting for women, but it is okay to do it with abortion. So those are both women's rights.
Actually, back then, women didn't want the right to vote because, like, a super long time ago, it was if you had to be in the draft to vote, and women didn't want to be in the draft. So it was actually old white men that pushed for women to be allowed to vote.
So you think that women just weren't voting because they didn't want to be in the draft,
right?
Not that they weren't allowed to.
Well, no. They weren't allowed to, but they didn't.
Were they even allowed in the military?
That long? I don't think so, no.
Okay, so if the only way to be able to vote was if you were in the military, and they couldn't be in the military.
No, it was to be in the draft. Like, to be in the draft,
yeah,
you don't have to be out of the service.
Okay, well, in the draft, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, well, okay, so what's your point here? So do you think it should be left up to the states? Do you think women's right to vote should be left up to the states?
No, absolutely not. Because, obviously there's some fundamental topics.
Fundamental rights that you want to protect. Same thing with abortion. Why not abortion?
But I don't honestly, like, I guess then
you don't think it's a fundamental right?
Is because a lot of people believe and a lot of women believe, and a lot of women who have gotten abortions come back one day and say it's the biggest regret in their life. But that's their choice, right? Right. That's their choice. And that's why people should be able to vote for it on an individual basis in individual areas and individual states.
Yeah. And that's why they should be able to choose individually. Right? Why do you think it should be left up to the states? You understand that leads to women dying, right, who specifically, right, because people, it's not like, for example, I'll ask you this question. Do you think vaccine mandates should be left up to the states?
Vaccine mandates, should they be left up to the states? I think they are, aren't they?
No, I'm asking you if you think they should be.
I honestly never really thought about that, to be honest. Like, I have my COVID vaccine. Like, I got all the ups and downs of
but do you think people should be forced to in certain states?
Forced? Oh no one should be forced to get a vaccine.
Okay. So federal protections against forcing.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we do that? In this situation too. Like we don't have those federal. We have federal protections against forcing people to go through.
Yeah. So let's look at the word force. If a woman got forced into having sex with somebody, as in like rape, that is a terrible thing. And honestly, I'm going to disagree with Charlie Kirk. If that woman wants abortion, she should legally be able to get an abortion, even though a lot of Christians and a lot of
but they're
Muslims
forced to go through pregnancy.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, like that's like rape and then just normal.
No, they're forced to go through pregnancy. If they're pregnant, you're
but
saying
no
that they
one's
should be forced
forcing
to
them
go through pregnancy. In certain states, they are forced to go through pregnancy, especially in circumstances in which they are assaulted. You understand that leaving it up to the states leads to women who are assaulted not having that access to abortion?
Assaulted?
Yeah, 22,000 women in this country every year have restricted access to abortion when they're assaulted. Over 22,000.
22,000 women get assaulted because in states that it's not legal.
Yeah. Literally tens of thousands of women. Isn't that like a reason why you should want to vote for women's rights?
So I just lost my train of thought, but I'm back into it now. Well,
yeah, the point I'm making is that if Donald Trump's policy stays in place, women who have been assaulted are forced to go through pregnancies in certain states. You don't think that should happen. You don't think they should be forced, right? So you should vote for Kamala Harris to make sure that those tens of thousands of women do not have to go through that.
So, but so force, right? Like if a woman was forced into having sex with someone, they were raped. Like
they were assaulted, and they're forced to go through that pregnancy because of their state's abortion laws.
But if someone has when people talk about limiting abortion access, they usually don't talk about rape. Even Donald Trump says there has to be.
But the inevitable reality of leaving it up to the states is that rape victims are forced to go through pregnancies. That's the inevitable reality of you leaving it up to the states, you not having the federal protections for access to abortion. That's going to happen. You can say you have the exceptions for it, but those exceptions do not exist in the law in terms of federal protections.
But they
should exist in terms of federal protections. So unless Donald Trump had those federal protections in place, he shouldn't have overturned Roe versus Wade by putting people in the Supreme Court to overturn it. That was terrible and irresponsive policy that disenfranchised women, discriminated against women, and led to women dying in this country and great victims being forced to go through pregnancies. And that's not something I'm willing to accept. And that's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. And that's why you should too.
Well, yeah. Like no one should have to willingly carry like a baby that they got raped, and that's why they're carrying it. But at the same time, it's like when a lot of them talk, and there has to be a way, there has to be exceptions, but when they talk about limiting abortion, a lot of the time what they mean is people who willingly had sex with someone willingly and then turn around and they just don't want to carry
say what you want, but I'm talking about the inevitable reality of your policies. You guys can act like, oh, it's a small percent, right? These are tens of thousands of individual people, right, that have been assaulted, that are forced to go through those pregnancies because of Donald Trump undermining a woman's access to abortion. That's what happened, right? So I think that we should care, right, for women's rights in this scenario, and we should fight for women's rights, and we should protect their access to abortion in these circumstances, right, and ensure that these exceptions exist federally speaking. You can sit there and you can argue against all the other scenarios, and I will fight you tooth and nail on those debates, right? But ensure that those federal protections exist for those exceptions if you actually believe in them. And that's not what Donald Trump's advocating for.
I'm pretty sure Trump, like, and I'm not 100% sure. I can never be about really anything, but I'm pretty sure that Trump wants people, if they got raped, to be able to get an abortion. Like, if
you could say he wants that, but if he actually did, well, then he would have ensured that there were federal protections for access to abortion in those circumstances, right, prior to engaging in putting people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade. He bragged about doing this, and he never talked about it, like putting those federal protections into law.
Well, all right. Okay. Well, I guess we're just going to, this is one more thing where it is a agree to disagree, my bad. Because I guess with a lot of Muslims and a lot of Christians, a lot of followers of Jesus Christ, a lot of Catholic people, whatever.
Wait, we could say before that, actually, I have one thing to say on you. If you care about it at life at conception, Donald Trump wants to pay for IVF. Right, that would lead to more zygotes, more embryos being killed because they are discarded, right? Because each individual that's a patient, right, is around 5 to 6 embryos or zygotes that are created. So it'll lead to more people being killed, right? Than the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I don't know a lot about every topic, but isn't IVF like
in vitro fertilization? So if you think zygotes are people, if you think embryos are people, you would kill and discard more people under your own worldview if you vote for Donald Trump, because he wants to pay for IVF. And there will be an increase in the amount of patients that will cause more zygotes and embryos to be discarded.
Isn't IVF
I don't think they're people. I don't have an issue with that. And I think it's actually like
But
good,
isn't IVF like helpful and good and stuff?
Wait. Not for you.
Right.
You think it should be banned because those are people, right?
Well, yeah, the seeds of life. But that's the thing, though.
Not just the seeds of life. We're talking about fertilized eggs. We're talking about human lives.
Okay, but if you like in ejaculation, right? There's millions and millions of sperm, right? Sorry, I'm not going to say anything bad.
Wait, are you arguing sperm should have rights?
No. I'm saying.
So then why should zygotes have rights?
I'm saying sperm is the seed of life. But for all those millions of sperm, what is only one sperm actually is what gets the woman pregnant?
I'm talking about the zygote. The zygote is a fertilized egg.
You're right.
Yeah, and it's discarded because not all of the zygotes and embryos created in the context of IVF are used.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the same thing with pregnancy. Not all sperm's used. Listen, I don't know as much about this topic.
Where does conception occur in the human body?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know as much about this topic and honestly all these big words. But what I do know is
give me a guess. Like where does conception occur in the human body?
Conception?
Yeah.
Like in the uterus?
You think conception occurs in the uterus? No, that's implantation. That's the beginning of pregnancy.
Right. All right, listen. But here's the thing.
Where does conception occur? Because conception happens before pregnancy. There has to be implantation. Implantation is the beginning of pregnancy.
Parker, you cornered me in some dead space right here. I'm not going to lie. Like, you're going to have to answer your own question because...
We have fallopian tubes? Okay, so, like, the point I'm making is that you don't know about, like, even the anatomy, right, of these zygotes, right? But you're saying because of the life, right, there should be a restricted access to abortion?
To an extent. But
okay, you say to an extent. What extent are you saying? Because my extent is about sentience, and that's 18 through 26 weeks. That's when it's most likely, right? Which is saying that you can get abortion up to like literally Kamala's view, essentially. Thank you so much. Appreciate this so much for the gift. So, are you arguing for Donald Trump's position that gets released federal protections for the tens of thousands of women in this country, right? Or are you saying that you want to vote for Kamala Harris to protect those rights and access?
Honestly, there has to be some sort of moderate position. Like everything in America, the two-party system works for a good reason. And honestly, to answer your question, like honestly, I don't know like a whole ton about this topic. I kind of just wanted to get a couple answers for the things I did know. But what I do know is that I honestly agree with what Donald Trump stands, and what his stance is that he wants the people to be able to vote on it. And if the federal government controls everything, that means you have less of a voice. But the people in this,
that makes no sense when most of the country wants Roe versus Wade in place. Well, of course, but like that's not how polls work. Polls don't poll everyone. I haven't been polled.
Well, okay,
like that's not how we need.
But
that's
we know
80%
of statistics are false. And the thing about
that was a ridiculous statement to make, because then your statement was most likely false.
What?
Yeah, if 80% of statistics are false and you're using a statistic, that means you have an 80% chance that the statistic that you gave me is false.
No, that means if I get, yeah, I mean.
Do you realize how dumb of a statement that is?
But it's true though.
You're giving me most reason to believe that your own statistic that is wrong.
Yeah, 80% of statistics are wrong. That's
is that
true.
statistic that you're giving me wrong?
I'm sorry, we learned that in
is
like
that statistic? No, we didn't. Is that statistic wrong? What high school class are you fucking referencing? Harry, did you take that high school class where you learned 80% of statistics are wrong?
AP seminar.
I don't even think I ever took that class, man. I don't know about that one.
All right, well, okay. Can I ask you guys about
how many continents are there? Just real question.
How many continents? 7. What?
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Okay, can I ask you guys? Wow, you guys really think I'm that stupid? Come on, I'm just trying.
No. I don't think you are. I was just making sure.
Like honestly, I do a few more questions, and I see myself more in the middle than ever before because I come on here. This is the second time I've come on here with my boy Harry. He's always super nice, and he greeted me today with the shut the F up. Like honestly, super appreciative, but I do have to say,
yeah, it's my fault, big dog.
It's okay. I mean, honestly though, if I debated people for hours a day and most of them would just come on and say some BS and then leave, I would probably greet most people that too. But
no, if you were Harry and lost as much money as he did gambling, you'd probably do the same thing.
I cannot believe that's so false, dude. That's so false.
Harry, please start posting your.
I watched him play blackjack. Everyone, it was brutal.
Yeah, I'm no good at blackjack. It's safe to say that I will not be returning to a blackjack table or Vegas at all. I don't need to go back.
Honestly,
I don't need to go back.
Yeah, I'm trying to like educate myself more on like all this stuff. And I like debating people. Like I want to get good at it. I'm very spoken. I just need to like learn more about what I'm trying to say, basically, I guess. Because honestly, at the end of the day, that's the thing. Like we're talking Harry, Parker, Dean, all super smart people, and you guys are very good at doing your homework, very good at studying. So
reverse. You were asking like, what is the middle ground on abortion? The middle ground on abortion is the sentience worldview, and I hope that you look into it. It's called subjective experience, right? That is the best explanation. That's why we think that it's not murder to unplug like brain dead individuals, right? A family should have that choice.
Yeah.
Right. So it's based on the sentience, our subjective experiences we see as our personalities, our individuals, us as people. That's why identical twins aren't the same person if they have the same DNA. Right.
Can I actually just point out the fact that Parker lost more money at blackjack than I did?
Did you? Oh,
what casino?
Shit. Oh, shit. Actually, yeah, I did.
You guys
I just want to point that out, by the way.
$40, chat. I lost $45.
He lost more money on blackjack than I did. I just want to point that out.
What casino did you guys play at? Or did you play online? Hopefully not online.
No, it was in person.
Okay, thank God. Well, yeah, I do have a couple more questions, but yeah, I was just saying that like I actually want to learn like more about this stuff. And
Harry won his money back. That's what it is. Actually, Chris has not paid back Harry, so he has lost more money than me. Okay. Okay.
Wait,
you know what? I got him back, everyone. Don't worry.
One day I'm gonna be in a Googling video and I'm gonna debate you guys, and I'm actually gonna like
oh man,
corny guys.
Oh,
but
mistakes were made, bro. Mistakes were made.
I have one more question, and it has to be the economy, and it kind of ties into the border.
All right, talk to us.
So we see all this uproar. You can't open any social media, or you can't open. I mean, all you see everywhere is people talking about the border and what's going on, and all this stuff. These people coming in. All you see is this stuff. One, what's the truth behind it? And two, why is it not Kamala Harris's fault if some bad stuff has happened? Why is it not partly her fault?
Yeah, so of course certain things could be if she did something that would have provoked these things to have occurred. Just because something happens under administration does not mean it's the fault of the presidency.
Right. But I guess you're right about that with Kamala Harris, but isn't it true though that in I don't know if it's the first 20, no, it definitely wasn't 24 hours, like 48 or 72 hours that Biden undid all these executive orders of border protection stuff. And then
Yeah, you're thinking things like the Remain in Mexico. These are things that Trump didn't implement until 2019, and they didn't cause the numbers to go up. One, Mexico wouldn't agree to this. Two, it is the case that he didn't implement it till 2019. If it was such an effective executive order and he ran on the border being an issue, he would have done it day one. It's an executive order. He can literally sign that day one.
Right. So do you guys think that the border like should be closed and like obviously people should be able to seek asylum and stuff, but like really people who need like what is the answer here? Because you I mean people deny it all the time. I'm not gonna lie, Harry, you have denied it. You little gambler, you have denied it. I've seen you on here, but here's the thing.
What the hell? What, hold on. Why am I catching strays?
Well,
why am I catching strays?
But Harry, what I'm saying is that people have came across the border, very questionable people. There's actually videos. It was an independent journalist.
Would you say like you would question someone coming to the country if they were a violent sexual abuser?
I know where you're going with this, but
Parker, doesn't it suck when somebody watches you, like a Republican watches you, and they know what you're doing? You know what I mean? Like they know the traps
I know exactly
you set.
where you guys are going with this. But here's the thing. That's the thing with every single every NHL player has like 30 women that claim that they were sexually abused by that person.
That's not good. That's probably a bad culture.
What?
If that actually is true.
I'm just saying, I feel like look into this. A lot of NHL players, like growing up, I used to always see, this Blackhawks player, is now going to court for this and that. I'm just saying it happens quite a bit.
So one, that's not true. And two, if that is true, I would think that's actually probably pretty good reason to believe that happened. If you have 30 women coming out, that's probably pretty good fucking reason to believe something happened.
Yeah, but even if you did something, you wouldn't do it to 30 people or even close to 30 people.
Yeah. There's been, for Donald Trump, I think is it over 26 women?
Yeah, I think you're right.
For sexual misconduct. Okay,
it might be like 27 now.
Yeah, 27, I think. So
we're talking about dozens.
Yeah, but there's no solid proof that he did that stuff, right? It's just like people.
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will. That's civil court, a jury of 9 people. A good proportion of them were conservative and independent. Trump's lawyers helped pick the jury. Trump okayed it. Those independent, those unbiased people, the people that were there just like you, the literally typical people, they unanimously decided Trump did this when the decision was not provoked to be unanimous. I was talking to someone earlier. They brought up 12 angry men, if you've seen that, right? In that scenario, right, they were forced, right? They were pressured, right, to come up with that type of jury verdict. In this scenario, there was no pressure, right? It could have been a split verdict, but yet it was still unanimous. Now that's a really good piece of evidence.
I mean, I'm not gonna have to research that. I've never even heard of that before, which is actually surprising because you would think the media, I'm not gonna lie, you can't lie. The media is after Trump. If anyone, they're after him.
No, that's Donald Trump constructing that narrative. He thinks the media is the enemy of the people. He thinks that certain types of journalists should media platforms should lose their licenses, right? If they post stuff that is against his liking, right? That's what Donald Trump has advocated for.
But we do kind of see it all over, and we can't claim that it is just, he's actually that bad. So the media companies are just telling what's really going on because he's just that horrible of a person. But in reality, if you just open Google, a very liberal, very biased company from what it seems like, at least. Okay. And I say that because if you open Google and you go to the news tab, all you see is there was and I don't know exactly what poll it was, but all these people, Elon Musk retweeted whatever, and it was 84% of everything said about Trump on this Google stuff was negative.
Kara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Probably because he's that much negative. Chris,
think about it. If somebody's going around calling Democrats the enemy of the people, calling the media the enemy of the people, saying that he wouldn't assault a woman because she's not the chosen one, implying that there is a chosen one that he would assault, being found liable for assaulting a woman, being a felon, the first president to be a felon. When you're doing all of this stuff, and you say all of this insane stuff, there's going to be some negative coverage. You know, it doesn't mean that it's rigged against him.
Yeah, but and I'm not saying Trump is this like people think he's like this reincarnation of God. Definitely not. Like he honestly isn't this like great, amazing person. But what I do think he would be is an amazing president. I think he would run the country better than Kamala Harris would. I really do. Look at his previous 4 years. Inflation rates went up, obviously, as they do with every president, like they did with every president. I think the inflation rate went up point something more than the previous 4 years or 8 years of Obama. So like they did go up, but with under Biden, they went up. I don't know how much more.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It happened globally: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. Wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. And Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, $8.4 trillion overall, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related, compared to the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion overall, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
So how does it happen then? Because we can't just be like,
supply chains globally because of the pandemic.
So all that inflation, everything you think was just from the pandemic?
Yes. Correct. Most of it, at least. Obviously, there's some like you could attribute to like price gouging. There's some you could attribute towards like other set of phenomena, like spending and stuff. But like, mostly with supply chains. Didn't Trump fight like what was it, like insurance companies on like price gouging and stuff before a long time ago? Say that one more time.
Trump like fought insurance companies on price gouging a long time ago. Like not that long.
I would like to see that. Love to see it.
I don't know. I saw that. Obviously, not everything you see is true. Guys, got to remember that. But
of course,
I don't know, guys. I'm still not fully convinced. Like I don't know. Like if Kamala's the one, you know what I mean? Like they're the two. Obviously, people. You'll see a comment on every post. Oh, vote the Green Party. Vote the Independent. You know what I mean? They're not going to win anyway. You're throwing your vote away. But like. I don't know if really Kamala's the one. She just seems, and what's the whole thing with when someone said Jesus is Lord at her rally and then she said you're at the wrong rally?
It's not what happened. Those people were screaming anti-abortion things at her, calling her a liar. And then as they were walking out, they said something like Jesus is Lord. But they weren't kicked out because they're religious. They were kicked out because they were interrupting a rally. And what I'd say to you is like, if there were a couple, like a Muslim couple at a Trump rally and they were saying, praise be Allah, and they were calling him a liar and screaming pro-choice things, do you think that Donald Trump would keep him in the rally?
Well, I mean, if they were disrupting, then they would 100% be kicked out, like no matter what they're saying.
Exactly right.
All right, I'm going to get off for tonight. It was good seeing you, everyone.
Harry.
Reverse, thanks for coming up, man. We appreciate the conversation.
Vote for Kamala Harris. Reverse, please.
Should I vote for Kamala?
Yes,
go vote for Kamala. Get out of here. Parker, man, a pleasure as always.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you.
We'll talk tomorrow, yeah?
Talk soon. Right, see you, bro.
Appreciate it, bro.
Good night.
Guys, I have some people to read out, and then I want to talk to you briefly before we leave because of the election and stuff like that. But Valerie, thank you for the $5. Karen, thank you for the $5. Crystal, thank you for the $2. Wish I could send more, but I can't afford to go negative. Thank you for standing up for important matters. I strive to raise my son to be a well-rounded, educated man, just as you are. Oh, Crystal, that's incredibly kind. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very nice. Abby, thank you for the $1. Can I get a beaded bracelet? Sure, why not? Leah, thank you for the $3. Thanks so much for these TikTok lives. You've taught me everything I know. God, I appreciate you so much. Reagan, thank you for the $5. I cannot read that on live. Victoria, thank you for the $1. Thank you for letting me witness change and growth right in front of my eyes. Makes me emotional to see growth and people coming to the good side. I know, isn't that like when you talk? Look at Reverse sending roses now. What a good guy. When you talk to people, I genuinely believe in like talking to people. You know what I mean? Kira, thank you for the $1. I wish I could donate more, but I just had a baby. I'm not working at the moment. I just had to let y'all know I appreciate the hard work you put in. I'm so grateful for what you're doing for women's rights. Thank y'all so much. Well, you know what that means, folks. She just had a baby. She wishes she could send more, but she's not working. So you know what that means. we send her some money back. She just had a baby. I mean, the least we could do is help out, right? We're going to send a love heart. We're going to pay her some cash. It's all about giving back. It's all about giving back. So Kira, please tell me you got that. I hope you did. Let me know in the chat or something like that. But, you know, give back. Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you for what you do. I'm turning 40 on the 19th. I want to call you little brother, but I could be your mom. Just wanted to say I'm so incredibly proud and grateful for you. Keep educating. Casey, happy early birthday. I hope it's a good one and enjoy your birthday. And you're amazing. I hope you know that. Melissa, thank you for the $25. I appreciate that. Saying voting blue in Idaho tomorrow. That's amazing. Melissa, every vote counts, no matter what state you're in, whether you're in a Democrat, Republican, or swing state, whatever it is, get out there and vote, make your voice heard, and especially go, vote the entire way. Seriously. Jaden, thank you for the $2. Thanks so much for Harry for standing beside women and also women of color. It means the world. Love you always. Love watching you. Jaden, the love is mutual. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. And thank you for fighting for the people you care about as well. It's going to take all of us. Seriously. Shannon, thank you for the $1. Just got back from the Harris rally. First time voter in PA. Everybody give it up for Shannon. Excuse me. Everybody give it up for Shannon. First time voter in Pennsylvania. Was at the Kamala Harris rally tonight. We love first time voters, and we love first time voters in swing states. Doesn't get much better than that. Sierra, thank you for the $5, saying, how exciting is it that I exist in the same timeline as Harry J. Sisson? Thank you for helping rewrite history and giving so many of us hope. I hope your pillow is cold every night. Everybody loves a good pillow. Sierra, how lucky am I to live in the same timeline as you? I think it's not a me thing. It's a you thing. How exciting is that? How exciting is it that I live in the same timeline as all of you, man? Come on now. This ain't a me thing. This ain't a me thing. Sydney, thank you for the $1, saying, let me come up and talk to this man about abortion. And I missed it again. I apologize. Genevieve, what a really nice name, actually. Can you clarify on live if Kamala Harris actually kicked out Christians from her rally, or was that fake? I want to vote for her, but I'm a Christian. So as I just talked about, no, she didn't kick out Christians because they're Christians. They were saying like anti-abortion things at her. They were calling her a liar, and they were interrupting the rally. And then on the way out, they said something religious, a religious statement, and but that was on the way out. That was not, she wasn't basically kicking people out because they're religious. They were being kicked out because they were interrupting a rally, and interrupting everybody else's time had nothing to do with their religion. Again, Kamala Harris herself is religious. So, Deidre, thank you for the $5. Argument from I'm too tired to read that word. I'm too tired to read the word. I got to be honest. I'm too tired to read the word. But I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Someone should tell this guy. I agree. And Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you for your lives. Rachel, thank you for being here. And Jillian. Thank you for the $1. Jillian is, we love Jillian, quite frankly. She's fantastic. A wonderful person. And then on Cash App, Jolly, thank you for the $1. Will you still talk politics after the election? Of course. It doesn't end after the election. Retired RN, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thanks so much for everything. It's such a success. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And Shelby, thank you for the $5. Thanks for all you do. We are going to win this. I hope so. That's fingers crossed. We got to get out there and vote, though. Ryan, thank you for the $25. Amazing work, man. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you. And Evelyn, thank you for the $5. I voted by mail for Harris. We're not going back. Damn right we're not. Jay, thank you for the $2. Saving our democracy. You, Chris, Dean, and Parker. Hey, Jay, you're part of that, man. Throw Jay in there for me. Throw Jay in there. Where's Jay? Show Jay some love for fighting for our democracy. Are you kidding me, man? Lizada, thank you for the $3 as well. I appreciate you. Kara, thank you for the $20. Thank you for standing for women and with women. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. And thank you for supporting. Colson, thank you for the $4. King, go to sleep. You're exhausted. I am exhausted. I'm pretty tired. Can't lie. Rashawn, thank you for the $1. I appreciate that. And Diana, thank you for the $100. That's... it's crazy. I appreciate that. Sorry. Diana, I'm so goddamn out of it right now. I can't even lie. I'm so out of it right now. Diana, thank you for the $100. Please fill the chat with W's for Diana right now. I mean, that is so incredibly kind. Diana, please fill the chat with W's for her. $100 at the end of the live, like legit. That just came in a minute ago. 1 minute ago, Diana sent $100 at the end of the live. What an amazing way to wrap things up. On Cash App. I appreciate you so much, Diana. Thank you a million times over. That's incredibly kind. And people on Venmo, We're going to get through it, I promise. I have a message I want to give you guys at the end of this. Aubrey, thank you for the $20. Tomorrow's my birthday, and my wish is for the first female president of the United States. Thank you for all of your love and your kindness you show to people around you. Aubrey, thank you for all the love and kindness you show to people. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for being involved, and happy birthday. I mean, maybe you're West Coast, so it's not your birthday yet, but whatever it is, happy early birthday. Happy birthday if it is your birthday today. I hope you have an amazing, amazing day. I hope you get your birthday wish. We're all thinking about you on this day. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the very kind. Laura, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you, Harry, for your lives. I voted for Kamala. Laura, you're amazing. We don't got to worry about Laura going to the polls. Laura's going to be at the polls. She's already voted, guys. We don't have to worry about Laura. She's there. She's doing her thing. She's making it happen. She's part of the change. We love Laura. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for voting. And finally, Jeff, thank you for the $5. My family disowned me today because I voted for Kamala Harris. What can you say to people like me? Jeff, first of all, I'm sorry. That's first and foremost. That's terrible. And I'm really, really sorry to hear that. And you deserve better. I hope you know that. I hope you know that you deserve better. You deserve to be loved. You deserve to be cared for. But your family disowning you because you voted for, somebody who's qualified to be president of the United States, somebody who's not a felon, somebody who doesn't assault women. I think you're going to be on the right side of history, Jeff. So take comfort in that fact alone. But you're doing the right thing. You know what I mean? You're doing the right thing. And even in the face of adversity, even in the face of family members who would do such a thing, you still said, you know what? I will not compromise my morals. I won't compromise my values. And that's impressive. So fill the chat with some W's for Jeff, a very courageous individual who we appreciate a lot. And Corey, finally, thank you for the $1. Can I have a bracelet too? But seriously, thanks for everything you do and for all the information. You know what, Corey, we can get you a bracelet. Well, maybe I'll make some. I don't know. These were made for me by friends at the DNC. So I didn't make these. But anyway, listen. I think that's everybody on Cash App and Venmo. I really hope I didn't miss anybody because that is hold on. Sorry, I'm like hold on. Let me stabilize here. Because I'm like genuinely past like 2 days, I've probably gotten a collective 9 hours of sleep. So, and I have to wake up like 9:30 tomorrow because I'm doing an interview, and then I have an interview at 10 a.m. and then I have an interview at 1:15, I think. So, and then I'm covering the election. I'm going to be posting all the videos. Listen, the goal is to cover every major election result tomorrow night. So basically every state. I'm going to try to cover every single state that gets called, hopefully. And I'm going to be covering all the major things, the major data that comes out. So make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. But listen, what I wanted to say to you guys is, the lives are obviously going to look different going forward with, the election being over and all that good stuff. But I wanted to say that, I think I said it earlier. I started these lives in like February 2024, like kind of every single night, or like trying to. And like we've built such an amazing like group of people here. Like so many regulars show up now, and it's like these are great people, and like so many new people coming every night. It's always great. But I wanted to say thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, and thank you for everything that you do, Anya. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Look, here's the thing: the goal with these lives was always to convince people, but it was always also to like hopefully spread information that people can use in their own lives. And so I get messages all the time that from people saying, hey, I used arguments from your live, from Parker's live, from Chris's live, from Dean's live to convince a family member or convince a friend or something like that. And like the way that this has worked has like, it's like magical. It's magical. I mean, it's remarkable what the support you guys show and everything you do. And supporting me, supporting Chris, supporting Dean, supporting Parker. I know they probably say it all the time, but on behalf of all of us, and of course on behalf of myself, we appreciate you, every single one of you. You holding your phone at home, even if we've spoken before, if we've interacted before, if we've never interacted before, and you just kind of sit here, maybe you don't comment, maybe you comment sometimes, whatever it might be, whatever your way of watching these lives and like being involved in politics is amazing. And I hope you know that your effort and your involvement, it does not go unnoticed. Genuinely. Like we talk about it all the time, man. Like behind the scenes, Chris Parker, Dean, and I, we talk about it all the time. The individuals that you guys are out there and the work you do. So I'm going to be making a lot of videos tomorrow. Stay tuned. And, you know, do something you enjoy tomorrow, all right? Take care of yourselves. I know everybody's very stressed. I know everybody's very anxious. But do me a favor and take care of yourselves, all right? I appreciate you, everybody. Let's go win this thing. Get out and vote. Get out and vote, all right? I appreciate you, everybody. Thank you guys so much. And we'll talk soon. All right? We'll talk soon. All right?